away and racing. That is a brilliant manoeuvre. Oh!
Well, hello everybody and welcome to the Croft circuit in North Yorkshire, the fourth weekend of the TCR UK Championship. My name's Henry Baudet. Joining me at the moment here, Richard John Neal. We have got a packed day of racing. Myself and Paul O'Neill are going to be bringing you all the action from the two TCR races and also the Miltech Sport Civic Cup. But Richard, you and Scott Woodris have got a whole host of jam-packed support races to bring us as well.
Yeah, we've got a busy day once again. We've got the Audi TTs, they rounded off our day yesterday with some great action. We've got two lots of Fiestas, the Juniors, the Senior Championship, and of course the two Mazda competitions. One went home yesterday. Yeah. The clubman's finished. But
of course, it might be a bit wet, it might be a bit miserable. The action on track is red hot. Now, I'm told, Richard, that there is another sporting event happening today. I can't quite remember what it is. All that we do know is that you guys and girls at home, you need to stay glued to the TV all afternoon on all the social media platforms, the YouTube channels, to watching this race, and then what, have a nap later on? I can't remember what's going on.
8 o'clock is nap time tonight.
Apparently so. Well, I know that you've got plenty of work to do. You and Scott Woodris are going to be bringing a whole host of racing. Okay, thank you very much to Richard. Join Richard and Scott for their first race of the day, though, is TCR, round number 10. Let's start with the championship leader coming into this weekend. Yesterday didn't go quite so well, but Adam Shepherd is back on the circuit. Now, after a few issues yesterday, we now have an unofficial tie for the championship lead. But Adam is in the car. Firstly, is a very hard-working team, have managed to get the car fixed. I know that the team have had only a few hours sleep in the last few days, haven't they? What have you got to say, number one, about the guys and girls on the team that have helped you get onto the grid?
Oh, massive thanks. Everyone's been pushed to the limits, to be honest. We've barely slept in 3 days. We were going home, literally on the way home, we stopped somewhere and had another go at it. It's just been carnage. So thanks for everyone, and fingers crossed we can give them a good result.
Yes, now, looking forward, at the back of the grid, 2 races, probably going to be wet for both. Your eyes are only focused on one thing, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I want to win them both. It's going to be very difficult from here, but you've got to aim for it and see where you land. To get a good clean start, it's always a possibility, but we haven't driven the car at all this weekend yet, so this is going to be the first lap round here for 14 months in the race, so we'll see how it goes.
Excellent. Well, we'll leave you to it. I know that you've still got plenty of work to do. Best of luck, and let's hope that the team's hard work's rewarded with at least one trip to the podium later on.
Yes, fingers crossed. Cheers.
No problems. Okay, there's Adam Shepherd, and again, 8 hours sleep in about 3 days to get the car ready. One thing, the grid walk here at TCR is really popular. Again, hello, let's have a quick word with a couple of fans. We can't have you on because you got logos from other championships I've never heard of. Who are we cheering for?
I don't know.
Carl Bordley, championship leader. Who's our favourite?
Anyone.
Anyone. You've been dragged along in the rain, haven't you? What about you, young man?
Carl
Bordley. Lots of Carl Bordleys found. We are in Yorkshire. Carl's from Leeds. Let's move up. We go from the Cupra. Now, here is the only Golf on the grid. Will Beach. Will, I'm not quite sure if the Spider-Man helmet, the Spider-Man umbrella is oh, it's Will in the car. Will's got a passenger. This is what we love about TCR racing. First of all, Will, problems yesterday, but we've got it fixed and we're going today?
Yeah, hopefully it's all fixed. Throttle position sensor, so.
And pole position yesterday in the Gen 1 Cup as well, so there is pace in the car.
Yeah, there is pace, yeah, we've just got to keep your nose clean the first couple of laps and move forward.
And who's this? Who's this next generation of TCR UK star?
Yeah, Toby, he loves cars.
Hello, Toby. Who's your favourite driver? Lightning McQueen. Yes, Shy. Excellent, excellent. Good luck to Will Beach. Moving up the grid again. Now, reverse grid. Top 10 reverse positions. Our next driver, pole position in qualifying. Had to come back, fight his way past Brad Hutchinson to take the win. And Callum Newsham, let's have a little look. Starting 10th on the grid. Callum's in the car. We're going to burst in and interrupt his pre-race preparation. Morning, Callum. It's a bit of a different viewpoint from yesterday. You've got lots of motor cars in front of you.
Yeah, it's a lot different, isn't it? It's not a clear track. But yeah, I've just got to try and make my way through them.
Yesterday, you know, you were very, very quick indeed. You confident with the similar conditions that everyone else is basically playing catch-up this weekend, aren't they?
Well, yeah, but I've got to catch these guys up, though, at the start, haven't I? So, but yeah, no, our pace has been mighty quick this weekend in these conditions. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
20 minutes, 10th to first, doable?
Yeah, doable.
Excellent. Okay, no problem at all. Good luck to Callum. He's keeping warm in the car because it's the middle of summer here in the UK, and warm it is not. Right, let's move up there. Now, we have a large contingent of Huddersfield Giants Rugby League players here from the Bondit team, the MPR Racing with Bondit. Let's have a look. Brad Hutchinson. Right, we're going to say, how about we'll turn the music off, boss, because YouTube don't like that. Let's go around and let's speak to some of the Huddersfield Giants Rugby League players. First things first. Right. I won't pretend to be a massive rugby league fan, being from God's country, Wales, and all that. But first of all, gentlemen, come this way, because we got to go away from the music, or else YouTube don't like that. Firstly, welcome to TCR UK.
Thank you very much, mate. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, I mean, Bondit and the Brad Hutchinson team, they've got loads of stuff going on. They've got simulators, a Batak wall, there's rugby balls, autographed rugby balls for sale. What do you hope to achieve between, you know, athletes, racing driver athletes, and yourselves, rugby players?
Just kind of learning like the difference between us and the similarities as well, because we're both like elite in what we're doing.
Yeah, indeed. Now, apparently, can we turn the music off? Can we turn the music off there a little bit? Anyway, it doesn't matter. But what we're going to do, apparently, you're going to take Paul O'Neill out and just tackle him repeatedly on the grass. That sounds fun, yeah?
Yeah, we'll do that, yeah. Sorry.
A quick thing, Super League, how's it going?
We've been better. We're coming back round to it now. Like we've had a bit of a rough start to the year, but we're starting to find a bit of a groove after last night. So we're hoping to build week in, week out.
Excellent, and we're all I mean, and if Brad Hutchinson doesn't win, his security detail this weekend is quite frightening. Best enjoy the day.
Thank you very much, mate.
No problem at all. We'll move away from our friends at the YouTube copyright department. We do apologise for that. Hello there, guys. Hello, guys. A quick random. Hello, sir. Who are we supporting today?
Brad Hutchinson.
Brad Hutchinson, of course we supported Brad Hutchinson. Brad Hutchinson has got most of Yorkshire here today. Best of luck. And I've got to say, the whole Bondit team, 3 years they've been supporting Brad, and they're here en masse. Lots of kids around. They've got really good hospitality unit. Now, the defending champion, Carl Boardley, is missing from the car, so he's obviously off getting his pre-race prep. Yesterday, Carl wasn't wonderfully happy with the setup in the wet, but the Hart GT team here will just speak to some of the boys. Have you got the car dialed in for the wet today?
We'll find out in a few moments' time.
How was Carl feeling this morning?
All right, yeah, good. Yeah, relaxed and ready for it.
Happy, chilled out, relaxed. He's, again, home soil.
How about happy? He's here.
There we go. He's here. That's happy for Carl. Let's move up. Yeah, here's the mastermind behind Carl, Nick Hart. Nick Hart, whose daughter Millie has started to race as well. Nick, the car, the Cupra, looking good?
It's looking really good, yeah. We're really positive. We found a few bits yesterday in the wet, and we moved forward quite a long way. So, yeah, we're looking a bit fruity.
Excellent. So Carl will be starting from 8th on the grid, so watch for Carl. We'll move across. One driver that's been really impressive this weekend is Darren Lewis. Now, Darren started 4th yesterday, finished 4th yesterday. He said he hasn't quite got the pace of Newsham, Hutchison and Boardley, but he's working on that. Well, how is the Hyundai there? I'm sorry to break in your peace and quiet, Darren. How are you feeling this morning? You said yesterday that you had a little bit more pace, but because it was wet, you didn't want to push the car in race 1. You've got to go for it today, though, haven't you?
Yeah, I'm hoping we can survive the first corner, because I think that could be key. We're going to be higher on the pressure, so hopefully it comes in a bit quicker. It's going to be what it's going to be, isn't it?
It will be what it will be. Thank you very much. We're going to try and move it there. We'll let Darren carry on. He's starting a bit down the order on the reverse grid. Debut this weekend in TCR UK for young Sam Laidlaw. Now, the car might look familiar. The car is the car that his dad Steve was driving last time out at Alton Park. Steve's in a different car. He's a bit up there. Let's have a little look with Sam. Is Sam around the place? No, I think Sam is not in the car. Can find out with some of our... We're going to see Josh Files in the Honda... in the Miltech Sport Civic Cup. Josh, you know, looking back here, obviously this is your old stomping ground, but I mean, you're going to be out later on, but I mean, you know, oh, you'd be itching to get on this grid, wouldn't you?
I mean, why not? It's always good fun, isn't it? And TCR UK has obviously come a long way. Obviously the grids are a bit down at the minute, but I'm sure they'll build back up, and yeah, cars are still wicked, aren't they?
No, they are indeed. I mean, this Cooper looks absolutely fantastic. The Capture Motorsport team have done a fantastic job. Oh, the Area Motorsport team, I do apologise. I think Steve's moved to Capture. We'll see Josh a little bit later on, but for those of you looking, debut in TCR, the first father and son duo to be racing on the same grid as well. Rick Kerry, a fantastic top 5 result yesterday, if you sir, and you won the Goodyear Diamond Award.
No, I didn't. I won the Gen 1.
The Gen 1 Cup, I knew. I mean...
Too many cups.
Well, no, but you are a Diamond and you are old school as well.
Yeah, I am definitely. Yeah, I'm unfortunate with Darren being quicker this year. I ain't got a lot of chance of the Diamond, but the Gen 1's good. You know, Will's had a bad day yesterday, but, you know, he's... I think the thing about today's race is obviously the reverse grid is just... trying to get that first lap of the day without getting caught up in somebody's accident and trying to get my head down and show the sort of pace I showed yesterday.
Yeah, well, best of luck, Rick. We're going to carry on moving up the grid, but we're running. This is third row of the grid. Excellent.
That's all right. Not as bad, is it? It's all right.
Not bad at all. Now, I was talking about Sam Laidlaw here. That, of course, is Steve Laidlaw's car. Sam Laidlaw is this way. Sorry, you could tell Rick Carey's a proper racing driver. He's got someone to hold his umbrella for him. It's now we will move up to the newest member of the TCR grid. Here's Sam Laidlaw. Here we go. He's now. Ever the gentleman, he's holding his own umbrella. You're starting in front of Dad. Yesterday, a few issues getting off the line, but you could see growing in confidence race by race.
Yep, definitely. Found a lot of confidence in the car yesterday, especially in the wet, which is what I was not expecting, to be fair. I thought either going off or just going to be overwhelmed by the car, but I found my confidence in the car and managed to regain some that I lost yesterday in the start.
Last question, you know, Dad is starting one row behind you. Is Dad staying behind you?
Definitely. He's not getting past.
There we go. But of course, if you know, hopefully Dad doesn't have to pay any for damage when all's said and done. But going into Clairvaux on lap number 1, you've got a lot of fast guys, you know, behind you. Does that affect your mindset a little bit? I mean, you want to race them, obviously, but you know, they've got to sort of suss this new Laidlaw kid out. Can we trust him to race properly?
Well, I deal well with pressure behind me, so we'll see how it pans out today, but I think all's going to go well.
Excellent. Best of luck, Sam. So one for the newbies, first father and son duo. Let's move up there now. Mark Smith is said to be earlier, oh, I'm not a great talker on telly, but he's starting third overall. He's in the car now. A quick word with Mark Smith, if we can get, you know, he's well, there's Mark, he's focusing. Hello, Mark. We'll get the umbrella out of the way. Mark, welcome to row 2. How are you feeling? I know you're prepping, very busy. We got a couple of moments. How are you feeling?
Pretty nervous, but like I say, once we get through the chicane part, I think the race will open up and
exactly. Well, we'll let you carry on. Best of luck, Mark. And notice there, you know, Mark, we'll close the door. Don't want to damage the door. There we go. I tell you what, we'll let the team worry about that afterwards. I'm just causing chaos. Bradley Thurston, quietly going about his business this weekend in the only Honda on the grid. It's not going to be the only Honda for long, however. Brad's not in the car. Brad's hiding in the garage. Ah, no, if we look, there's Brad hiding in the garage. We'll say hello to Brad. He's got the same barber that I have, and you, sir.
It's the best one.
Best one. Early weather detection system for Brad. How is the car going and how is Brad feeling starting with nothing but clean air in front of him?
It's looking good.
It's looking good. There we go. We'll see. But we got one more driver. Our pole position driver. Not quite sure how we rigged this, but Stuart Lines, championship promoter, back in the saddle after Alton Park, and he's got pole position again. We're not going to mention what happened when he had pole position at Alton Park. However, let's have a quick chat with Lindsay. Engine is rumbling away beneath us. Good morning, Stuart. This is what pole position is called. Are you okay? You're in rarefied air up here. Feeling good before the start?
I can see where I'm going at the minute, so that's a bonus from yesterday.
Yeah, it must be said that yesterday Stuart was running in the top 6, misting on the windscreen slowed you down. You've got a lot of fast drivers behind you, but again, experience, you know how to get through these first couple of corners cleanly, and then it's just 20 minutes of keeping everyone behind you. Easy.
I'll try and keep them honest. I'll make them work a little bit.
I mean, I know you're not thinking about it now, but you must be really pleased. Loads of people on the grid, loads of people taking photos, loads of families here. It's a great day out, isn't it?
Yeah. Hopefully the lads put on a good show. You know, there's a lot of good drivers here, so you know, hopefully I'll have a better first lap than I did at Alton.
Well, we said we weren't going to mention Alton, but seeing as you brought it up yourself, best of luck, Stuart. Good luck.
Thanks very much.
No problem. So there we go. That's 12 cars. Now, again, 12 cars, this big car count. However, as we've seen all season, you know, size doesn't matter. The racing has been excellent. Everybody will be on the Goodyear Wet Eagle rubber, and the grid gates are closing. So, Hyundai, followed by Honda, followed by Cupra, and Hyundai again. It's anyone's race. Will the drivers at the front stay at the front, or will the top guns from the back giving it top gear from the rear? Find out after this commercial break with Race 1 today for TCR UK.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, and enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. You want
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Let it go.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, Enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the grid has formed. The large crowd here at Croft has been sent back to the grandstands and the spectator banking. 20 minutes of TCR UK action. It's round 10 of the championship. We are exactly at around the halfway point of the season, and I can bring you up to speed. Main news. Number one, Adam Shepherd, who didn't race yesterday. He is on the grid. However, there has been a penalty applied to Adam from Alton Park. He was given a 30-second penalty from the last race at Alton Park. That was applied this morning, and it does mean that Shepherd and Carl Boardley are now tied at the top of the championship on drop scores, with yesterday's winner, Callum Newsham, just 8 points further back. In short, Paul O'Neill, it means that we are in for one heck of a title fight as the second half of the season gets underway.
Yeah, well, you're going to see one of the angriest men, I think, in Adam Shepherd, starting at the back of this grid in the 117 Cupra. I think that's, yeah. Hey, listen, I'm not a clerk of the course, and I don't know what's gone on fully, but speaking to Adam, you know, obviously they're not happy about it, but I think going forward, I think the needle match has begun now, isn't it, between Adam and Carl, and both great drivers. I'm looking forward to it. The good thing is for me is they're both clean, so this will be a battle.
I mean, I spoke to Adam yesterday and I talked about the red mist, and he said, no. Now I've got more experience. I don't really go out there with red mist, but I think he might be revisiting that statement after this morning's developments. But what it does mean is that everybody is on wet tyres. There is our pole sitter, Stuart Lines. The Goodyear Eagle with the blue lettering on the side signals that those are our wet tyres. Now, as you can see on the circuit, the track surface around here, Paul, is quite good, because as I said, the tarmac was relayed a couple of years ago. It's out at the back of the track, around the chicane, the Clark chicane, Barcroft, Sunny in and Sunny out. That's where, number one, the track is wetter, but number two, the spray becomes a factor. Visibility.
Yeah, visibility will be difficult. The problem we have with any kind of wet tyre, the problem we got with these tyres is that they're that good.
Yes.
At getting rid of water, that it can be difficult for the car behind. But that's just the way it is. I'd rather have a load of grip and some windscreen wipers than no grip.
Misting.
And, yeah, exactly.
Misting was an issue yesterday for a couple of drivers.
A lot of cars, I don't know if you did notice, there was a lot of cars on the grid getting drilled holes in the Perspex rear screen.
Yes.
One of them was Brad Thurston, so that Honda was getting the rear Perspex drilled, and that was to get airflow through the car. What happens is a lot of the drivers were, I don't know if you found on your live grid walk, they were hiding away, because as soon as they get wet, the heat from your body then makes the car steam up. So
yeah, Carl Boardley, Brad Thurston, they weren't just trying to avoid me. They might have been trying to avoid me. I mean, that's a standard.
Definitely not.
But they were in the grid for that very reason. And especially, like, I mean, Stuart Lines, experienced driver at the front of the grid. There's Carl Boardley, who is now in the car, luckily. Yeah, he'll be looking, again, a driver who was not quite happy with the setup in the wet yesterday, but the team said they think they've solved the issue. There is Lola, the affectionately christened car of Brad Hutchison. I've got to say, those Huddersfield Rugby League players are rather large gentlemen.
No comment.
No comment.
I'll tell you what I was just going to say, sorry, Henry, is that look at the, you know, you were talking about the blue-sided Goodyear Eagle tyre. They are, some people have got different sets of tyres. That's a brand new right front, that. That's a brand new right front. Some of them have got the sidewalls are actually quite scrubbed, which tells me that they're quite worn. So I think there's some people that are going for like an intermediate wet, if you know what I mean. So scrubbed wets, because it doesn't need to clear a lot of water. But there are different strategies, I think.
When you said that the Goodyear Eagle is very good at dispersing water, that means that if it stops raining and it's sort of spitting with rain now, 20 minutes, that means that these tyres are going to disperse a lot of water, and a dry line, or rather a greasy line, may start to develop where the intermediate tyre, part worn tyres will come into their own.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of people, gambling on the fact that it might actually rain a lot heavier than it is at the minute. The forecast I'm looking at is saying it's going to be 100% raining at 12 o'clock, which is now, and it's going to be of a medium nature. So the cars you can just see there, that Adam Shepherd car, the tyres have done a bit of work. You can see the sidewalls are a bit scrubbed, and you can see that they look a little bit older, but they've got good edges on them. So I think that people are thinking, do I go for a greasy kind of setup and a tyre, or are we going to go for some really cutting edge, brand new tyres that are going to cut through water, because it's going to get more puddles on the circuit?
And you've driven countless laps around here, and many racing driver will tell you they prefer when the track is soaking wet, because you know where you are. When it gets greasy, a wet setup doesn't quite work, a dry setup doesn't quite work, but we're going to find out what does work, because the rolling lap is underway, and of course everyone will be conscious it's that run down to Clairvaux and Hawthorne on lap number 1. Once you get through there cleanly, then you can settle into a rhythm, but getting through turn 1 cleanly, it's a lot easier said than done, especially in these conditions.
Exactly, and that's exactly the thing. You don't want it like it is now, which is greasy. You want the rain to fall hard. This is going to be difficult for a lot of drivers. There's a lot of people maybe out of place as well because of the top 10 grid. Stuart Lyons is heading this grid, isn't he? And we're about to see the grid. And let's have a little look through this, Henry.
Let's bring you the full starting lineup then for round 10 of TCR UK. Stuart Lyons starting from pole position. Alongside Stuart is Bradley Thurston. Mark Smith starts on the inside of row 2 with the debutant Sam Laidlaw alongside him. On row 3, Gen 1 Cup winner Rick Kerry alongside Sam's dad Steve Laidlaw in the car that Sam should be driving. Then Darren Lewis and Carl Bordley, the reigning champion, on row number 4. Brad Hutchison and yesterday's race winner Callum Newsom on row number 5. Will Beach, sensor issues yesterday, that Golf is now fixed, and Adam Shepherd starting at the back of the field. We hope that the ECU, the electrical problems, have fully cleared, because Adam hasn't been allowed to do any sighting laps. So this is really first step into the unknown. And as a driver, this is, at least you're at the back. There's nobody to cut out, behind you. You've got a clear run, so he can. I can't imagine that he will take it easy on the opening lap. He'll want to make progress, but he will want to just make sure that the systems are completely clear before he starts battling with traffic.
Yeah, definitely. I think the thing to pick up with Adam is that they're here. They've worked hard. They nearly went home because of the ECU problem. But an electrical problem, ECU problem, is just the worst thing. And it could work both ways here. Because it's wet and there's not so much lateral and longitudinal force in the car because it's damp and greasy conditions, it might help him out. And it might be the fact that this actually gets him through the race. But if it dries at all, it might be a real problem, because you've got more force, you've got more wires moving, more ECU parts moving. So fingers crossed for him, because I love watching Adam drive through the pack. So this will be super special. Great race yesterday.
It was, and you can see that on the cameras that the back end of the circuit is a lot wetter. You saw Barcroft there, standing water on the exit, and of course there's a lot of trees over there. The wind, which hasn't really picked up, but the wind doesn't hit that part of the track. The front half of the circuit, this is being an old RAF air base, is a lot more exposed naturally, and we're looking coming into the complex now. And of course yesterday, even in the wet conditions, the final hairpin, it's just prime overtaking opportunities if you can get the car slowed down. But they've done their sighting lap. The cars are now back on the grid. This will be where the drivers are giving their feedback, saying, okay, we're on the right track, or things like that.
Yeah, definitely. And I've given our director the wrong information here. I've said to him that they will probably come to the grid and then they will go onto the actual start sequence, and that is going to be that's going to be an interesting one for them. So, yeah, this will be a little swap of the tyres, a little cross of the tyres, and they should be all good.
Yes, as from our vantage point, we are here up. You can see on our screen, the right-hand side of your screen, the old control tower here at RAF Croft. That's where myself and Paul O'Neill are bringing you the action from. So yeah, just in front of us, you can see that on the third place car there, the tyre swapping going over Mark Smith. Mark, he admitted himself he's feeling quite nervous, and but this is how you learn as a driver. He's an experienced driver. This is the first time he's giving it a full crack, as you say, of the championship. But his team will be telling him to zone out of that. You can't worry about what's behind you. Just focus on what's in front of you, and what will be, will be. Yeah,
that's all you can do, isn't it? And just talk about this tyre cross here. See the buzzing the wheel nuts up, and then you can see the gentleman on the left. He's actually torquing them up to the certain torque that they need to be Newton meterage wise. So you could see on Carl's car there that, like I say, they look to me like brand newish tyres. Then you can always tell by the colour of the writing and how it's not been rubbed off at all. But there's a few cars out there that have definitely got used, maybe rears, I would say, on the car.
Yeah, and of course, there's two ways to get grip in the rain. You get grip through your tyres, then you get grip through the setup, and sometimes it's a balancing act between the two.
Yeah, definitely is that, as well as if you've got newer tyres on, you have to start them at a different pressure than you would start used tyres, because they can spike if they're brand new. So it's a really, really, really difficult, juggling act. But listen, these are top teams. It's the UK. They know what they're doing. So yeah, once they're all ready to rock and roll, they'll be spot on. The person I'm really looking forward to coming through the grid is actually Adam Shepherd, but also I would love to see how Callum Newsham gets on, because I've driven those kind of cars quite a lot, those TCR Hyundais, and they are so soft at the front. They get a lot of their lap time generated from the braking zone. So having a soft car and a compliant car is what you need in the wet.
Yeah, so the 1 minute board has been given from the front. You can just see the last few team members and TCR UK officials going out. It's going to be a fascinating duel between Boardley, Hutchinson and Newsham. They were the three contenders yesterday. They all know there is now a fourth potential race winner amongst them in Adam Shepherd. But it was advantage Newsham yesterday. Boardley's car got better as the race wore on. All of these three teams will have been working hard to maximise what they've got. But of course, that's without sort of taking out of consideration the fact that they've all got half a dozen cars, drivers equally as enthusiastic behind them. So the green flag at the back of the grid has been waved. Now the green flag at the front has been waved. We head on to our official rolling lap here at Croft. See Stuart Lines again. This is where now we're breathing a bit more like bringing the tyres up to temperature, sussing out, and of course even between the out lap and the rolling lap now, the drivers will be able to see if the grip level is improving. For 20 minutes, that's a lot of water that can be dispersed. Driver I think we'd like to watch on your screen there, Darren Lewis, starting just in front. If he gets a good start, he might be able to negotiate, say, some of the slower traffic. That's not fair, but some of the drivers at the front, he wants to show what that car is capable of. He's been driving really well, and yesterday he had a bit of pep in his step, shall we say, yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've spoke about Darren on the live stream quite a lot, because he is one of the stars for me of the championship. He's obviously changed cars, jumped into the Hyundai, and he's been pretty rapid. And I think that he's had some overall podiums, knows how to get the car on there. But this is actually a big chance for him to maybe get right to the front. His driving style suits the circuit, suits these conditions. But I know Steve Laidlaw in the 100 car in front of him loves to battle with Darren because he's a clean racer. They have real good battles, but he is a great asset to the championship, and let's see how he gets on. But he does need to make some moves pretty early on. But Stuart Lyons is going to be the cork in the bottle. No disrespect to him.
No, but also think about this, that because Sam Laidlaw, still his first weekend, starting up on, I think, the second row of the grid, he stalled yesterday. The drivers behind will be aware of that. They think, okay, new driver, will he struggle to get it off the line? Because it is a fine art getting these cars off the line quickly in special slippery conditions. And there you can see the rain. So the rain has returned with a vengeance on the far side of the circuit. Outside the commentary box window, we haven't got rain here yet, but I'm sure it is on its way. And this is going to help the drivers on brand new tyres.
Carl Bordley will be loving this. Carl looks like, to me, he's one of those people with brand new Goodyear Eagle wets on, and he will be loving this because the tread blocks are not going to be working as hard as they would have if it was just greasy, like you pointed out.
But of course, from Leeds, from Yorkshire, probably a little bit more aware of the climate up here. You can look at the clouds and think, yeah, that's coming, and there's a lot of it, that it's on its way. Whereas, other drivers, they would just trust the weather, trust what they see on the app. Carl, sticks his finger in the air and think, yep, it's coming, and it's coming shortly. So let's see if the defending and reigning champion, who has been racking up the points this year, but not so much the overall victories. He wants more P1s. Here's Stuart Lyons coming into the pit lane. Our pole sitter is in the pits. Oh, so much for the cork in the bottle. That has now freed things up. I really hope that Lyonsy, the team, the Jam Sport team, get that car fixed. He did a drive shaft in qualifying yesterday. They're looking under the hood. Dear.
They were looking at that on the grid. There must be a clonking noise from that front left. They had the bonnet up when I was speaking to Jamie Going on the grid for the social media grid. Well, they were worried about something under that car, so something has not rectified. The green flag is waved at the rear of the grid. The red lights are going to go on.
And we are going to go racing at Croft in now. Green lights go out. It's a great start from Brad Thurston, a poor start from Mark Smith, and through the middle comes Steve Laidlaw. Rick Kerry makes a great start, but it's going to be Bradley Thurston in the Honda who's got a huge lead going into Clairvaux. Now we hold our breath. Are we all through cleanly? Yes, we are. And you can see Bordley now trying to work around the outside of Lewis, but that, Paul, was a picture-perfect start from Bradley Thurston. It's Thurston and Steve Laidlaw trying, to make hay while the sun shines. Not literally, but down the straight towards Tower Bend. This is where you now need confidence in your tyres.
Yeah, definitely. That was a brilliant start by Brad. He really got it going. Look at how confident. I mean, that is not an easy move. Getting around the outside of Darren Lewis there. Carl Bordley, the reigning champ. Look at that weather. Stuart Lyons just trying to get the car back out, so hopefully he gets going. This is game on. I'm well impressed with Brad because this is bravery to be flat out of the back. Bordley up to third, past Kerry already, and Lewis follows him through.
Yeah, Darren Lewis to the inside, going into Sunny, almost a little bit of wheel tapping there, and Rick Kerry, I think quite sensibly, just eases wide. No, he doesn't. He's thinking, not today, Darren. He's thinking to himself, I've got a chance of another top 4, another top 5 finish, because they're racing in the Gen 1 Cup category. And Rick Kerry, set of the grid, he's a bit quicker than me, and there's Callum Newsham. So Newsham has already passed Brad Hutchison. But Carl Bordley, on those brand new tyres, is away up the road a little bit and is going to be hunting down the two leaders as we complete the opening lap. Great opening lap from Thurston. Laidlaw, Bordley and Lewis, Kerry and Newsham side by side, Hutchison 6th, and then we watch, Adam Shepherd. The problem obviously wasn't quite fixed enough, and the joint championship leader comes back into the pits, and you can't help but feel for him and the whole team.
That's I can hear him revving the engine as he's come past the comms box. It's definitely something's misfiring, or look at the dread on the team's face. That's really sad. Laidlaw loses that second place, and now Bordley is absolutely on a mission. He wants this lead, and he wants it as quick as he can. Brad Thurston, the race of his life. This is proper stuff. He won't want to let this go too easily, but the speed that Boardley covers out the back is just too much. He's going to get this done early doors, but he's never probably raced for position with Brad. Hits him up the rear. That's interesting. Has he seen a flag that we've not seen, but he maybe braked early?
Well, I think you were saying Boardley's never raced with Brad Thurston. Maybe Carl wasn't expecting Brad to be quite so cautious. It is teeming with rain out the back of the circuit, and I think Thurston was just a little bit tentative, probably thinking to himself, okay, I don't want to be the next leader who just goes in and bins it, and Boardley's a little bit of a love tap, but now Thurston needs to sort of try and follow Carl Boardley, because yes, there's going to be faster cars looking to come through, but he has got a battle on his hands. Steve Laidlaw, Darren Lewis, and looking there's a damage on the front of Steve Laidlaw's car. The battle for second though is on, and Adam Shepherd going out. This is now more of a sighting run. Yeah, okay, we're down to one race now for Adam Shepherd. Let's get that car fixed for race number 3. But Thurston, again, having the start of his life, it's now just a case of calm, cool, collective. Yeah. Laidlaw, Lewis, Newsham and Hutchison lining up behind. But hey, in these conditions, if Bradley Thurston can just hold his line, make the others work for it.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that, I've got to say, Brad was doing a great job. I think it was just the fact that he wanted to brake early and be steady. Oh! And Laidlaw, that's a broken right toe link. On that car, that 100 car is not going to be driving too fast around this circuit anymore. That is done. What a shame, he was on for a podium as well.
And has that done any damage to the left front corner of Darren Lewis's car? Well, he's made it through the chicane. Here comes Newsham now defending from Brad Hutchison. They're going to be tiptoeing. They're not sure if Darren Lewis has got any little residual damage, if something's been knocked out of alignment in the front corner, but it looked like Lewis just making the move, and I can see Steve Laidlaw has pulled away from the incident, so there's no need for a yellow flag. The circuit isn't blocked, but here comes the battle for what is now second position rather, into the hairpin, with Thurston still holding off Lewis, Newsham and Hutchison. Rick Kerry, Mark Smith and Sam Laidlaw are next. Then it's William Beach. There's the damage. Oh, well, I think there's, yes. Wheel cocked in the air. That is a little bit too much camber.
Yeah, I wouldn't be running that on the car as he drives back to the pits. You've got to be careful, because that brakes fully, that'll turn him 90 left into the wall. But again, Brad Thurston, I don't know if he's going to be able to hang on for 15 minutes. I've got to say, I'm super impressed though, because I've never seen this speed from him, but he wasn't very quick through the chicane. Lewis is with him. Lewis wants this place. Lewis is going to look to the inside down at Tower, should get the move done. Oh wow, Brad braked really late, but he's going to get round the outside of Callum Newsham, or just fends him off, but fair play, Lewis is through.
Yeah, and again, that was exactly the same move that he tried unsuccessfully on Steve Laidlaw last time. You know, Darren Lewis thinking, oh, I've got to go for the same move again, and Callum Newsham, I think, was on the anchors very, very heavily there to avoid running into the back of Bradley Thurston. But again, this is nothing against Brad Thurston. He is driving the best he can. He doesn't want to end up depositing that Honda in a tyre barrier. He's on for a good result. I think Brad Hutchinson is the next driver to come knocking at his door. But then, if he can slot in behind and follow and learn from these faster drivers, there's a big gap already developing behind Hutchinson in 5th place to Rick Kerry. Let's have a look.
Yeah, Brad's just starting to drop behind. These quicker guys coming through now, they treated him with kid gloves, to be fair, and I think Brad knew he had to get the job done. But it's took Brad, and it's Brad Hutchison, it's took him a while, and actually Callum Newsham, it's took them a while now, and I think that might be game over for them for the race win. But Darren Lewis will be loving this in 2nd place.
Well, it might be game over in terms for the race win, but I'm sure that Hutchison and Newsham will be thinking, well, at least we've got a challenge on our hands now. You know, they'll want to, if nothing else, Carl Boardley has just set the fastest lap of the race. And, you know, both Newsham and Hutchison, they'll know, but it's driver psychology. Now we're in clean air. Let's start up putting even quicker laps together to close the gap. Lewis is holding on to 2nd. Oh, at the back end of Brad Hutchinson's car, they're stepping out ever so slightly. It's looking really wet down at Tower now.
It's definitely getting wetter, isn't it? The rain is falling hard, but it's quite fine rain. Lewis through there was so
committed.
Fast. Jim Clark Essex, that's not somewhere you want to go off, and it's flat through there, easy in the dry. but it definitely won't be in the wet. I've been through there in the wet with a half lift, and believe me, it ain't nice.
Yeah, and there's a look back. There's Will Beach going through. He is still running in 9th position, closing in on Sam Laidlaw. And Sam Laidlaw having a good battle with Mark Smith. I think Mark Smith is just, he was, you know, when I spoke to him, he was very, very nervous. So he'll have now relaxed a lot. He'll be more into his rhythm, and he'll be the first to say, this is where I'm racing. I'm racing down the middle of the back of the pack, and I'm happy with that. But Sam Laidlaw, gaining confidence lap on lap. He moves up into 7th position now. His next target would be Rick Kerry. There's a big gap between them. Now game on at the front, because Hutchison at 131.8. You said that the leaders, sort of Newsham and Hutchison, they treated Bradley Thurston with kid gloves. They won't be doing the same with Darren Lewis. They know he's more experienced, and Darren will be more eager to defend, whereas Thurston, to his credit, he wasn't blocking, he was running his lines, and he made the faster drivers work to get past. Darren Lewis will be a different proposition, I feel.
Yeah, definitely. The decision now for Darren Lewis is, do I fight to the death for second place? I think he has to, because if the door's opened by Callum Newsham that's closing on him fast now, that means that I would say definitely Brad Hutchison's going to go through as well. So this will be a battle to watch, but for me, Darren Lewis is such an experienced, on-the-limit driver. He's the best we've got, really, of trying to defend from these two multiple race winners.
Yes, that with the wonderful yellow tips on his wheel trims there, that Hyundai is going to be as wide as a London bus for the next 10 minutes 45 seconds. And Callum Newsham, though, he'll be wanting to get past to set off after Boardley. Carl Boardley and his team, they'll be getting the pom-poms out and cheering Darren Lewis on for all they're worth, because while Lewis sits in second, Boardley continues to eke out an advantage. But Newsham and Hutchison moving around, trying to get as little spray as possible into their visibility. And let's have a look through Clervaux. Oh, Lewis has gone wide. He just saves it. The gravel trap was beckoning there, but Lewis managed. Good car control from Lewis, but that has almost opened the door from Newsham, and Newsham's going to be thinking, okay.
Oh,
Boardley's off.
Boardley off. Boardley back on. He did drop a second or two over the last lap, so maybe he's starting to struggle a bit, but he's obviously seen that how quickly the pack is gaining on him. Callum Newsham's got to get past Darren Lewis now, because if he wants to win another race, it needs to be now, because he knows that Carl Boardley is on the limit. This is great stuff. The rain really falling heavily now.
And he's right behind Lewis. He almost thought about having a peek up the inside, going through the Clark chicane. Lewis wide on the exit as well. Into Croft now, standing water on the outside of the circuit. This is teetering on the absolute edge of adhesion here at Croft. Lewis standing firm. That moment for Carl Boardley, well, even a driver as inexperienced as Boardley, that'll take a couple of corners to sort of shake off, and he'll be thinking twice about pushing quite as hard, because he knows that even on the brand new Goodyear Eagle wet tyres, grip is at a premium. Newsham having a little look around, having a peek out into Lewis's peripheral vision as we come out of the hairpin. We're over half distance now, and fastest lap belongs to Brad Hutchison. The gaps come down from 3.3 to 2.3 seconds, so Boardley lost a full second on that last lap. Now Newsham is going to be he's going to be, champing at the bit to get past Lewis. Got a good drive out of Hawthorne there. That tells me that Lewis hasn't got the confidence to stay on the inside and get the power down early going into Hawthorne's. And Hutchison, the age-old method of racing driver distraction technique 101, flashed the headlights. I don't think Callum Newsham's going to fall for that, though.
Well, you never know. Some people do. But it doesn't matter how much experience you've got. It's still a distraction. But look at the spray out the back. Darren Lewis, I've got to say about him as well, to hold on. I mean, he's so brave out the back.
Yes.
And what he does through Hawthorne's, through the chicane, is actually, look at Hutchison's car. He nearly went off then. He's really struggling with the rear of that.
You saw that the car just broke loose ever so slightly there. You caught it there. Well, you caught it as well as Brad Hutchison caught it, because that could have been expensive.
Just a bit.
Plenty of bond it would be needed, but luckily Hutchison continues on. Boardley, Lewis, Newsham, Hutchison. Thurston still runs in 5th. Here is the battle for 7th. You've got Sam Laidlaw in P6. Mark Smith and William Beach have both caught and passed Rick Kerry. Kerry has slowed down quite considerably. And hang on a second, as we're looking at this battle on our screen, out of our window, Brad Hutchison has got past Callum Newsham for 3rd.
Wow, well, something's gone on there, isn't it? And this is an absolute let-off for Darren Lewis, who, to my eyes, is catching the race leader.
Yes, 1.6 seconds. Rumours of this, the battle's demise has been greatly exaggerated. The top 4 head down the back straight towards Tower in a line with Lewis closing in. Lewis is closing in, hand over fist. And it looked there, a 1:33.3 last time around for Boardley. Thank you to our Scott Woodward up here in the commentary box, keenly watching the TSL timing screens here. Boardley through the X's. Now a penalty. Darren Lewis, race time penalty, a pending penalty. So they're having a look at track limits. Darren has certainly been trying to use all the available track surface, and maybe he has used a little bit more than the clerk of the curse. The clerk of the curse. He'll be cursing the clerk of the course.
I've heard him being called something else, but yeah, that's pretty impressive. Lewis will get that penalty in my eyes. That will be a 5-second penalty for Darren Lewis.
Okay, well that will mean that Brad Hutchison and Lola are now eyes firmly squared on the prize. And the prize is the #1 CBM with Hart GT Cupra of Carl Boardley. The leaders, with 5.5 minutes to go, cross the start-finish line to begin another lap, and the gap has come down again by 0.4 of a second. It's now just 1.2 seconds between Boardley and the 285 car of Lewis, the 17 of Hutchison, and the 16 of Newsham. Any closer, you could almost throw a blanket over them as they head out of the chicane onto the back straight down towards Tower, with the rain continuing to intensify. However, it's impressive that even at this stage, Hutchison is able to put in fastest laps. There it is, the Elland Roofing Supplies car, Bondit car, which is its official title. There are lots of people from Bondit here, so they'll be ready to strangle me if I get that one wrong. But behind the top 4, there's a 20-second gap back to Thurston in 5th, who is now only a 1.5 seconds in front of Laidlaw in 6th. Smith and Beach are having a great scrap for 7th. Rick Kerry's pace has really dropped off, and I would say there's either an intermittent problem or maybe even some misting issues with Rick Kerry's car. Stuart Lyons is still out there on the lead lap after pitting before the start of the race, and Adam Shepherd 2 laps adrift. He is also in, and round the outside, Lewis trying to defend. Hutchinson has a look at the hairpin, but Lewis holds him off.
Yeah, wow, this is going to be interesting. But Lewis may not know he's got a penalty because it's difficult to see down there, the black and white flag. But he's got to be careful down the inside. Hutchison takes that from him, big sideways. What a save. Brilliant stuff, because when you get a left rear on that curve on the exit, it's a difficult one. Hutchison now is going to hunt down the leader.
Inches between disaster and triumph for Hutchison. He just kept the left-hand side of his car out of the gravel, and the adrenaline will be coursing through his veins now as he sets his sights on Carl Boardley for the race lead. Boardley's pace has sort of levelled out. I think he had 1 or 2 shaky laps. Is his pace, though, anything to match Hutchinson's pace? I would have to say 3.5 minutes to go. Hutchinson has now got to be inch perfect, and he might even need to rely on another slight mistake from Boardley. Oh, Hutchinson is pushing so hard into Sunny in and Sunny out. You can see him, just the car dancing around under braking as he sort of makes these tiny steering adjustments, pulling away from Darren Lewis. Of course, Lewis's penalty will promote Callum Newsham onto the podium, but Lewis isn't dropping away. He's here to stay at the front. He's making a statement here, penalty or not. So with just under 3 minutes to go, the gap was 1.6 seconds. Hutchinson has made the move as they cross the line. Even with that pass, Hutchison is now just 1 second behind, so he's gained 0.6 and made an overtake. Brad Hutchison, has got his eyes. He's done it again. Oh my word! How many times can he dip into the luck bank and come out holding a pocket of gold before he comes out holding a pocket of gravel? I don't know.
Yeah, well, he's just took 0.8 out of that lead of Carl Boardley's and a fastest lap of 31.8. So same cars run by different teams on different tyre strategies. Maybe one thing I will throw into the mix: are they going to look at Carl Boardley taking the lead with a push to pass that, in my opinion, as a driver, really wasn't a push to pass? What was he supposed to do?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'd say up here in the commentary box, we can only second guess, but I mean, it was clearly a case of, oh, Lewis again. Our heart rates up in the commentary box are only outweighed by Lewis's heart rate at the end of that one. But yeah, this was Bradley Thurston being tentative, and Boardley did everything he possibly could to avoid tripping over him. And it was just a little peck on the cheek. That's all it was. But that's not for us to decide. Carl Boardley is going to be feeling the pressure from Brad Hutchison. Still 4 cars in the same camera shot coming through the complex. 90 seconds to go. So this will be moving into the last lap. There's Newsham having a look at Lewis. Can he get the momentum on the inside? Side by side, it's going to be Lewis on the inside for the run into Clairvaux, but it's Newsham on the outside. This is going to be bravest of the late breakers into turn number 1. And Lewis just holds him up, or does he? Yes, Newsham, I think, wisely lives to fight another corner. But up at the front, as Newsham has another look, going through the chicane, Hutchison has caught the race leader with 45 seconds to go.
This is going to be a very interesting end to the race. Newsham, in my opinion, knowing that he's closing on that championship lead, he needs to be in there. Hutchison is so strong, as now we see Callum Newsham down the inside, gets it done, switchback, Lewis. Oh, Hutchison's off. Wow.
Hutchison off of the outside of Tower, just pushed the envelope a little too far. That releases Boardley. Now Hutchison with grass on his tyres. He's got to go on the defensive to avoid Lewis coming in as well. Newsham over the curbs. Lewis looks to the inside.
Straight on.
Runs wide. Newsham grabs the position. Great stuff.
Yeah, look at that. Callum Newsham gets the job done, and it was done for him by Darren Lewis, but he has got that 5-second penalty that will be added, I think, after the race. But it's the last couple of corners now.
It is. Carl Boardley has survived the pressure, and apart from one sort of tiny little moment that almost cost him, and Lewis again diving in on Newsham there. Darren Lewis obviously isn't aware that he's got a penalty, but the checkered flag comes out, and on home soil, Carl Boardley leads home Brad Hutchison and Callum Newsham after a great opening race of the day here at Croft. And you're looking at Adam Shepherd's team manager there. Adam has just set the fastest lap of the race. He's 2 laps down. Here are the battles further down the order. Mark Smith in 7th position is just holding off William Beach. Another new fastest lap for Adam Shepherd. So I think we can say problem solved for that car, and the rest of the field come across the start-finish line. Paul O'Neill will be going to speak to, I would imagine, a somewhat relieved Carl Boardley. But, whoa, that was an excellent race. And I have to say, apart from Stephen Laidlaw retiring, we had a full complement of finishers. There is the number 1 plate car of Carl Boardley. And like any champion, points do mean prizes, but race wins tell your rivals, look, there's a reason I've got number 1 on my car, and when I want to, I can win. Let's have a look at the full provisional results from round 10. It's Carl Boardley, 2.7 seconds in front of Brad Hutchison. The CBM with Hart GT team just edging out Bond IT with MPH Racing. Yesterday's race winner, Callum Newsham, finishing in 3rd position for JH Racing. And with the 5-second penalty applied, Darren Lewis finishing 4th for the JH Racing in conjunction with TLR. Sam Laidlaw, that is a great finish for Sam on his debut weekend here in the TCR UK Championship. The Capture Motorsport driver finishing just 2 seconds in front of early race leader Bradley Thurston, who brings the GoFix Honda by Sport 77 machine home in 6th position. Mark Smith, a great result for the 77 driver. Richmond Fire Motorsport team, he just holds off William Beach in the Capture Motorsport VW Golf for 7th position. Rick Kerry, early class leader in the Gen 1 Cup, he finishes 9th overall. Be interesting to find out what the problem was for Rick, but he still finishes 9th. And Stuart Lyons never got a chance to show what he could do from pole position. But the Maximum Motorsport with Jam Sport Racing entry does come home in 10th position. Now, with the fastest lap of the race, despite being 2 laps down, we know that all the problems that the Shepherd Motorsport team have had have been fixed, and Adam Shepherd finishes 11th, but he will be a factor come rain or shine in the final race of the day. And sadly, Stephen Laidlaw, after that incident with Darren Lewis, the only retirement, but I'm sure that Stephen will get that car fixed. It's new to him, that Cupra. He will get it fixed out for race number 3. There on your screens, just on the left-hand side, part of the exceptional marshalling team here at the Croft circuit. Like we always say, the Orange Army, the most important people in all of motorsports. But as they clear the circuit, Paul O'Neill is in the pit lane very shortly, where he'll be speaking to our round 10 winner.
Well, Carl Boardley, the winner of that absolutely fantastic race. I tell you what, throw a bit of rain in, take us up north, and you get a fantastic race result. That was great stuff from Carl Boardley. I'll let him get out the car. 2nd place and 3rd place lining up as well. Brad Hutchison with a great 2nd place. Fantastic passing in that race by these guys who started quite far back because the top 10 was reversed, but they come through. Callum Newsham in 3rd place as well. It was absolutely stunning stuff. And we'll let him get out, let him get the caps on, and then we'll have a little chat to the winner, who's never the best person to celebrate race wins, but I'm sure he'd be happy with that one because he got pushed all the way, and he really did only just get her over the line. 2 hands up. I'll let him get his helmet off and his winner's cap on, and we'll have a little chat. Wow, some race that was. Gets the handshake. Nick Hart coming in from the team, absolutely brilliant. And I did hear your team boss talking about critical tyre pressures with new Goodyear tyres. I've got to say, mate, I thought it was all over for a minute.
Yeah, we went the wrong way yesterday, but definitely the right way today. So it's thanks to the boys and everyone. Yeah, bit of head scratching last night. I thought it was going to like tail off, and it started to towards the end, but we'd made enough of a gap to just bring it home. So all good.
Car looked absolutely fantastic, mate. You must have loved that. But did something happen at the chicane, or was it Tower? I can't remember. There was a little bit of a run wide.
I thought Brad was then going to turn in, and I'd sort of like almost locked up, and he'd locked up and sort of basically went straight, and that just enticed me in a bit more, didn't it? And I ended up giving him a little bit of a hit from behind, but nothing, obviously nothing, malicious or anything. It was just one of those. I think he'd locked up and I'd done pretty much the same, so just one of those.
I actually wasn't on about that. I thought you went off on your own, mate, to be honest. I thought you had a little sideways moment somewhere.
I knew what you were referring to, but I thought we'd leave that till later.
Fair play, mate. You must be so happy to get this win. It's giving you a little bit of daylight probably now, isn't it, to Adam Shepherd, who was in and out of the pits with a problem. But he did have fastest lap. His car's working.
Yeah. I mean, obviously it's really sort of, I don't wish bad luck on anybody, obviously, and, especially not as, the grid numbers and stuff are at the minute. I want to be out there and I want to be racing against everybody and the best of everybody. So, yeah, hopefully he can get back out again, and we'll have a battle in race 3 this afternoon.
Top man, I'll leave you to it. Well done. I think we're going to have to go to our next race that's actually rolling up to the grid. They're coming thick and fast, actually. So, yeah, sorry, guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Paul and Henry, for all that exciting TCR UK action. Scott Woodward's here to guide you through all the support race action outside of SuperCup and TCR UK. And straight on track on what is very adverse conditions compared to yesterday. It was quite wet yesterday for race 1, but once again for race number 2. We are getting set now for our second AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship race of the weekend. So the car's making their way around onto the grid, and the grid position set from the grid from yesterday. So on pole position, it is set to be Alistair Kellett, yesterday's race 1 winner and championship leader, alongside Simon Horrobin on the front row of the grid, followed by John Cooper and Daniel Lewis on row number 2. Then it's Joseph Knight and Zachary Lucas, followed by Connor Blackburn and Lucas Hayden. Gary Miller and James Pope will round out the top 10 ahead of Henry Howarth and Caitlin May. Then Morgan Kidd and Sean Reynolds, followed by Luke Waugh and Christopher Blackburn. Marco Ricci and Charlie Ellis, from Adam Durrant and Archie Johnson, who had some problems mechanically towards the end and pulled off down towards Tower Bend. And then Harry Hayes starting at the back of the grid. He was on the podium in the AM class yesterday, but a penalty for not respecting black flags that he was given yesterday, I think it was a black and orange flag for damage on his car, meant that he was disqualified and taken to the back of the grid. So yesterday we talked about the fact it was more the battle between the experienced drivers and the youthful kart drivers coming up that are coming into the championship directly or via the Fiesta Junior Championship, and it was experience again that won out in these tricky conditions at Croft, and Alistair Kellett, Simon Horrobin and John Cooper all filled out the podium places. Speaking of experience, the magnificent Richard John is back alongside me for all the support stuff on comms. And Rich, yesterday we talked about age versus experience. Experience won out yesterday. Given these wet conditions, I think if you're going to have a driver on a team, we'd want one of the experienced drivers, given that they'll know how to cope with these turbo 240s, particularly in weather like this.
Yeah, it showed, didn't it, yesterday? I think the young guns were led by Daniel Lewis, wasn't they, who was the AM class winner, taking his 4th class victory of the season, and he is determined. He had that look in his eye, Scott, yesterday, which told me he's going to be going for, if not getting on the podium in this one, the outright podium.
We'll be hoping so, given the fact that he is currently sat at the moment in 4th. He has won overall race victory to his name this year from race 3 at Brands Hatch. Really good drive, of course. It's why I'm thinking, well, if he's an AM-class driver, then why is he winning it overall? He's probably come in because of his experience level. Yeah. It's his first season in senior racing. Pace levels will be different, but I'm certain if he sticks around for next year, he'll definitely graduate up to the pro class. There are some other ones that have gone straight into it, like Lucas Hayden or others that have graduated up there, like Henry Howarth, or like, on top of that, we've had Connor Blackburn move from AM to pro, so it's interesting. Also, Morgan Kidd, who was last year's AM class champion when it was called Club. She struggled a little bit in the first half of the season, but hoping for better fortunes this time, by particularly today. So,
felt a bit sorry for Henry Hayes. I mean, he missed the meatball flag, as you said, and good fun interviewing him on the podium. Bit of a lad, wasn't quite sure what to say because he'd not been in that territory before, but if you didn't hear the story yesterday, the family involved, green flag from the back, we'll come back to that in a minute, Scott, because we're ready for the race start.
We are indeed. So Alistair Kellett looking for his 2nd win of the weekend, but Simon Horrobin, John Cooper and co could possibly try and get it from him. The red lights will be up any second now, and race 2 of the weekend for the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship blasts into life here at Croft. It's a great start from John Cooper, who tries to shoot the gap between Kellett to his right and Horrobin to his left, but he finds the way blocked as they head down towards Clapham for the first time. Who's going to be last of the late breakers in very wet conditions here at Croft? There's a tangle as Horrobin gets tagged sideways by Cooper. Round the outside goes Lucas Hayden, getting past both Joseph Knight and indeed Zach Lucas. Look at Lucas Hayden in the white, black and pink car, going round the outside of both Knight and Lucas to go from 6th to 4th. Now he started back in 8th position, so 4 spots up already for the young Lucas Hayden. He's one of the Fiesta Junior graduates from last year and going to full effect here. He's now battling side by side with Lucas, trying to get back at him, but look at the amount of sprays. They head down towards Tower Corner for the first time. It's now Kellett once again in the lead. Cooper with a great start to 2nd, and there goes Hayden up to 3rd. So Lucas Hayden has either got a wet setup or is absolutely flying. It's a lightning start for the youngster. 5 places in about half a lap.
Yeah, incredible start from him, and that is what the graduation from the Fiesta, I nearly called it Ginetta Junior, 2nd time this weekend. That is what the graduation from Fiesta Juniors is all about, making the progress, having learnt the track in the wet yesterday and going real good guns here. I'm wondering if that move for 2nd place might come under scrutiny. I think these experienced drivers will know it's part and parcel of racing, and generally you can perhaps get away with that, if get away with it is the right phrase. Charlie Ellis nips around the outside there of the purple Henry Howarth 42 car. Neat move indeed. And Chellis now all making another pass as well, but it's Alistair Kellett out front. what can Zach Lucas do in this one to peg back the points lead? He's still bagging in some decent points in the championship, is Zach Lucas, so by no means out of contention. P2 on the overall points coming in. Gary Miller in third, was involved in some shenanigans, I think, with Sean Reynolds yesterday. By the way, I got taken to task by Mrs. Webster about
right.
Sean's injury. It wasn't a little, was it? We described it as just a little.
I thought it was a wrist injury, but I may have got it wrong.
It was. I think we said he'd had a tap or a knock, but it was actually well broken.
Oh, right, okay, I see. Consider us corrected in that sense.
Mrs. Webster, we stand corrected. And Sean was talking about it as well. He's still a little bit stiff, and I think having to have the odd painkiller to deal with it. But great to see him back out on circuit.
Yeah, the hardy souls are racing drivers. When they go racing, nothing will stop them, even a slightly injury. But he's carrying on nonetheless. Now, the one person I really want to watch for, as I've talked about him enough already, is Lucas Hayden, because he's already on the tail of John Cooper. Whatever they've done to that car in the, I want to say, Race Car Consultants tent, I'm sure David Elsie's worked his magic, because that car's absolutely flying. And he's basically the youth amongst the experienced drivers. He's up there really giving the top three from yesterday a red-hot go as they come up through Barcroft once again. There's Lucas Hayden, and as he says that, almost makes a fool of me, whilst he puts a wheel onto the white line right on the edge of the circuit. Don't want to do that too much, otherwise he might well come under threat. But he's giving Cooper lots of pressure here. So Cooper will be having one eye on his mirrors and the other eye looking forwards to try and keep up with Kellett. But if he's not careful, it might well be Lucas Hayden going for it. They turn their way through. It's now three of them for second place, because Horrobin closes up through the first part of the complex. Horrobin in the all-grey car with the orange trim on the bottom of the car and on the top. As they come through the hairpin for the second time, and Hayden defending. But Horrobin were using all that experience to have a look up the inside, gives him a nudge, he taps him in the rear and sideways. That might be looked at as well. That might be slightly getting an unfair advantage. But up into third place goes Horrobin. Hayden doesn't want to give it up, though. He hasn't lost too much momentum off the corner. And he's now coming under threat, possibly, from Zach Lucas, who himself had a decent run off the hairpin. He's holding station in P5. Quick look back to our AM class leaders. It's Charlie Ellis who made that move to get past Henry Howe, so he now leads the class. Oh, again, you see there, struggling for grip was Lucas Hayden as he went through Hole Thornthorns for the third time of asking. And it's Caitlin May who up into second place. Good run from Caitlin. Good run to get her up in the mix. And Henry Howe down to third. Little shaky exit there from Hayden. He's possibly put overdriving the car possibly a little too much, it looks like, because he's lost out round Simon Horrobin after he got through after the little tap in the tail.
I wonder if that shook him up a little bit.
It may well have done, but he's trying to recompose himself, and that might well be to Zach Lucas's benefit, trying to get the move done. Meanwhile, there's Henry Howarth going round the outside of Caitlin May for second in AM class, and already chasing after, it looks like James Pope in front of him. So it looks like it's actually James Pope should be up. There he is, in fact. So he's possibly an issue with the time, his transponder, but he's up in the mix now. So it's actual fact James Pope battling for third in class, but no, that's for second in class, because they've both got past Caitlin May. So a change for second, third and fourth, whilst Charlie Ellis just at the top of the shot in the red number 11, trying to pull away as we come towards a quarter distance in this second Fiesta STT40 race.
Yeah, I was starting to get a little bit excited about the performance of Lucas Hayden, because when he was knocking on the door, as we got a pass here with 777 Sean Reynolds in yellow, getting side by side with Morgan Kidd, 53. Morgan gets the better of that run. Come back to the point I was going to make about Lucas Hayden. He was in third. Obviously got that little tap and pass that went through, but it could have been his first fastest off the front podium. He got the reverse grid podium at Brands Hatch with a P2, and I know how much it would mean to him to be on the podium in a race 1 or a race 2, so that was quite significant. And it's going to be maybe significant here as well for Charlie Ellis, who is leading the class. We could have a maiden class winner here in this race if things stay the way they are.
It could well be. And of course, Chellis has got quite a fan base, as I found out at Alton Park. He had plenty of supporters behind him when he got his 2 podiums at Alton Park last time out. So he's definitely making lots of progress in that category. Morgan Kidd, meanwhile, is going to be slightly frustrated. Slightly better pace than she had yesterday, up in 12th position. She, of course, has transitioned to the Pro Class. There's a move here. That's either Caitlin May trying to repass Henry Howarth, or Henry Howarth getting back through past Caitlin May. In fact, no, Caitlin was ahead by about half a second, so she managed to retake second position, which will actually be third, I think, because James Pope still has that transponder issue, because he's not showing currently in that top 3, but I'm certain he's definitely there, unless he's had an issue which we haven't seen. Meanwhile, this is Lucas Hayden, who has now dropped back from the top 3, and he's now under threat from both Zach Lucas in the number 234 car, and also Joseph Knight, who's in the Delphi sponsored number 89. And And now Knight going on the attack here. So again, this is Zach Lucas in a bit of a catch-22 situation. Which way does he look? Does he either look forwards to attack Lucas Hayden? Does he look back to try and attack, to defend from Joseph Knight? And also you've got to keep an eye on the number 4 car behind. That's the Irishman Gary Miller. Here comes Joseph Knight with the move up inside into the hairpin. And might just squeeze him out wide. He gives Lucas enough room to hold alongside him. And now the drag race begins up the pit straight. Watch for Gary Miller in that number 4 car. He had some tough issues yesterday, but he's up there now battling in the top 10. He's had a number of podiums. He came into the weekend 3rd in the championship. So some points to try and make up. Lucas sticks it back up the inside and holds on, but Joseph Knight again holding his ground on the outside line. That's Adam Derrett, meanwhile, our newcomer sadly pulling up on the exit of Sunny out. So he's sadly out of the race with mechanical issues. And again, Gary Miller trying to take advantage of a wide line for Lucas, and he's trying to keep on the tail, but Joseph Knight with a swift pass up into the top 5 now as the leaders make their way down towards Tower Bend as we come towards half distance.
Yeah, Joseph Knight really building on the speed that he had yesterday. Couldn't convert the speed into results, but now he is starting to get through. Passes Zach Lucas in the 234 car. So Joseph Knight in the Delphi car. Great to see Delphi back involved in motorsport. I know Joseph and the team very grateful for their support. Running very, very strongly here, but a bit of work to do. Oh, I was going to say, before he could catch Lucas Hayden, that task will be made somewhat easier now with the deployment of the safety car.
And that will be, I'm certain, for Adam Durrant's stranded car exiting Sunny out. We saw that car momentarily pull up on the inside of the corner, which means that car will have to be recovered by our brilliant marshals and recovery teams. Again, big shout out to them who are having to deal with rather adverse weather conditions all throughout this weekend. There is Adam Durrant's car. He's already got the door open, and he had a decent enough run yesterday in his first appearance in ST240s. Not quite having the same sort of luck today. So the pack will now stack up behind leader Alistair Kellett, who in turn will line up behind the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car. Thank you to RunYourFleet.com, as always, for their continued support of the club, and of course the supply of the Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car, which makes its rounds all the way up and down the country on duty for Brscc events, and it's no different here this weekend. There it is. So you want to find out more, you have the web address RunYourFleet.com. So the safety car then will pick up leader Alistair Kellett. Let's take you through the order as they come under safety car then, coming up towards half distance. So Kellett leads the way from John Cooper in 2nd place and Simon Horrobin in 3rd, who also has the fastest lap of the race. That'll be bonus points for him as well. Lucas Hayden holds on to 4th, with now Joseph Knight up into the top 5 after he made the move on Zach Lucas around the outside of Clairvaux and Hawthorne. It's then Zach Lucas in 6th, Gary Miller in 7th position, Connor Blackburn 8th. Then it's Charlie Ellis in the highest placed AM-class car, but he will now have James Pope behind him. Ignore the timing screen, James Pope is not 17th. He is definitely in the mix. There's just an issue with, I think, his transponder, which means they have to add him in once they've all gone past the timing line in order to slot him into the right position. He definitely is in there in 2nd place in class. He'll be followed by Henry Howarth and Caitlin May. Morgan Kidd currently sat in 13th ahead of Sean Reynolds, and they were battling shortly before the safety car. Harry Hayes, who's come from the back of the grid after he had that disqualification yesterday for not respecting the black and orange flag. And then Connor Blackburn, Luke Waugh, and it should then be Marco Ricci, who sadly is in the pit lane with issues. Marco having an up and down season. And Archie Johnson also, who's back down 3 laps after he's come into the pit lane. He had a mechanical issue which forced him to stop just at the end of the back straight towards Tower, and because of that, that meant that he had to start right towards the back of the grid. Archie is there, but he's now 3 laps down, which means that he's going to be scoring not as many points as he would like. And a reminder of the point system for this championship. Yes, there are 2 classes. You have the Pro class and the AM class, but the difference is that rather than individual points that you score, so for example, let's say Charlie Ellis is in 9th position, he won't score the same sort of points that Alistair Kellett would for a class-winning Pro. He would score the points based on where you finish overall. So it's an overall point system. So it's 50 points for a win, 46 for 2nd, 42, 38, and then going down in increments from 36 onwards. So it'll be 36, 4, 2, about 26 points that Charlie Ellis will pick, 26, 28 points. That's what he'll score. And ultimately, in this sort of format, it means that for the AM class drivers, in particular for the pros, it's not necessarily just where you finish compared to your other competitors in class. It's literally where you finish in the order. It's the incentive to finish as high as you can in the race order to get more points to go towards your individual tally in your respective class. It means that Charlie Ellis, if he can get past Conor Blackburn, Gary Miller, but has a benefit from somebody dropping out. That'll only benefit him in terms of more points he will take towards not just his overall standing, but then where it will sit him in the AM class in terms of battling for that title too.
I really like that. I think if you're in a non-single make championship, then it's nice to weight the classes separately and maybe consider how many cars you're racing against. But here it can show, you can be top AM. Technically, we could have an AM class championship winner, and absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Definitely, it's definitely possible. As I say, we had it's a strong performance last year from when it was called Club Class last year from Morgan Kidd, and she elected to then move up into the Pro Class. She's just going through their shot in the all pink kind of chrome car, number 53. Hasn't had the best of fortunes in terms of pace and car mechanical luck, but having a different sort of slightly better fortunes this weekend. I think she's probably not where she'd like to be, but I remember when she was here last year, she was definitely giving some of the Pro Class runners a run for their money. Remember there was a group of the top 6 and she ran in 7th and she won her class in all 3 races, but she wasn't that far away, only a couple of seconds off that lead pack. So she's definitely got pace when the car's running, and she's definitely a strong driver, and her move up into the Pro Class initially essentially was justified given how quick she was. She just hasn't had the rub of the green in terms of where the pace has been in the car and the luck that she's had, which has been unfortunate because she's definitely a faster driver than the results currently let on at the moment this season.
Absolutely right, and one could argue that maybe is the championship stronger this year? It's as strong as ever it was, but some really good, quick drive. And we've got drivers like Simon Horrobin coming back to form as well, and putting in some good results, and that makes life harder for the, say, newer drivers looking to make progress in the early stages of their careers. Nice shot there of the rain still tipping down. We're all right here in the dry, aren't we? But not so good for everybody. The marshals, the spectators that have paid for the privilege of coming in and getting soaked, we thank them.
Yeah, it's easy
and
enough.
The photographers.
And the photographers. we've got our superstar photographer James Roberts, who's taking shelter in the commentary box here as well. He's
working.
He is working, not just sat there with his face in his laptop playing solitaire. He definitely is going through editing photos. And shout out to him, of course, and all the guys that he has for taking photos for us this season. Essentially, he's the designated photographer for this season. Him and the guys that he's working with on his behalf on race weekends have done an absolutely superb job to capture the race weekends in the right atmosphere and the right way. So we thank him for all his efforts. And again, it's easy for us to also say, as you mentioned, the fact that we're sat in a warm commentary box and everyone out here that's watching wherever you are around the circuit. Again, thank you for coming out and supporting, and even in these weather conditions, it shows that British motorsport fans, doesn't matter where the weather is, if there's racing on to be had, where they're supporting who just want to go and watch, they'll go and watch it anywhere. So they'll come rain or shine, given last weekend's British Grand Prix started raining, but what happens? We just get the umbrellas out and carry on, because that's how we do it in UK motorsport.
Never get anywhere otherwise, would we? Let's be honest.
Yeah, that's very true. Speaking of carrying on, the safety car lights are now out on the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car, which means as it starts to zip away, Alistair Kellett now decides to get the race back underway shortly. He will become the default safety car. He chooses now when to get the race back underway, and he's not waiting. He's already trying to put his foot down. And as the pack snakes its way through the complex to get the second race of the weekend for the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship back underway, Alistair Kellett's lead now has to try and be rebuilt all over again. He'll have to watch the likes of Cooper, Horrobin, Hayden, and Knight, Lucas, Miller and Blackburn, who are right behind him. Green flag is back out, and we are back underway with about just under 5.5 minutes left to go here at Croft in race number 2. And now the task has got to be for Alistair Kellett to start rebuilding that lead to go for his second win of the weekend. They're all twitching their way through on slightly colder tyres. You think, well, it's in the wet, how can the tyres be colder? Well, of course, as they're moving across, they'll want those wetter parts of the circuit to help cool the tyres a bit, because the drier it gets, the more the tread blocks are going to heat up, therefore possibly wear them a little bit more. When, if it gets in damp conditions, it might well help, but it almost becomes a bit of an intermediate tyre in some cases as you start to wear it and heat cycle it more. But ultimately, they'll be looking for the wet to try and get as much of the grip out of these Goodyear wet tyres that they're running. There goes, whoa, that was Joseph Knight looking up the inside to defend from Zach Lucas, who got very sideways under braking. That's only going to give Gary Miller an incentive to get through. Meanwhile, there's a real fisticuffs happening behind for the AM-class lead, and I think it's been a change for James Pope. I think he's got past Charlie Ellis. I think, yes, he has in the Martini livery car. As they go through behind Conor Blackburn, there has been a change. So James Pope hits the front in AM-class ahead of Charlie Ellis, Henry Howarth and Caitlin May, so the top 4 in that class altogether, followed by the defending club/AM-class champion, who is now in Pro, that we've just talked about, of course, which is Morgan Kidd. She's watching her old classmate, so to speak, in front of her, battling over the lead while she's back in 13th place. And again, she'll know she's got good pace, but again, that car not really working as well as she'd like it to.
was watching Alistair Kellett on the restart. I was wondering how well he timed it. A little bit of contact there between second and third place. Again, Cooper receiving the attentions of Simon Horrobin. Maybe that was payback for turn one. Simon having a good look, manages to go a little bit wider into the hairpin to try and gain the momentum down the main straight in towards Clervaux. But going back to Alistair Kellett's restart, actually, before I think we even get to that, we've got Zach Lucas trying to make a move on Joseph Knight. That I don't think is going to happen, though he did have a look. But Joseph Knight getting away as they go down the straight. Knight chasing the predominantly white car of Lucas Hayden in P4, and that's Miller, isn't it?
Yeah, Gary Miller running wide. James Pope has to take avoiding action, skips over the inside of the corner at Hawthorne. Ironically, Gary Miller gets the switch back and says, thank you very much, and through he goes like it never happened. Now around the outside to hold on for second place in the M-Class there, that was Charlie Ellis and Henry Howarth, and that's already kicked off. Now, whilst that's happening, I put it to you that Alistair Kellett has actually been quite caught on his last couple of corners because John Cooper is really with him now. This is not Alistair Kellett pulling away and dominating like we saw yesterday. He's really coming under threat from the top two. In fact, actually, is that a change for second? It is, because it looks like Cooper's run wide and threw up the inside for second. Has gone Simon Horrobin, so a change for them.
But
and
that's
in
meant
fact,
the gap's opened up a little bit, though, isn't it, to the lead?
It has, and also look at this. I think there's either an issue for Cooper or he's just off the pace, because now Lucas Hayden's been backed up into both Joseph Knight and Zach Lucas. Lucas is up the inside of Knight's trying to take fifth position. The outside line might offer more grip, and Knight sticks to it. But look at that, you can see that Hayden's boxing in Lucas. Lucas has got Hayden right in front of him. To his left, he's got Knight trying to go around the outside and sideways over the curb as he touched the inside for Lucas. Now another spot could be lost to Connor Blackburn as they sprint up towards the complex with less than 2.5 minutes to go. They used to say safety cars breed safety cars. I put it to you, this is breeding very close racing for the podium places. Whilst this is happening, you can see that both Simon Horrobin trying to chase after Alistair Kellett, but he's right on his tail now. So we're coming up to the last 2 laps of the race here, 2 more times around the Croft circuit, and this has really gone action stations. And the podium places definitely aren't safe. This is a good run for Lucas Hayden. He's got the inside line now for John Cooper. This is now for third place. Lucas Hayden looking for his first, I think, one of his second podium in the season, because he got one back at Brands Hatch. Looking up the inside, he's last of the late breakers into Clervaux, stops the car on the apex and makes it through. So that's a move up for third place for Hayden. And now potentially John Cooper is falling back into the clutches of the rest of the pack. So after he looked pretty quick yesterday, something's happened that's either knocked his confidence or is a possible mechanical fault that's manifesting itself.
Yeah, he's got bits and pieces flapping on the car, so it's not behaving in itself as well. Now we've got Simon Horrobin closing in on Alistair Kellett and having a go as they go into Tower Corner. Has a look, locks up, and was trying to think about sending the car down the inside. I think they're still side by side, and
I think there was a possible tap because Alistair Kellett was sideways on the exit of the corner. Whether there was contact or not, it wasn't on the camera, but I saw Alistair Kellett's car slightly sideways as they exited Tower Bend, and now Simon Horrobin into the lead here at Croft in race number 2. Alistair Kellett will try and fight back. Now the question, of course, will be, as I like to say, did he jump or was he pushed? Well, we'll let the stewards of the course figure that out, but at the moment, from what we see, Horrobin is in the lead now and looking to try and pull away by about half a second. Meanwhile, for third place now, it is Hayden. And of course, now this is now the scrap for fourth between John Cooper, Lucas Hayden and Joseph. But no, Hayden's got through, of course. This is now Cooper and Knight for fourth place. And Connor Blackburn's motoring. He's got past Zach Lucas, as also Gary Miller. They're all closing up into the complex. In fact, where's Zach Lucas got to? Zach Lucas has disappeared. He's not in that leading group. So the 2-3-4 car, Zach Lucas, who was all over the place in a couple of laps, has disappeared somewhere on this lap. Where he's got to isn't obvious. I can't see him out the commentary box window coming through the complex. And John Cooper's got a problem. He either he missed the gear, had a problem. They're almost 4 rest of the pit straight and they make contact. Round goes Blackburn. Miller was involved in that too. He gets himself righted the right way once again. Miller shoots through past all 3 of them. Has either Joseph Knight got some damage or either got a problem? He's slowing up on the pit straight. And behind him, the M-Class battle's kicked off. James Pope down the outside to defend from Henry Howarth. Howarth holds on for that one. Charlie Ellis has dropped back into third place now. It really has all kicked off in the final lap of the race in this second Fiesta ST240 race of the weekend. Still one more to go later on this afternoon. Now down the hill, and Alistair Kellett, meanwhile, has caught back up to Simon Horrobin, so it might not be totally over.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested in the driver reactions here down in Parc Ferme, or Victory Lane, as we call it, because it's not Parc Ferme when they pull up and receive the awards. It's going to be very interesting. It is racing, isn't it? They're all been getting stuck in, and Horrobin wants to grab another race win. Simon Horrobin, is he going to be able to grab it? He won in race 1. Sorry, was it race 1? Race 1 at Alton Park. Simon Horrobin, first win of the year, wanted another one here. Alistair Kellett, P2's not going to be a particular issue for him championship-wise, but he's a racer. He wants to take the wins, so the blue and yellow car will chase all the way to the flag. The upside of this is, of course, that
Kellett will have a slightly better grid position in the reverse grid race.
Potentially, but we'll wait and see how that draw comes out towards the end. But up towards the hairpin for the final time, as the Kellett will close in, but it looks as though for the second time this season, Simon Horrobin, he is a wily old fox. He knows how to take a victory when he needs to take one. Up towards the checkered flag will come Simon Horrobin for the second time this season. He takes victory in race 2 of the weekend for the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. It's then Kellett second, Hayden third, and the drag race for the AM class win. It's Howarth and Pope to the line, side by side. Who gets it at the flag? It's going to be, it looked like it was possibly Howarth, and it was Howarth, I think, by, well, we'll see when James Pope slots back into the timing screen, but it was Henry Howarth, I think, who was just in front by a nose, and he also picks up 5th place overall. So a great effort for them after it kicked off from a last lap and a half. Certainly very energetic in that second Fiesta ST240 race. I think some of them might need to just calm down slightly given the conditions. But that was really going at it, hammer and tongs for the full 20 minutes, and it really did close up after the safety car. So out of all of that, we should also mention Gary Miller was 4th. And I'm just waiting for James Pope to be slotted back into the result after he's not 14th. He should be 6th, but depending on, I'm looking for the gap on how close it was between him and Henry Howarth for the victory. And he gets slotted in now, and it was 0.140 of a second at the line. Henry Howarth does get the AM class victory from James Pope and Charlie Ellis. And breathe. That was a very energetic and breathtaking second Fiesta ST240 race, won by Simon Horrobin in the end by just under 0.3 of a second from Alistair Kellett, race 1 winner from yesterday. Lucas Hayden takes his second overall podium of the season after getting a great start from 8th on the grid. Then it's Gary Miller 4th, Henry Howarth, who only just beats James Pope to the line and takes the AM class victory from James Pope in 6th place. Then Charlie Ellis and Caitlin May. Morgan Kidd gets a top 10 finish in 9th, ahead of Harry Hayes in P10. John Cooper was running strong until he got caught up in tangles towards the end. Then Christopher Blackburn in 12th place, Luke Waugh in 13th, and Joseph Knight also involved in that last corner skirmish on the penultimate lap, ends up in 14th at the line. 15th downwards goes to Connor Blackburn from Luke Waugh, and Joseph Knight's from Zach Lucas, who was down in 16th, so poor fortunes for Zach in 16th position. Archie Johnson struggled down to 17th, so the problems he had yesterday aren't fully fixed. And then it looks like it was Sean Reynolds who was in the pit lane too, as was Marco Ricci. We lost Adam Durrant, who parked his car on the exit of Sunny out, and we also didn't see even Darren Lewis. He was out on the first lap of the race with mechanical issues, so he will try and recover from race 3 later on this afternoon. So to prepare for our next race coming up shortly, which is set to be the second of the weekend for the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. The top 3s in both club and Pro and Am are going to be down in the pit lane with Richard John Neal. They're just being parked up now, so we'll be going down to Richard very, very shortly, and he'll be here to get the reactions of Simon Horrobin, Alistair Kellett, Lucas Hayden and Cone. Particularly that drag race for the AM class took with win will certainly be a talking point. I'm sure Henry Howarth will be delighted with that. He took some strong results at Alton Park overall, and that'll be certainly a delight for him. He was in the top 5, I think, in both of those races, so Henry Howarth again proving his pace, and he'll be another one which he will certainly move up to the pro class next year if he sticks around. He also turned 17 recently, so that'll be certainly a nice talking point for Richard John Gill, I'm sure, to talk to him about. Speaking of which, we can now head down to Richard to speak to our top 3s in both Pro and Am in that second Fiesta ST240 race. Lots of action in the wet conditions. Let's see what they thought.
Simon Horrobin's staying in the drive for the moment. Is he going to come out and have a chat with us? I think he is. Well done, Simon. Extricates himself from the car. Round of applause as well. Well done, Simon. There's the spoils of victory. There's a few taps here and there.
Yeah, it was people sliding everywhere on the first bend. We went in the first bend, I got a tap on the rear, and then when I went up the side of John, he come up, he come back on me, and then we touched a bit, but nothing malicious, not at all.
No,
you know.
I know you guys don't do that.
No, we didn't do that at all. Yeah, it was just it's wet out there and it's very, very slippery. You know, so all good though. And Alistair just left me enough room there, and I just managed to get up the inside of him. You know, so that was it.
Second win of the season. You got the experience again playing around here.
Yeah, it helps, yeah. Around here, it definitely does. Yeah.
I'll let you get your breath back, Simon. Congratulations. Let's go and grab a quick word with Alistair. And we were just saying to Alistair, a few taps out there.
Yeah, no, it was okay because I got away initially and the track was a lot drier, and I probably should have bought 2 new front tyres, but I was just too mean to buy them. And it was fine at the start, and then the safety car came in and rained a lot more, and I just couldn't get it stopped. It was aquaplaning down a tower, and I ran wide, and Simon got up the inside me. A bit of a tap, but nothing to worry about. He got past, and was just trying to hang on then at the end, just trying not to fire it off in the last lap.
I love it when you guys concur with it. That's a really nice thing. We looked like you were looking for grip at Hawthorns off the start of the restart, looking for that outside line, trying to get a bit wider to get away, but you just couldn't. That was tyres.
Yeah, it was just tyres. It just when they wear down, it was fine at the start when it wasn't as wet, but once the safety car came in, it started lashing rain, and it just couldn't stop it. Couldn't get it stopped anywhere on the brake. It was aquaplaning. Anyway, second is great.
Is it new rubber for race 3?
No, race 3.
Oh, of course, yes, 2, isn't it?
So don't have to buy tyres.
Okay, well, that's all right then. Well, good luck. We'll see you next time. Thanks very much. We've got cars coming out onto track for our next race. I want to talk to Lucas Hayden. Where's Lucas? Have we got Lucas around very quickly? Lucas, we've got cars on track. I have to be brief, but I just wanted to say well done. First podium off the fastest off the front mode rather than reverse.
Yeah. Like it was a really good race. After race 1, we sorted a few things with the setup on the car, and yeah, the first lap was unreal. I think we went from like 8th to 4th, and then managed to pick off another one along the way. I don't even remember where, but yeah, it was a really good race and good momentum going into the next round at Silverstone.
Getting up amongst these experienced boys, many congratulations, and continue that run of podiums. We'll see you up here again, I'm sure, very soon.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Thanks, Lucas. Lucas Hayden there, he takes 3rd position. Sorry we can't catch up with the AM-class runners, but we need to look ahead to our next race, and the car's coming onto the grid, so let's head back up to Scott.
Thank you very much, Richard. As you mentioned, cars out on track already for our second Clapham North Mazda MX-5 race, SuperCup race of the weekend. Here's the grid set by the second fastest times in qualifying, which means that we have Patrick Fletcher on pole position again, alongside Jack Brewer on the front row of the grid. Then it's Jack Harding, yesterday's podium finisher, in 2nd place, alongside Joe Wiggin in 3rd. He's got some points to prove after he was tapped out of the race by Alex Stott at the hairpin midway through race 1. Then it's next to James Cousins, one of his best results of the weekend so far. He's in great form in 5th, alongside Tom Griffiths in P6. Then Jack Sycamore and Wilbur Tiley, who's the fastest club class driver, starting in 8th on the grid. Followed by Alex Jones and Amy Watts, who was on the podium yesterday, ahead of yesterday's club class winner Ollie Hall, and again from the back of the grid from 12th place once more to try and win it for the 2nd time. If he can do it from row 6, he's defending pro class champion Aidan Hills. Then it's Kamal Kelsey and Jim Barrett on the 7th row of the grid, followed by Clive Powell and Alex Stott, Christopher Ginn and Britt Robinson, followed by the Misty Racing duo Vanessa Dendy and Steve Kite, starting at the back of the grid of our 20-car entry for this weekend here at Croft. Race 2 of the weekend for the Clapham North Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. So, victory yesterday for Aidan Hills, a brilliant drive from 12th on the grid. Of course, being a former junior rallycross racer, he's certainly no stranger to adverse and slippery conditions, and using that to full effect. He mentioned yesterday he just couldn't really get a proper lap hooked up in the end, but even so, he was pushing as hard as he dared, and he will certainly be hoping that he can repeat the feat yesterday. He was going to have to do it again from the 6th row of the grid. Watch for Jack Harding, who was in the grey and red car just to the left of shot behind the pole sitter Patrick Fletcher in black and red. Of course, Patrick, who's in the mix for the championship. And Jack Brewer hoping for a good start from the front row. He's having his best weekend today. His first full season back in SuperCup after he had that accident at Brands Hatch early last year that put him out for the rest of the season. But he's been working hard. He was working hard over last year to get that car built up and had a bit of a tricky first start to the first half of the season. But now it seems to be, at least in the wet conditions, or even just here at Croft, something's clicking that's helping work that car, so he's certainly quite comfortable. So watch for the yellow, blue and red car on the right hand side from the front row of the grid. So the last few cars getting into position. We'll wait for the green flag at the back of the grid. There's one or two just being moved back into position. I think Chris Ginn's been moving back because of the more, but we'll wait for the green flag, which will be in the air very, very shortly. Once it does, we'll be underway for our second Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup race. So Patrick Fletcher on pole, Jack Brewer alongside him on the front row, followed by Jack Harding and Joe Wiggin, James Cousins and Tom Griffiths, and the defending Pro Class champion back in 12th on the grid. Red lights are on for race number 2. Can it be 2 from 2 for Aidan Hills, or would it be Fletcher, Brewer or somebody else? We'll find out. So slither away from the line. Good start, and immediately not wasting any time. Great starts to both Amy Watts and Aidan Hills as they charge off the grid. Watch for the blue, orange and black car from mid-pack as he heads down towards Clairvaux for the first time. And from pole position, taking the racing line, it's Fletcher who leads into Clairvaux. 2nd for Wiggin. Sorry, for Brewer, 3rd for Harding, 4th for Wiggin, side by side for 5th between Tom Griffiths on the outside of James Cousins, and already charging his way through is Aidan Hills. He's got past both Jack Sycamore and a fast starting Amy Watts, who was already into the club class lead, so not hanging around is Amy. She wants a victory after to match her 3 wins. Did she look at Snetterton earlier in the year? down the back straight for the first time, and in the spray here, much wetter than it was yesterday. It is Fletcher who's still in the lead. Brewer maintaining his second place. Of course, he was a former front runner and championship contender in the Mark 1 category, and he said before the weekend he'd never lost at Croft, so he had to settle for his finish yesterday, which put him in, where did he finish yesterday? 7th place. So possibly on contention for a SuperCup podium if he stays there for the next sort of 15 minutes or so. And that is Aidan Hills, not wasting any time at all. He's already up now to, I think, 6th position. Just worked his way past Tom Griffiths, so certainly trying to pick his way up as fast as he can. And down into the complex at Sunny in and Sunny out. As they come towards the end of lap number 1, I think you're seeing Jack Sycamore gives Tom Griffiths a bit of a love tap in the tail, exiting Sunny out. Patrick Fletcher in the lead, Richard John Neal, but the one to watch out for certainly is defending Pro Class champion Aidan Hills, already passed about half the cars he needs to and not hanging around at all.
Aidan is always very, very quick off the start and then remains quick through the rest of the race, doesn't he, to be perfectly honest, and made life hard for himself with bad qualifying yesterday, but when you're up ahead of the likes of Tom Griffiths already, then certainly no slouch. I think his dad moved over from some other team commitments yesterday to come here tonight. The team were running elsewhere yesterday. And whether his dad Darren is a good luck omen, certainly was all of last year. Darren, great bloke, as are all of the teams, the Hills Motorsport team and the other teams in the paddock. I'm sure we'll be egging him on. But Aidan now 5th as they went across the line. Patrick Fletcher and Jack Brewer 1 and 2 at the moment with Jack Harding. Nice to see the two Jacks up at the sharp end again.
It is, particularly Jack Brewer, who, as you mentioned in the first half of the season, you spoke to him yesterday on interview, hasn't had the best time in terms of with the luck of that car with setup or pace or anything else that's been going right with that car, but he has been finding something this weekend which seems to have clicked, particularly in qualifying and also in the race initially. Just seeing further back in the shot, there was a change for the club class lead, as that's Amy Watts being passed around the outside by, of all people, their teammate, which is Real Battaglia. So there's a change between the two Patrick Watts racing cars, but it's now 13 ahead of 9 rather than vice versa. Amy did lead across the line to lead the class at the end of lap number 1. She got a really good start there as Twitch there from James Cousins. That's been a bit of a key point in terms of grip or lack of exiting Jim Clark Esson through Barcroft. We saw throughout the day yesterday a couple of offs. There's even the tracks there from an incident in the Civic Cup, which saw Steve Kite out of Alex Kite out of the race. And so he's now, so that the guy's just trying to struggle along and fill the grip levels. Does I speak to that? That's Amy Watts off the road. Does she hit the tyres? Yes, she does, I'm afraid.
I wonder if she used the same word she used on the interview yesterday when that happened.
We won't repeat it, but but she's now struggling along. She's wheel spinning in the mud trying to get away, but that's how treacherous it is. Even with with these guys on the tyres that they're on, it's so tricky to get it wrong. You get one small slip offline or hit the curb wrong, hit a wrong patch of water, and away you go. And that's Amy Watts coming to the weekend. She was 1 point behind Ollie Hall coming into the weekend, got a 3rd place yesterday, but that's her fault. She's taking a bit of a nosedive in race 2 early on.
It is. Ollie Hall, though, if there's any sort of... is he out of it? Ollie Hall showing us... lap down because the leaders are going through and the timing screen's updating itself. But Ollie is a little bit further down the order at the moment.
Oh, you're right.
Whether Amy Watts is going to be ahead. No, Ollie's ahead of Amy now.
Yeah, because Amy's just come back. She's on track again now. She's behind Alex Jones, so she's now going to try and recover as much as she can. This has currently put her... She's still in 5th in the class, so that's actually could be a change for 4th if that comes up. Now, speaking of the Jacks, they're now coming up towards Tower Bend, nose to tail for 2nd and 3rd, because Patrick Fletcher, who appears to like these wet conditions, is certainly motoring along in the lead. Meanwhile, Joe Wiggin and Aidan Hills are no strangers to each other, and Hills now trying to work his way past for 4th, a little wide on the exit for Joe. Double race winner from Alton Park earlier in the season. That was his first 2 SuperCup wins. Of course, a former Mark 1 MX-5 champion back in 2020, so he's no stranger to success in Mazda racing either. Neither is Jack Harding. He might have missed out on the title several times, but there's no stopping him in a SuperCup car. He dives up the inside at one of the fastest parts of the course in these wet conditions. That's daring stuff from Jack Harding, but it proves just how much experience he's got and also how quick he really is. Good to see him back, and of course, good to see him so well and running like he's never been away.
Yeah, saying on the podium yesterday that we could see him back. As ever, with all of these drivers, it's all about sponsorship. If you're watching the stream, if you're watching on the banks and you've got a company and want to get involved in racing, go and talk to any of these guys in the paddock, or girls, of course, and make a connection, get your business hooked up and enjoy your racing, even more getting involved as a backer.
Definitely so. And there are drivers who certainly are worthwhile, particularly when they can put on good performances and are great in front of the media. I think certainly Jack's proved that. Of course, he had some exploits in Civic Cup the past couple of seasons, but back in a SuperCup car, and it must feel like a glove just putting it back on and feeling like he's never been out of the championship and back in the mix once more. The gap he's now got to try and close to Patrick Fletcher is 2.9 seconds, not aided by the fact that Patrick just set the fastest lap of the race, 1:46.027, as they continue on to their 4th lap of the race. This is now Wiggin versus Hills. They're scrapping over 4th place. So the progress that Aiden was making seems to have hit its first stopgap, so to speak, for a moment, or its first proper hurdle in Joe Wiggin. No disrespect to the other drivers, of course. But Joe Wiggin not necessarily making it easy for Aiden to get past. He gets a decent run, though, down the back straight. And with better momentum, might well look to the outside line. Remember, in these wet conditions, the outside line is favourable. There's lots of more water on the inside of the track there. And as I mentioned, the better run on the outside line has given Aiden Hills the position he needs. Up to 4th place he goes. And now the next target is to try and get himself onto the podium again. But he's got some 4 and a bit seconds to make up to the 2 cars in front. Jack Brewer and then Jack Harding. And of course, if he can even try and chase after Patrick Fletcher, it's that phrase we used yesterday: the races that you don't win, the more points that you can bank and score as a result of that could only help. And Aiden Hills might not be able to win this second race, but any points he can bank and the higher he can get, the better chance he's got going into the rest of the second half of the season.
Yeah, and I think on aggregate points, is he points leader? I think Patch is the leader, or was coming into the meeting on drop scores, or is it the other way around? I can't remember. It's 5 o'clock in the morning when I was looking at the notes. Scott's there, though.
The points actually do have both total and drop score totals on them, but at the moment they're sorted by the overall scores, because drop scores don't really come into effect or are too relevant until we get right to the end of the season, the last round or two. It's exactly where people are, so that's going to be the key thing to watch out for. But yes, Aiden Hill's still in there and in the mix. There's one of his teammates, Alex Stock, going up the inside, a bit of a patch up from where he tagged the back of Joe Wiggins' car before, and he's lost out initially there to Will Batali, but I think there's been a bit of a misgear there, because Alex Stock comes right back at him down the straight. Ooh, there's no need for that, just knocking into each other there. They always touch wheels as they come down towards Clairvaux.
Now, for Will Batali, do you think about, I was going to say, what are you thinking about here? And he's certainly not thinking about Alex Stock going off the track and into the gravel. Can he keep it going? I was going to ask, does Wilbur think about battling for that position? Because unlike the Fiestas, the club class is a separate point scoring entity, isn't it, in here?
Yes,
for the class. And Wilbur was absolutely gutted yesterday about not getting that win in club class yesterday on the podium.
Well, he's got another chance here, of course. He's leading at the moment, but certainly he'll be thinking about the championship. And he's been on the comeback trail pretty much ever since he got involved in that incident, that rather nasty incident with putting himself and Will Blackwell Chambers. And he's been having to try and come back through the points because, of course, it's probably fortunate for him that he had that sort of DNF and those non-scores in that opening round. It means that he's chasing for the rest of the year, but it means then he knows that he can at least, the only way for him is up in terms of scoring points. And he's getting up there. He's certainly making some impact. So Will Batali also trying to take another victory for Patrick Watts Racing, because of course he shares the same team with Amy Watts, of course, with the daughter of former BTCC racer and even former MX-5 champion in the past, Patrick Watts, back in the days when it was all just the Mark 1s and it was a factory-supported championship back in, 1990, I think he managed that. So, and of course, then Patrick went on for the next couple of years to race in BTCC solo at the wheel of as the sole car in the Mazda team they have, first with the 323 and then with the Zeta 6. So lots of family experience and family connections with Mazda Racing. So it's nice to see that Amy's continuing on that kind of part of that, almost not tradition, but that's almost like connection with that career with the Watts family in Mazda Racing, which she's racing here. This is her second season of the championship, and she's actually made some really good progress this season. And
Amy's doing really well.
And of course, took the hat-trick of victories at Stettison. Now, qualifying pace, you might admit, needs a little bit of work to be a little bit faster, but her race pace, when she gets herself in there, is good, consistent. When the car's working, she's working well. She's as fast as anyone in club cars, if not faster.
Faster than everyone at the moment. Patrick Fletcher, who we spent a little bit of time looking at on screen, if you're joining us on the live stream rather than here at the circuit. Comms doubling up for both this weekend. As we get a challenge on here, making a move was Alex Jones, looking to climb further up in the club class as well. I was going to apologise to Alex for not catching up with him in the bar last night, but it was a late one in the end. But he won't hear that unless he watches this back. I'm sure he will. Most drivers do watch these back.
Maybe he's got a radio or the TSL's been logged in so he can hear us as he's talking. Either that, he's got a live stream feed in his ears. Either way, nonetheless, Aiden Hill's now up in the 4th place and trying to chase after Jack Brewer. The gap is 4 seconds out in front. I'm not sure he'll catch him because it's quite a run if that's the case. So they're battling here for the bottom of the top 5. This is Wiggin. Now Cousins ahead of Griffiths. So James Cousins, who I mentioned yesterday, really wasn't getting on with this car. I think this is the old Richard Amos car, which he ran last year, which is orange, black and white. He was in, prior to that, the old car that Colin Bysouth had, which was the kind of silvery, kind of zebra, silver and black zebra livery car with the pink details on it. And James was pretty quick in that car, and he was up there battling the last couple of seasons. He's been in the top 3 in the championship in pro class and up towards the front and winning races. Hasn't quite got on with this car for some reason for the first half of the season, but he seemed to find something for this weekend, whether it's the wet conditions or they've found a trick in the setup or something's working better or James is feeling better at himself. But James here now up in the top 10, much better pace than he was, because looking at the first few results, he was languishing at the bottom of the top 10 or in mid-pack, which, considering that James is a multiple race winner and championship contender, is not where I expected him to be.
No, we enjoy seeing him up at the sharp end. It's great to see him back. Yeah, it might be the wet, it might be confidence. Either way, he'll take extra confidence from this weekend to know that he's back on the pace. And as you can see here, chasing down, or trying to chase Joe Wiggin in 5th place. At the moment, James Cossins in 6th, Tom Griffith 7th, Jack Sycamore in 8th, from Wilbur Tiley, the top of our clubman runners, in 9th place, then Alex Stott.
Just noticed that gap between Jack Brewer and Aidan Hills, I saw it was 4 seconds. It's come right down to about, a second and a bit as Jack Sycamore runs wide on the exit. But that gap was quite a substantial one. In fact, Brewer did a 1:50 last time. So something's happened to Jack Brewer on that last lap. And Hills did a 46.9. So he's closed that gap in substantially. And I thought for a second that he wasn't going to be able to go on and get that victory. I have to probably eat my words now.
He likes the podium, doesn't he, Aidan?
He does. Now, this might take away a podium from Jack Brewer if he can't hold on. But then the pace, in terms of his ultimate fastest laps, in terms of ultimate fastest lap of the race, Hills has only set his best time, and he's only 2/10 quicker than Jack Brewer's best time of a 46.6. So pace-wise, they're very even. Hills is probably going to have to dig out his junior rallycross skills again with the adverse conditions to try and pick his way past if he can. And he knows, of course, that he just desperately wants another podium, of course, to try and keep himself in the mix for the title. But then Jack Brewer wants a podium in SuperCup, because I don't believe he's ever scored one before. So that could be a first time for him if he can manage that. And as I said, that would be a great antidote for all the kind of down feeling that he's had with the car and not being satisfied with it. Off the road has gone Kamal Kelsey, and he's one of our leading club class runners. He was in the 2nd place in club class. So he's dropped down the order. Somebody's also dropped down the order, I mentioned, is Amy Watts. She's still down the order in 19th place and is always struggling around. Her lap times are in the 1:50, so not quite the pace she would like. This is Wilbur Tiley, meanwhile, who's battling for on-track position with Jack Sycamore and Alex Stott. He still leads the club class.
Stott's come back well, hasn't he, after that trip through the gravel?
He has, you're absolutely right. He's tracked through the gravel, and I think if Wilbur Tiley was thinking anything before, he's thinking, where's Alex going? Why is he going off stage left? But he's coming back, and Jack Sycamore had a couple of grassy moments a couple of laps ago, and he's still wiggling around, getting sideways in these very low grip conditions. But just trying to just hold on to the pace as best he can.
Club-wise, I've been having a look at club, and we've got Jim Barrett now up into 2nd position, which could be Jim's best club performance, certainly this season.
I think he has had a podium in club class. I think back at Snetterton.
He had a 3rd, yeah.
Yeah, so he's definitely up there. And Jim Barrett, if you're familiar with him in Brscc circles, in from Compact Cup. So he's come through from Compact Cup. Short wheel rear-wheel drive car. Now to another short wheel rear-wheel drive car. I think he might have thought it was be a little bit easier than it's actually found, because of course MX-5 SuperCup is incredibly competitive, and so I think he might have an expectation. Forgive me if I'm wrong, thinking I'll come and I'll do quite well.
That's the whole point of the clubman, though, isn't it? To give you a chance, because it is a seriously competitive championship, particularly at the sharp end. So if you're looking to come in, don't worry, we've got the club and cast that can cater for you.
Yeah, definitely. That's the whole point of it. As you say, it means that these drivers, who might not be the absolute fastest drivers out there, but they get a chance to race amongst themselves. They haven't got as much pressure to be right up at the front, and they can have their own little contest between each other, which is always nice to see. And it just gives them a feel. And then some drivers can and do progress from, if they're quick enough, from club class into pro. And of course it means they can get themselves up there. I remember Xavier Brook was quite quick. He took the club class title a couple of years ago, then chose to move up to pro because he was quick enough and didn't have exactly the same sort of pace, but he was up there and trying to make the most of it. Trying to make the most of getting the position is Jack Sycamore, who is just all arms and elbows trying to keep gripping this number 91 car. With a spit of flame on the downshift from Alex Stott, as Stott takes the wider approach on the exit. They're both teammates, these two, in the Hills Motorsport camp. Just don't run into each other, otherwise Aidan and Darren might not be too happy. 17 seconds left on the clock, so we're on to the last lap of the race here in race 2 at Croft. And Patrick Fletcher is on course for victory by the looks of it. Back there he is, right on cue. And Jack Harding keeping good pace. And again, this is proving that Jack Harding, again, we've said it a few times, racing as if he's never been away in the championship. He definitely knows how to handle one of these Super Cup cars. I remember last time he was racing in the, certainly he might still be, when he was racing before in the MX-5 Super Cup, his main rival was Luke Herbert battling all the way. And all of a sudden he turned up at the beginning of the season, I think his last full season, and he had in fact actually joined Luke Herbert Races, so his old adversary on track now became his team boss, and so he started to learn some of the tricks of the trade from the 3-time former MX-5 Super Cup champion. He now runs cars rather than races them. Still occasionally dips in and races a Super Cup car in some of the Brscc some more long-distance kind of endurance races like Club Sport Trophy or Super Sport sometimes, but Jack Harding certainly making the most of his Super Cup comeback for the second time. And speaking of Patrick Fletcher, he is making the most of being in front and taking another race victory. He heads his way now round the hairpin for the final time. And after he missed out on the podium yesterday in 5th position, he gets back to the top step at MX-5 Super Cup. Patrick Fletcher boots it to the line, takes the checkered flag, and is victorious in the second Clapham North MX-5 Super Cup race of the weekend. That's Amy Watts off the road down at Tower Bend, so her miserable race comes to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. She carries on after she hit the tyres. And it's going to be for 3rd place in the end. He's been a struggle all season, but Jack Brewer does hold on for his first podium. Jack Brewer for the first time in the top 3 in the MX-5 Super Cup, and that will be some great elation. That will feel like a win for Jack Brewer. Fantastic performance in the end. It's Aidan Hills for 4th. Now, Joe Wiggins dropped back from where he was in 5th. He's behind James Cousins and Tom Griffiths, so he lost out in the last couple of laps, and he slips to 7th. James Cousins gets a top 5 meanwhile. He was 4th yesterday, so this is the James Cousins we are more familiar with. He's more towards the top 5 and getting towards the podiums now. Much better for him in these results. And then we have Wilbur Tiley, who comes through in 8th position, and he does indeed win the club class. That's victory for Wilbur in club, followed by Jack Sycamore and Alex Stott. Jim Barrett is 2nd in class. Good performance. That's his best result of the season. The previous best was a 3rd at Snetterton in class. That's really much better for him. And it's Alistair Dendy, Alex Jones, Steve Kite and Ollie Hall. So there's no podium for Ollie Hall either. He, for some reason, was way off the pace. So the top 2 in club class having their own dramas and problems. And speaking of which, Amy Watts is coming out of the hairpin now. She'll finish 20th. And aside from Martha Tolley, I'm afraid, plumb last. But it's still more class. The points that she'll get in class, she will still be, if I work that out, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th in class. That's not going to be a great score. That'll be one of her drop scores, I'm afraid. I think that's the second race she would rather forget, and she might want to use 1 or 2 more expletives than she used yesterday. And again, if you heard that on the live stream yesterday and around the circuit, apologies for that. It is live recording in terms of the circuit and on the live stream as well. So as you head around the complex, if you're around the complex, give them a round of applause for another great racing once again for the Clapham North MX-5 Super Cup. Patrick Fletcher takes victory once again in race number 2 from Jack Harding in 2nd place, and a first Super Cup podium for Jack Brewer. That deserves a clap and a cheer. Brilliant job for Jack after a tough first start to the first half of the season. Aidan Hills comes back through again from 12th to finish 4th, but misses out on the podium for James Cousins, Tom Griffiths, Joe Wiggin, club class winner Wilbur Tiley in 8th, then Jack Sycamore and Alex Stott in the top 10. Jim Barrett with one of his best Super Cup results in 11th and 2nd in club class. Alistair Dendy comes 12th from Alex Jones and Steve Kite in 14th position. Then it's Ollie Hall, the leader coming into the weekend in club class, and race one club class winner yesterday, only back to 15th, so problems for him in that race. Kamal Kelsey had a spin up at the right-hander at Sunny Inn, then it was Chris Ginn, Clive Powers, Bruce Robinson, and a race to forget for Amy Watts. Off into the tyres at Sunny Out, off at Tower Bend into the gravel and back on again. Didn't have the race to remember really, and back down in 20th place. That'll be one of her drop scores, but certainly want to do much better in race 3 coming up later on. So, after what was another action-packed, entertaining MX-5 Super Cup race, let's head down to the pit lane and Richard join the to have a chat to our top 3s in Pro Club and our race winner, Patrick Fletcher.
Patrick Fletcher takes the win. Jack Harding congratulates him. I'd like to get as many as we can because there are so many stories through on the podium. So let's grab a quick word. Patrick Fletcher, of course, he's very much used to this. Patrick, many congratulations. I'm going to be rude, stick the microphone in because there's loads of drivers we want to have a chat to. Key point, terrific win from the front and also maintains your win at each round.
Oh, does it? I didn't know that. That's perfect, yeah. Have a winner each round is really good.
Have a handshake as well, by the way. Congratulations, well done.
Thank you very much. Yeah, yesterday was a little bit disappointing. We come P5 from pole, but to get that win today, you know, it felt really nice. So, yeah, thanks to the team and thanks to everyone who's watching at home.
And one more, we got the reverse, which in these conditions can be a real lottery.
Yes, very soon. Our next race is about 3:45, so it's not long to turn the cars around and then go back out again.
I'll leave you to that and say well done. Good wishes for race 3. Thank you, Patrick Fletcher. Congratulations. We'll go back to, oh, hello, my results have disappeared. So we revert to plan B, which is a piece of paper. And a piece of paper tells me Jack Harding in 2nd position. We had a quick chat yesterday, similar position here. Well done, P2, happy?
Yeah, I'll take that all day. Yeah, Pat put it on Paul in the wet yesterday, so he was the man to beat. I knew he were quick. But yeah, we, like I said, been out of this a long time. First time I drove the wet tyre yesterday, so we're still learning. So I think we got the fastest lap. I think we were quick. We just strong at the start, and then we just seemed to go off a little bit. So I think a bit of an adjustment of tyre pressures and setup, and I think we'll be there, to be honest.
To be honest, it's great to have you back, and adds richness to the front of the grid.
Yeah, no, it's great. Honestly, like I said, this is my home track. I've got all my sponsors here, so all the Vox guys have come down. I've got some great guys who contributed towards my racing this year: Gazebo, Foods, APH Science, Vehicle Wraps Yorkshire. Honestly, I wouldn't be here without any of them, so I'm hoping to be back out at Donington and for a bit more.
We hope so too. Good to see you. Well done, Jack. And Jack Brewer, who gets a first SuperCup podium. I'm keeping my eyes open for cars. Jack Brewer, how good is that then?
Yeah. Really good. I hope my dad's watching at home, but I don't think he will be live because it sends me a bit nervous, and my mum, to be fair, after what we all went through last year. So to finally be back getting a trophy is quite nice.
Got the beauty of playback now. It might give them the confidence to watch live.
Well, hopefully so. Yeah, obviously last year wasn't great for us, and it's taken a lot of work to get here. Just over the moon. The team's done fantastic. Tcruk Motorsport are brilliant. They've stuck by me and put up with me being difficult trying to get back, and turns out wet weather's pretty good for us, so happy days.
We look forward to seeing you on the front again. You know, as I said to Jack Harding, it's great to have new names on the podium. It enriches the championship. It shows how very, very competitive it is.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to be first, Jack, but well done to Jack. He drove really well. The speed they had through the high speed stuff at the back, I didn't have the grip to cope with that, but yeah, I'm just so happy that it feels like a win for us, to be honest, and now we've just got to do it in the dry as well.
Race 3 first.
Well,
that's not going to be dry.
It might be dry.
We hope so, Jack. Have a good one. Thanks for chatting to us. Congratulations on the podium. Wilbur Tiley takes the win in the clubman class. He was disappointed yesterday, rightly so. I love seeing a driver wear the heart on the sleeve. Wilbur, you were gutted yesterday. Not today. Well done. Fine win.
Yeah, thank you. No, it felt really good. I actually did go off again. I thought, oh no, here we go again. Yeah, it was actually really fun. I actually love the wet. I've always loved the wet, even as a kid, go-karting and stuff. I don't know. Yeah, it was great today.
Excellent. Congratulations on the win. Sorry to cut it short. I want to have a quick word with the other two as well, but great to see the smile on your face. Well done on the win. Let's have a word with Jim Barrett and also Alex Jones here. We've got cars coming out onto the grid, but super to see you, Jim. Many congratulations. Second podium of the year, but a step higher.
Technically not actually second podium this year, to be honest with you. So it's actually my first podium. Oh, no, you're right. I'll tell a lie.
Oh, thank you.
No. Sorry, I'm kind of in the moment, as it were. So, no, second podium, really chuffed. Really, you know, obviously very tricky conditions for everybody, but somehow managed to weave our way through it. So, very, very happy with that.
Super drive, well done. Hopefully the first of many interviews I get to do with you. I didn't get to chat to you in the bar last night, but we get to do it on the podium, which is even better. Alex, well done.
I'm mega chuffed with that. Just lap one, I completely went and spun at Jim Clark's. Took too much curb, dead last. Mega chuffed with that.
Superb, Alex. Anyone you want to thank?
Yeah, I really want to thank my folks, and I also want to thank Race Against Dementia, because without them, it's amazing, and especially Paul Sherd as well. Yeah.
Nice one. Great cause to mention. Paul's a good guy as well. Alex, congratulations. Well done. We'll see you again soon. That was Alex Jones, who takes third place in clubman class. I think neatly timed. I'm very glad that we managed to get through all 6 of our podium finishers for the Clapham North MOT Mazda SuperCup. A quick hello to George Grant if he's watching. He was racing with our Brscc meeting over at Alton Park yesterday, defending his lead, I think, in the Club Sport Championship, if memory serves correctly. Hopefully we'll see George back in the Mazdas very, very soon. Meanwhile, Brscc theme, of course, continues with the Fiesta Junior Championship coming on track right now.
It does indeed. Thank you, Richard. Cars are making their way around onto the grid, so we'll quickly rattle through how they start for race number 2 for the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship. The results of race 1 give us the grid for race 2. In fact, I think it's one of the qualifying results. Anyway, go to the grid. So it is Jason O'Neill going, who starts on pole position. Race 1 winner yesterday from Jacob Hodgkiss alongside him on the front row. Row 2 is Tommy Harfield and Thomas Merritt. Then Finn Leslie and Henry Foote having a great qualifying yesterday. Put it 4th on the grid for race 1, starting 6th for race 2. Alfie Garford and Ben Doherty make up row 4 from Jack Burgess and Callie Clifford with a great direct top 10 starting spot for her in the Mark 6. Then it's Archie Davies, who was on pole yesterday but stalled on the line and came through in 11th place at the end. Maggie Webster in 12th place in the Mark 6 back in 12th. Jensen Mason from the back of the grid to 13th yesterday, who was trying to work his way through from row 7 alongside Buddy Blockley. Bobby Holmes in his second weekend of a championship alongside Harry Lindley. Then it's Hayden Gray and Josh Watts back in 18th place. Back to 19th for Jack Sand and George Fox. So they were off at the road at Clairvaux yesterday and that caused the red flag. Daniela Sutton was out of the race early after she got tangled in a three-way battle at the first corner and came off worse than the gravel. She'll be back from 25th. First on the grid, our Fiesta Junior Scholarship winner. And right at the back of the grid, Aaron Beattie, who didn't have great fortune yesterday, and he will also be starting back off from row 11. So yesterday's race was red flagged, sadly, due to an incident that we had down at Clairvaux between two cars, but thankfully they've all been cleared together and put back together again, and we're all set for more great Fiesta Junior racing action. And essentially, some of our main contenders at the front. Jensen Hill going for his second win of the weekend, but of course, like Jacob Hodgkiss, who is on that recovery trail after his poor weekend at Snetterton, where he scored 0 points. He's certainly looking for more strong results here today. So some of the tin top stars of the future ready to go. I can see George Foxlow's come down the pit lane, so he'll start from the pits. As we wait for the green flag at the back of the grid, we are all set for our second Fiesta Junior action of the weekend here at Croft in North Yorkshire. Jensen Hill going on the left in grey and pink. On pole position, it's the blue and white Mark 7 of Jacob Hodgkiss alongside him. Tommy Harfield in black and green just to the left there in third on the grid. And watch for Thomas Merritt in the mix. Also cast to look out for are going to be Finn Leslie from 5th on the grid. He's the red car in the centre of shot. And also Jensen Mason, who's starting back in 13th after he was at the back of the grid yesterday. He has a race victory under his belt from Snetterton. He will not stay in 13th place. And also watch for Alfie Garvin. He's in the best place of the two black and turquoise Weira Tools Alliance Academy racing cars, just to the right of Finn Leslie on the 4th row of the grid. Other cars to watch out for who'll be further back than they possibly should be. We'll watch out for Henry Foote. He's the red car just behind the two-tone blue car Thomas Merritt. But we'll talk about more stories about as the race goes on, as we get set then for race 2 of the weekend for the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship. Jensen O'Neill going on pole. Jacob Hodgkiss on the front row. The red lights are on. Who wins the sprint to Clairvaux? Let's find out. It's a clean start from the front few rows as they get away towards the first corner on the start of race 2. Clean start so far, down towards turn 1. Let's see who can win the sprint. I think it's Jensen O'Neill going, gets the better start. Jacob Hodgkiss already on his tail down towards the first corner, side by side for third. Tommy Harfield diving up the inside, but sideways a little over the curb and holds on to the position ahead of Thomas Merritt. And considering the conditions, this is nice, clean and tidy stuff from the juniors so far from what we can see. Nice and good running for everyone, it looks like so far. George Foxlow has also started from the pit lane, so he's right at the back of the grid. Out of Hawthorns, through the S's for the first time. Couple of the cars skipping the chicane. It looks like they've all got away unscathed as they head down towards Tower Bend, which is another pinch point in the field. Richard John Neal, everyone appears to have got through cleanly, everyone through safely. What we like to see, Jensen Hill going once again at the front of the field and everyone else trying to chase after him.
Yeah, good start from the juniors. They've, I've got to say, the racing this year has been superb. We're going to get spills. You're going to get the odd tap, but we're going to get one here. We've got, I think that's Callie Clifford side by side there with Maggie Webster in the currently second and third place in the old Mark 6s, which we won't see anymore for next year as far as the Junior Championship is concerned. It will be all Mark 7. But of course, flying the flag for the Mark 6s out front is Jensen O'Neill going, who, again...
That was Jack Burgess, massive moment exiting Barcroft. He was very sideways on the approach, and he survived. Yes, he has. So incredibly, some amazing car control for a junior. That shows Jensen Bricky when he had exactly the same problem. He got sideways, did a complete 360, kept it on the straight and narrow, and somehow carried on. So Jack Burgess, he would have had a massive fright there, but he's managed to gather it back up, and he loses a couple more places, first to Jensen Mason and possibly to Maggie Webster, but that would have given an almighty heart attack with that move.
Yeah, for sure, and for mums and dads watching as well. Somebody backing out of a little move there. There is Josh Watts in the Boston Bowl car, great livery, and Josh, incidentally, is being coached by none other than Joseph Loke, who's here this weekend. I did ask Joseph if he wanted to come up to the comms box and have his baptism with yourself on co-coms, but he's working for the team, so he did think about it, but he said it wouldn't really be fair to the team to sort of come away from that, which is fine. I'm sure they maybe wouldn't have minded, but it's something that we want to do with Joseph in the future. So
yeah, definitely 2020 champion, won every single race in the season. It was a shortened season, but still won every single race. And of course now has graduated to the likes of Winter British F4, GB3, and of course now is racing in FIA F3, courtesy of winning the Autosport Aston Martin BRDC Young Driver Award.
I was so heartened to see him win that.
We all were.
It was
fantastic effort.
The best awards they've ever made.
It certainly was. Tommy Harfield looking for more awards. He's looking up the inside for second place. Doesn't get the move as Jacob back through on the switchback. Also, that was a bit tight there between Thomas Merritt and Finn Leslie. And Merritt's onto the grass, but keeps his foot in on the straight and narrow. Good work from Thomas to keep his foot in. He'll drop back to 6th behind Finn Leslie. As Hodgkiss again, he's finding himself more defending from Harfield than he is trying to go after O'Neill, who's 1.1 seconds up the road. So Jensen O'Neill going has the lead so far. This little gaggle here is fighting over now 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. So this is now Merritt, who's just recovered after a little grassy moment exiting Tower. Ben Doherty, who's had some up and down fortunes this year. He's a second-year racer in the Mark 7, so watch out for him as he picks up his way through the top 10. Archie Davis, who started on pole yesterday, had that moment where he stalled and couldn't get away properly and eventually finished outside the top 10. And then Henry Foote, who's having a nice gentle race there. He's the best in the 138 car just behind. Oh, that's Daniela Sutton. She had problems yesterday. She was caught up in a little scramble at the first corner yesterday and also finding her feet still in her first season. Our scholarship winner from the beginning of the season. Of course, the 2025 scholarship is taking place at the end of October this year to find our next Fiesta Junior Scholar. So if you want to follow in the wheel tracks of Daniela, you can find out more on the Brscc website. But Daniela's sort of learning as she goes with every single race that goes on.
Even if you don't want to follow the winners and just have an experience over 1, possibly 2 days, it's well worth getting involved. There's a lot track time. There's the fitness programs that are sorted out as well. We do a little bit of media work with you as well, and of course you get to meet the drivers. Last year's driving panel was a who's who of British touring car racing.
It was. We had the likes of Paul O'Neill, who's here this weekend. We have the likes of Matt Neal on top of that as well. We had Josh Cook, Aidan Moffat, who of course has Fiesta Junior heritage from when he started race back in 2012.
I do have to say, Aidan Moffat doesn't come with subtitles, so
he's lucky he didn't hear you say that.
He doesn't mind.
But and also had Danny Buxton as well, of course, in there too, and also had Jack Mitchell on a race with. So that is really good to see a couple of Fiesta Junior alumni giving something back for the championship after they've raced. Not quite giving the place back. There was Ben Doherty to Archie Davies, and that was very close, about a very tap of the tail. And that could have gone wrong quite easily, but both of them have kept facing the right way. Henry Foote looking competitive as well in 8th position. There he is in 138. And you spoke to him, of course, yesterday before qualifying, and he's still looking for a bit of finance for the end of the season. But again, proving that he's a consistent and competitive top 10 runner now. Good pace, good qualifying yesterday to get 4th fastest time in the first session. So he's developing nicely this season.
Yeah, Henry Foote, when you look at a lot of the drivers, he's the complete youngster. He's got a little company called Glue on board with him, or a big company called Glue, who are helping him out and have got him a little bit further in the championship. And the reason we talk about him is that he feeds us with the information. A lot of drivers, need to maybe follow Henry's lead in terms of telling us what's going on, what they can and can't do. Fastest lap, Alfie Garford. Plenty of other drivers that, of course, you can get involved with. Incidentally, Daniela Sutton's got a coffee company with her today as guests. They've actually developed a Daniela Sutton brew, which we've got here.
Oh, wow.
And it's the Burtonwood Coffee Company, so big thanks to the guys from Burtonwood. It was lovely to meet them earlier on.
Yeah, it says
Championship Roast Coffee. Anyway, there you go. Talk to the commentators, you get coverage.
Yes, there you go. Back to the racing, meanwhile, and it's still Jensen O'Neill going, but the gap, I think, has come down from what was 1.3 seconds, and you're right, Alfie Garford has set the fastest lap of the race. Now, I think that Jacob Hodges now is coming back at Jensen in these wet conditions. The Mark 7, quite a stable little race car. It's slightly bigger, of course, than the Mark 6, but I think Jacob's going after Jensen here.
Yeah, it's kind of been, from the word go, the sort of story of the season, isn't it, between these two, and the points and results might not necessarily show that, but I can tell you that there is a good rivalry between these two, and Jacob Hodgkiss would like nothing better than to close down on Jensen and put a pass on him. It is for us, of course, the swan song of the Mark 6, and interesting. So they are very finely balanced, these cars. Of course, we've got the other two Mark 6 is a little bit further down, but generally the balance is working out pretty well between the two models of car. But Jensen O'Neill going, who I was about to say earlier on and said a few times yesterday, professed not to like Croft, but he did in his words, a magic happened on the first lap. But now the pressure is on. Jacob Hodgkiss closing up. Hodgkiss has got Harfield and Garford behind him as well, and can't go too attacking because there's a move down on the inside of the second place man, Jacob Hodgkiss. I know him well. He'll be furious about that.
Yeah, that was maybe slightly ambitious, Alfie Garford looking up the inside. He almost went up the inside of Tommy Harfield, couldn't get it stopped. And is that even damage to the car, possibly to the front end of the suspension? Either way, that's a real shame to see. You never want to see that, of course.
No, that's a shame. Big shame.
It is, unfortunately. But the race continues on. Alfie Garfield with some telltale signs on the front of his car, unfortunately. That's put Tommy Harfield up to second now. Alfie Garfield is into third. He's now down to third with the front splitter damage on there, and that's now put Finn Leslie onto his tail. He might be looking at a podium place. We've had a couple of victories already this season, including that really fantastic nose-to-tail, side-by-side photo finish that we had at Snetterton in race 2 a couple of weeks ago. So he will be hoping to get himself back onto the podium finish if he can. Now into the right-hander, and there goes Finn Leslie, making the move, shaping up to get past Alfie Garford. Nice simple move up the inside and into third position at Garford's expense. Garford will try and get him back if he can. That was a little thank you saying thanks very much for that move. He was put the hazard light. That's what you do when you let someone through them on the M25, not when you make a pass for third place and say thank you very much. Very courteous there from him. In fact, actually, it was probably a signal because, safety car is out. And the reason is because I'm afraid, unfortunately, Jacob Hodgkins's car has not been able to go any further from the exit of the hairpin.
Jacob did try to move the car. He wanted to get it out of harm's way.
He did.
That was all full of good intent from Jacob Hodgkins to try and move the car from the exit of from the actual centre of the hairpin, wasn't it, originally where it happened? And it just won't move any further. So fair play to him. I'm gutted for him because I wanted to see him and Jensen going head-to-head for the championship on the run-in. One question is now whether that is going to happen, because it's another result he really could have done without, and you have to say probably not his fault.
Yeah, obviously
there was a gap, but
yeah.
But equally, a gap doesn't mean that you get contact and turn around.
Yeah, obviously we're not clerks of the course, so we
not,
can't make a definitive call on it. But
and again, it's not malicious, as the drivers will say to me when I talk to them in Parc Ferme. Or
no.
But when it's not malicious and it still causes retirement, it will get looked at and form an orderly clear at the clerk's office.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but Jacob now unfortunately realises that's another result. He said he really didn't need. Remember, we talked about the fact he had that nightmare weekend at Snetterton where he didn't get off the grid for race 1, had an issue which forced him to be pushed off the grid, and that was a non-star. Then was disqualified from race 2, so he had 0 points from Snetterton. And a grid in the championship this competitive, you really cannot afford that. And he got the great results at Alton Park, the victory that he needed, and the podium finish on the podium again yesterday as well. But we talked about it since the end of Snetterton. He really couldn't afford any more bad results, and that really will be a real unfortunate result for him that he just could have done without.
It's potentially a key moment for Jacob Hodgkins, because what do you do? Do you carry on with the campaign and maybe get P2, or the situation that he's in? He's actually, old enough, definitely mature enough and good enough to perhaps look at moving on if he didn't want to carry on. We don't want to lose him from the junior championship for sure, but with this maybe preempt to move into senior Fiestas, where I'm sure he would make quite an impact, in terms of results. But it is difficult for him. What do you do? After you've had a couple of really bad weekends, not much chance. I know he will reflect on what's gone, take a big deep breath before he talks to anyone in the paddock, because he's a very good, mature young man. But I'm disappointed for him. It's such a shame that we didn't get to see the battle between him and Jensen.
Yeah, I think given he's quite determined and quite committed to the championship, I'd like to think he will stick on for the rest of the season. I think he's invested himself and he's in it for the long haul this year. But it's the great thing about this year's championship in particular is that you look in the paddock and you look at everyone who's around in drivers' briefings or before the race or after the race, particularly this year, and it has been the last few years as the championship's built back up from where it was a few years ago. But there's so much great atmosphere and camaraderie and friendship and togetherness in this championship, and so considering where it has been and the way it's come through from the last 4 or 5 years since about the end of 2019, the way it's built up, the work that Brscc and everyone else has been involved in that as part of the journey has put in to bring Fiesta Juniors to the rate that it is, and the crop of drivers that we have this year in particular are superb in terms of their attitude, in terms of their competitiveness, how well they work together, how well they interact with each other, the friendships that they form. And it's a credit to the championship and a credit to they are a credit to the championship in terms of how well they perform and how well they go. So when you get incidents like that, no one ever wants to see it. And as you said, nothing's ever malicious, nothing's ever of a purposeful thing, because simply everyone will talk it out, they'll converse it, and they'll look at it and go better for next time.
It was more than a tap, wasn't it?
It was, but unfortunately, they'll get that car sorted, and all being well, it'll be out for race 3 later on this afternoon, which is scheduled at around about 20 past 4. So they've got roughly, what's the time now? And it is 10 to 2. So they've got about maximum about an hour and a half or so to get that car sorted. And I'm sure
it's a lot of work.
David Elsie's track squad will get that car sorted. Car that's sorting itself out back to the pit lane is the safety car, because we're going to get a shootout for about roughly 2 laps, I think, here for this second race of the weekend for the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship. Now Jensen Daniel going has to go and do the restart all again this time. He's got Tommy Harfield and co stacked right behind him. Now, Finn Leslie could be a dark horse here because, of course, he took the fight to Jensen at Snetterton and managed to beat him on track. So if Finn can get himself around Tommy Harfield and start challenging Jensen, he might put him under enough pressure to go for the lead here. A couple of drivers are having quite a good race so far. I've noticed Archie Davis still holding in 6th position. Also, I've noticed Kenny Clifford up to 9th in the Mark 6. He was the Jammerthorpe Scholarship winner this year. And Henry Foote's dropped a couple of places too, which is unfortunate. And Jensen Mason, from what was 13th up to 8th. So remember, he started the weekend at the back of the grid. So he's up in a top 10 spot.
Good stuff, Jensen Mason. Good stuff. Jensen O'Neill going. He backed them up. He controlled that. His mindset was firmly in command of that restart. And look at him going down into Clervaux ahead.
So then we've got 2 laps, I think, because the best lap times have been 1:45, 1:46 is up front. So I think we're going to get 2 times left around the Croft circuit here. So Jensen O'Neill going, trying to rebuild his lead once again from the safety car restart. It's Tommy Harfield in 2nd place, Finn Leslie in 3rd, Alfie Garford 4th, and Tom Merritt rounding out the top 5. And Archie Davis 6th, Ben Doherty 7th, Jensen Mason 8th, Callie Clifford in 9th place with a great run so far for her in the top 10, and Henry Foote in 10th position, followed by Burgess Webster blocking. Here comes Tommy Harfield, diving up the inside in towards the right-hander at Tower Bend. He hasn't won a Fiesta Junior race yet, but a big move up the inside. That was really good pass in the wet conditions to get diving up the inside of Jensen. He leads, but now Jensen will come back at him here, and if he's not careful, these two might back each other up into Finn Leslie, who was trying to drop Alfie Garford. And now it could be 3 for the lead with a lap and a half to go.
Fascinating stuff. Great restart, I thought, by Jensen O'Neill going, but the move on. Here we go with Finn Leslie having a look on the inside. Jensen O'Neill going, leaving room. He's fair, he's not squeezing him at all. They're still side by side. Jensen's got to run into the next corner, but they rub, and Jensen O'Neill going is off. He's going to rejoin. He's got bodywork hanging off the back. The podium disappears.
That's Thomas Merritt going spinning on the exit of the Sunny Out. So it's getting a bit overexcited, I think, 1 or 2 drivers in the front of the field, but trying to keep it as clean as they can. Through the complex, they'll go for the second to last time. That was Josh Watts going up the inside the background there of Maggie Webster into the complex. They've got Billy Blockley and Jack Sant behind them too. So Tommy Harfield then could be in position to win his first Fiesta Junior race now with a lap to go. But he's got Finn Leslie, Alfie Garford and a recovering Jensen O'Neill going on his tail as they come down the pit straight back towards Clervaux. Is it going to be another first time winner in Fiesta Juniors for Tommy Harfield? Into turn 1 he goes, but Finn Leslie we know is quite formidable. He won on his first weekend as a guest rookie at Silverstone last year. Also had a great result where he stole the victory on the last corner at Donington Park as well. So he knows exactly how to get a last gasp victory if he needs it. Maggie Webster, meanwhile, is up into, where's she up to now? She's into 11th place, and she's a couple of places behind Callie Clifford in 8th. Down the back straight. And here comes Finn Leslie. He's closing in a little bit more, looking to the outside line to the braking zone. This is where Tommy Harfield made the move. Oh, and Finn Leslie thought about the switch back into Tower, couldn't make it stick. And now as they come out of the right-hander towards the Jim Clark S's, you're a brave driver. You can try and make a move into this sequence of corners. Garford there in 3rd place. There might be a last gasp of it being shaped up here as Finn Leslie is as close as he wants to be. He's practically pushing Harfield to the Jim Clark S's. Then nose to tail coming up towards Barcroft. Does Leslie dare dive up the inside? Or is he going to hurt this stick? He's bumping over the curb, and there comes Leslie. Harfield defends. Will he brake and get it stopped? Yes, on the apex. Nice defensive driving. Garford is in there too for 3rd place, right on Leslie's tail. Through Sunny Out, down the back straight for the last time. And it could well be first time victory if he can hold on through the complex one more time. Garford attacking Leslie for 2nd place. They turn in as a 3 together. And Archie Davis is also attacking Jensen O'Neill going for 4th as they come in through the left, through the right, up towards the hairpin. And I think possibly Tommy Harfield might be safe. One last gasp effort into the left-hander. Garford looks to the outside, might get the switch back up towards the checkered flag for the final time, and it is going to be for the first time in Fiesta Juniors a victory for Tommy Harfield. He wins the Mark 7 class and overall victory for Tommy Harfield in the 2nd Fiesta Junior race, 2nd for Finn Leslie, 3rd for Alfie Garford. Jensen O'Neill going picks up 4th, but still wins the Mark 6 category. Archie Davis a superb 5th. But it's Benjamin Doherty, Jensen Mason 7th for what was 13th on the grid. Callie Clifford 2nd in Mark 6 and 8th overall. Then Henry Foote 9th and Jack Burgess rounds out the top 10. Then it's Maggie Webster, Billy Blockley, Josh Watts, Jack Sant, Aaron Beattie, George Foxlow. George Foxlow 16th after he started from the pit lane. And Daniela Sutton after her spin up to 17th place also. So good progress from her too. And it's Hayden Gray, Bobby Holmes, Tom Merritt who had that spin late on after the restart, and Harry Lindley. Well, Fiesta Juniors once again providing plenty of action and entertainment. If you watch around the circuit, give them a round of applause and a wave because they are the young stars of the future. You might see them on a touring car GT grid in the next few years. Tommy Harfield, a brand new winner in Fiesta Juniors. He takes his first FJC victory from Finn Leslie in second place and Alfie Garford in third. Jensen O'Neill going might feel a bit aggrieved at fourth place, but we'll wait and see if there are any afters for that. Archie Davies picks up a top 5 finish. Ben Doherty 6th, Jensen Mason 7th after starting 13th. So good progress from him through the order. And it's Callie Clifford, Henry Foote and Jack Burgess in the top 10. Maggie Webster does well to score 11th place ahead of Billy Blockley and Josh Watts from Jack Sands in 14th place. Then 15th place backwards is Aaron Beattie, George Foxlow, Daniela Sutton after her spin. Is then Hayden Gray, Bobby Holmes, Thomas Merritt who had a spin just after the restart, exiting sunny out. Then Harry Lindley, and the only one car we didn't see finish, sadly, was Jacob Hodgkiss after the tap in the tail he received from Alfie Garford. So Fiesta Juniors back out later on this afternoon at around about 20 past 4. So we'll see if race 3 can be just as energetic as our first race of today, the second of the weekend for the juniors. And again, some of our tin top and GT stars of the future proving their skills and showing what they can do. Give them a wave at the complex and a round of applause. They have had, again, put on some fantastic entertainment, have the juniors, and of course one more time we'll see them later on this afternoon. The next race coming up this afternoon is the Gas Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship, their second race, a victory yesterday for Adam Sparrow, for the first time in 2024, last year's vice champion. Waiting for that first victory, long awaited, and still managed to get it done ahead of Luke Pullen and I forget who was third place. I'll look at the grid in a second and the result. Either way, I'm trying to catch my breath after that very energetic Fiesta Junior race, and MX-5s, I'm certain, will be just as entertaining. And I'll be waiting for Richard John Neal, who, as they start to park up in pit lane, I'm certain will have quite a bit to say, I'm sure. And we can hear them now because down in pit lane is Richard John Neal with our top 3s in both classes here at Croft in race number 2.
So Tommy Harfield, a first win in the championship. He'd had a second, he'd had a third, so that completes the podium bingo for the race car consultants driver of the 21 car. Well done, Tommy. He's going to go across and have a congratulations with family and the team as well. There we go. Good celebration. Later get his crash helmet off and we'll grab a quick word. Congratulations from the other drivers as well, which is really, really good to see. Tommy, congratulations, many congratulations. That was not easy, was it? Jensen made a great restart after the safety car, and we thought he's got this measure, but then you had the measure back of him. How was it from your view?
Yeah, I just knew I had to send it, or I'd get caught behind. Yeah, that was incredible.
Did you think Jensen was going to win after that restart, or did you know you had it in? Because you went right after him.
No, I could tell he was a bit slower. Me and Jacob were catching him, so I knew I've got a big chance, and yeah. Thank
Now
you.
you've got that first win, does that make life easier and you think, right, big sigh of relief and let's move on to more career wins?
It's a sigh of relief for now, but yeah, I want more, so.
And if he's in you, who do you want to thank?
Just my whole team, race car consultants, Ollie, my mechanic, WH Sports for sponsoring, and all my other sponsors, Sigma, Henry Pepper, and everyone, and Ryan for D.
Nice one. Enjoy the moment, many congratulations, and we'll see you for race 3.
Thank you, thank you.
Well done. First time winner there, Tommy Harfield. And there we go, the applause from the team. Great to see. Second position goes to Finn Leslie. Let's have a word with Finn. Had a quick word with you on the podium yesterday.
Yeah.
And tough race out there, really tough conditions, and this is such a competitive championship. Great points for you again, if not the win.
Yeah, I mean, I outscored my championship rival there, so I'm pretty happy with that. You know, the car felt good. We came from a long way back, and yeah, you know, we put in some good moves. The safety car sort of helped us a bit, brought it back together, but, you know, yeah, I'm happy with that.
Nice one. And much prep to do for race 3?
No, not really. I mean, the car felt good. I know where I can improve and what needs to be done, so yeah.
Good man. Thanks for chatting to us. Well done on P2. We'll see you for race 3. Alfie Garford takes third position. Let's grab a quick word with Alfie. Physical racing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was good. We were fast, cars fast. Thanks to Jensen had a bit of time at the workshop prepping cars, so he had put a hand on mine, so I'll thank him for making it fast. No, but it was good racing, so yeah, I'm happy to be back at the front.
That's good. Anything more in the tank for race 3? It's obviously we get into reverse grid territory, which puts a different complexions on thing. Can be different or difficult in the wet.
Yeah, but I think, like everyone says, the wets are a great even for drivers. So I think if we're quick, we'll still get to the front.
Look forward to seeing that. Well done. Good to see you on the podium. Thanks for having a quick chat with us. Alfie Garford there. Jensen O'Neill Going did come through for the Mark 6 win. So let's have a quick word. Look, his hair's nearly perfect as well as he gets out of the car after a race. Is it a sort of a sigh and think, yeah, we got to the end and I've got a class win? I know you want the overall points though.
No, I'm not really too bothered, but being hit going into a corner, going in, and then being hit again out, it's not really, not going to say acceptable, but it's racing. I've raced fitting karting, and we'll just carry on doing what we're doing. It's not the best race we wanted, but hopefully we can get another win in that third race.
A little visit to explain all sides of the stories to the clerk, no doubt.
Yeah, so see what happens.
But you got the car home, which is the important thing. Class win, I know you wanted an overall, but was just talking, obviously, to Tommy about that restart. I thought you nailed the restart, and then he came after you.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I've got something wrong with my ABS. I'm going into the tower, and it just straight away into the ABS, so we're going to have a look at that.
Nothing wrong with your restarts, though.
Thank you.
Well done, Jensen. Well done on the class win. I think we've probably... we've got cars on the grid for the next race, so apologies for overrunning a little bit. We'll say well done to Callie and Maggie Webster who complete the podium. We don't have time to talk to them because we've got the Mazdas on the grid for our next race of the day. Let's look forward to that one.
Thanks, Richard. Right on cue as we now get set for our second Gaz Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship race here on the grid. Congratulations to all our Fiesta Junior top threes in both classes. And Adam Sparrow is looking for his second win of the weekend. It's first of the season, thankfully for him. He finally got it after being winless in the first half. He has Luke Puller alongside him on the front row of the grid. And, of course, Ewan Thomas, who's been graduate switched from SuperCup to Mark 1s. He is on, took his first podium last time with Levi Aisbett alongside him on the second row of the grid. Neil Chisholm and Will Chadwick will come next ahead of Jack Noller, Tim Dorr, Harry Storr and Adam Craig. So it'll be quite a battle towards the front as the green flag prepares to be waved and the 5-second board is up. So the red lights are on and we are already underway for our second Mazda MX-5 Championship race of the weekend at Croft as they squeal away from the line. And it should be a good start for Luke Pullen from the outside of the front row as it is. He takes the lead from race one winner Adam Sparrow. Fast starting Ewan Thomas looking for third, but now he has Jack Noller, who's also shot up to fourth round the outside of his teammate Levi Aisbett, so not hanging around is Jack, the triple winner. And into the gravel goes 2-3 cars, unfortunately, one of which is Tim Dorr, the other one was Thomas Brown in car number 2, and somebody else also went in there as well. I'm trying to work out who it might have been. Might have been Chris Thelwell, possibly. We'll try and double check it on the grass. Adam Sparrow, he runs wide onto the wet grass, exiting the S's. Now he's under threat from Ewan Thomas to his outside, and Jack Noller right behind him. Luke Pullen tries to run away, but as he tries to get away here, safety car has been deployed. And yeah, everyone's trying to stack up here because they might see it a little bit late, and Will Chadwick's trying to go around the outside. Now they see it. One or two drivers, I think, just a little slow to react after the safety car. They might not have seen the forwards and flags until they exited Tower Bend, but hands go out of cockpits, and now they all slow up once again. So the start of the race quickly going to safety car, and Luke Pullen with a good start from the front row of the grid has taken the lead. We'll get the proper look through the order when they come past the timing line for the first time. And as I mentioned, two of those three cars I managed to identify. One was definitely Tim Dorr, who's the Australian in green and gold, and the other one was 7-11, which was Keith Dalton. So Keith Dalton, sadly, who is out of the race after being caught up in that. And it's one of those situations where simply had nowhere to go, I'm afraid, and just found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time at Clairvaux. So he's out of the race. Thomas Brown's car number 2, who has some experience in Fiesta Juniors, but he has switched into MX-5s in the last couple of rounds and looked fairly handy, but his race will go no further than the gravel trap at Clairvaux. And also Tim Dorr, who was battling for the Masters class victory. That's been currently led by Graham Rumsey, I think, with Chris Thelwell in second place. So Tim Dorr, the defending Masters champion, that will certainly hinder him, but he will certainly also use this as one of his drop scores, because you have a maximum of 3. You drop your 3 worst results, apart from any disqualifications, which you cannot use as drop scores. You have to use it as a score towards your total, and that means that Tim Dorr will have to utilise this as one of those 3 worst scores. So the order at the end of lap number 1, as we go back on the safety car here today behind the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar XS Sport Brake safety car, is Luke Pullen ahead of Adam Sparrow in second place. Ewan Thomas is third from Jack Noller in fourth, and William Chadwick, who made a very fast start, up into 5th position. Will Chadwick started originally in 6th and is up 1 spot already into P5. They're just trying to quickly snatch and recover Tim Dorr's car from the exit of turn 1. I didn't see exactly if he had a spin of his own or whether he got tapped around. Either way, the end result is he's facing the wrong way in the gravel, and it'll be a 0 score for him, and that will certainly be one of his, as I mentioned, 3 drop scores from the season. So in 6th position, Levi Aisbert, followed by Neil Chisnell, Harry Storer, Ollie Walden and Martin Tolley in 10th place in the number 23 machine. And the rest of the order is Adam Craig in 11th, Chris Thelwell 12th, Clive Chisnell 13th, followed by Graham Rumsey, Tim Storer, Jason Aisbert, Jonathan Fieldsen, Simon Privet and Richard Bartlett. And the 3 cars that we lost, as you mentioned, Tim Dorr, Thomas Brown and Keith Dalton. And not always what you want to see. It's just bad luck from the 3 cars, I'm afraid, Richard, John Neal. But those guys will want to try and regroup, dust the cars down, clean them up and get them back for race 3 later on. But not a great middle part of their weekend, unfortunately.
No, not so good. But hopefully another go a little bit later on. But for me, coming into this one, looking forward to the renewal of the battle between Adam and Luke at the front, and also to see whether you and Thomas can get involved as well. Really smart move from that youngster coming down from SuperCup. If we can say coming down or coming across, we should probably say from SuperCup back into the Mark 1s. And that move was proved, wasn't it, by that first podium for Ewan yesterday. But then we've got the likes of Jack Nollett in 4th place, William Chadwick next up, Levi Aisbert. Pick your winner from any one of those.
You could, certainly. Luke Pull, of course, a couple of victories already back at Alton Park. Adam Sparrow, of course, finally got that first victory of the season. He was vice-champion last year, and you saw him yesterday. He'd been waiting for it for the first half of the season. He was getting podiums after podium and thought, when's the first victory finally going to come? And it finally happened yesterday, which is going to be a massive relief for him. Ewan Thomas, that first podium yesterday, of course. Good to see him finding his feet in Mark 1s and seemed to be more at home compared to the Mark 3, which is good to see him. Jack Nolan made a lightning start there also. He started back in, where was Jack Nolan? 7th place, already up to 4th now, because he was the dominator at Anglesey with all 3 race victories. And Will Chadwick, who has been up there in the mix and battling for podium, he was battling for 3rd place with Ewan Thomas, but he sort of lost it and sort of fell back a bit and eventually lost that and got a top 5. So he'll try and pick his way through if he can from what's currently 5th position. He's in the mix now, particularly with this safety car, which is about to be ended and the restart about to get underway. And Luke Pullen, who becomes the safety car now that the actual safety car pulls in, means that he gets to pull the pin and get the restart underway, which he has. They turn their way out of the hairpin, onto the pit straight, back to racing speeds, green flag in the air, and now with 9.5 minutes to go, Luke Pullen will be searching for his 3rd win of the season after his double at Alton Park. It's a really good restart, in fact. He's managed to gap Adam Sparrow by a few tenths already. In fact, he's 1.1 seconds in front by the time they got across the line, so it's a really good restart and a really good move for 3rd place on here for Jack Noller. He looks round the outside into Clairvaux, back through Hawthorns again. And they've got to be careful because Will Chadwick will also be on his toes too. He wants to try and make a move to get into a possible podium place, to pick up the podium which he missed out on yesterday. As they come out through the S's and onto the back straight and the race speeds. And again, Adam Sparrow across the grass. That's the 2nd time he's done that, running wide exiting the S's. So that's going to kill his momentum. And also, look at the cars behind. They're in the fight of their own. He's about to become involved in that fight inadvertently whilst he watches Luke Pullen drive away.
Yeah, he is for sure. Jack Noller on the outside run for 3rd place. Ewan Thomas in the white car with the purple cage is going to be passed on the inside. So Will Chadwick getting stuck in as well and trying to come through. So it's all change up the front now as Jack Noller makes it through now into P2. Noller into P2. Adam Sparrow not looking as happy as he did yesterday. Win under his belt, pressure off, down in 3rd place. Not necessarily a bad thing. Still side by side for 4th. Ewan Thomas on the outside and William Chadwick. Chadwick gets through, gets a little bit of early revenge, if we could call it that, for losing out on the podium yesterday. It was great to see Ewan Thomas on the podium, but again, anything can happen. Neil Chisnell at the back of this group, Levi Aisbert in 6th place. This squabbling allowing Luke Pullen to get clear. He was already getting clear, as Scott said. Superb restart after the safety car, so that gave him a nice bit of breathing space down into Clairvaux on the restart. 7 minutes to go as Pullen continues to try and pull clear. That was Neil Chisnell and Levi Aisbert getting a bit of a hip and shoulder with each other there. That was a scrap over 6th position. So that's certainly getting a few fisticuffs into the mix, which you could do without. Jack Noller, though, of course, up to 2nd place, and now it's Adam Sparrow possibly dropping off the podium here. Luke Pullen, meanwhile, who was clear track, 1 minute 50.369. He's lapping at least a second quicker than anyone else because they're so busy fighting amongst each other. He's taking full effect and making a breakout in front. Yeah, not doing themselves any favours, are they? Well, they are if they make a pass and get up, but then, of course, the re-squabbling takes place and slows them up. Luke Pullen's got the pace anyway, for sure. Was it pole yesterday for Luke? I think it was. Let's have a quick look at my notes. Yeah, it was Luke Pullen pole, his first pole of the year. We've had 2 Tom Langford poles, and Adam Sparrow, a Jack Noller, and now a Luke Pullen one. That is how the championship is unfolding, and this is how the race is unfolding today. Pullen well clear, Noller in second position from Will Chadwick now, and then we can see Ewan Thomas in the white and purple number 9 having a go at Adam Sparrow.
And they've also got Levi Aisbert, who's in the second of the best of the Go For It racing cars. Levi on his toes as well this weekend. Good running from him in and around the top 5. Of course, he got 4th place yesterday. That's definitely his best result to date. The wide there for Sparrow over the white line there. Be careful if he does that too much. He might well start to cop a possible penalty for track limits if he goes too far. And Neil Chisnell trying to get past him. Also, we've got Harry Storer, who's got, I think, one of the best sponsors on the grid, if not the best. He's sponsored by Pucker Pies. So if you see his car's got Pucker on alongside, he's even got a pie decal on the rear boot lid, if you look at it carefully.
Why wasn't he on the interview list for yesterday?
I didn't pick him because he had that particular sponsor. It could be an interesting story. Maybe for next time. Maybe for next time, the next round they're on stream.
That's a go-to car now for me.
Yeah, but if you can see him as he's going through the complex, you'll see the Pucker Pie car, which I think is a really great choice. On that one. It's not the first time I've seen a Pucker Pie sponsored car. There was an MG, I think, on one of the old school Car Wars videos had a Pucker Pie sponsorship, but that's back in the 90s. The slippery surface flag is out at the hairpin. I'm not sure if that's a legacy of anything that might have happened in the previous race with Jacob Hodgkiss's Fiesta Junior car that was leaking something, but there's a slippery surface flag out at the hairpin before the pit straight. But the battle here going on for 4th position with Ewan Thomas just trying to get back past Adam Sparrow, and they're all stacking up behind Adam here. So we talked about corks in the battle. It looks as though at the moment Adam is that kind of cork right now because the battle of seconds going on ahead of him, which is Noller versus Chadwick for the podium places, whereas Sparrow's kind of watching a little bit and not really making as much progress as he'd like to. In the pit lane, meanwhile, has come Richard Bartlett, so he's had an issue from what would have been 15th place. And the leaders become back down towards it, and now the gap at the front is 3.4 seconds between Pullen and Jack Noller, and these two fighting amongst each other is only going to make it much easier for Luke Pullen to go on and possibly take his 3rd win of the season.
Yeah, Will Chadwick, I'm just having a look. First podium in the offing here, so he's in that box seat to do that, but also maybe to challenge Jack Noller for P2 as we go back and look at Adam Sparrow coming under pressure from you. And Thomas, he has a big sideways moment and collects it up. He's thinking about entering the Drifting Championship, entering P2 though through on the inside run. Goes Will Chadwick into P2. He's not going to be able to get him back. I think Chadwick was tight enough to the apex on the exit of Sunny Out to retain that position, and Noller in fact coming now under pressure from Adam Sparrow, who's coming back. So Sparrow having something of a renaissance here. Is he going to be able to get himself back up towards the podium? He's having a look. It's the outside of the long run round in towards the complex. If he can hold on, he'll grab the inside for this part. Noller has seen him, giving him room, but Noller knows that he's going to have the inside run into the hairpin, and so too is Ewan Thomas on the inside as well. So great stuff from Adam Sparrow, but ultimately getting hung out to dry, losing a couple of places.
So what could have been 3rd place now become 5th almost, because Jack Noller's down a position and off the podium. And no, he's still 3rd place now ahead of Chadwick. Pullen again sets another new fastest lap of the race in a class of his own right now. He's done a 1:49.665, absolutely flying out there. The gap is 5.2 seconds. Got 3 3/4 minutes to go, so Luke Pullen could be on course for win number 3 of the season. For 2nd place, though, it is 5 of them for the podium. Almost 6, in fact, because you've now got 7, in fact, because if you look at the group, we've got Chadwick, Noller, Thomas, Sparrow, Levi Aisbert, Neil Chisnell and Harry Storer in the Pucker Pie sponsored car in 8th position. And also hanging on to them is Ollie Walden in the 87 car in 9th place. So it's literally 2nd down to 9th, our nose to tail 4 position with 3.5 minutes to go. And as you mentioned, Will Chadwick could be on course for a first MX-5 Championship podium. It could be a second one for Ewan Thomas if he can make that move stick. Round the outside looks Adam Sparrow, but he can't get in there. In fact, he's boxed in now with Noller in front of him. And in fact, no, he's got Noller in front of him, but now behind him is, in fact, that is Ewan Thomas. Thomas gets a little wiggle on midway through the Jim Clark S's. This now puts him under pressure from another Glowfit racing car with Levi Aisbert, with Neil Chisnell just trying to pull away from Harry Storer, who's falling back a little into the clutches of Ollie Walden, and that will be over 8th and 9th places. So lots of nose-to-tail action going on here, but all of this is benefiting Luke Pullen, who, as I've mentioned before, the harder this lot fight each other, the easier it's been for him to make a break, and some. He's pulling away at a clear... In fact, he's practically leaving the complex, and the rest of the pack comes into it.
He's going to be grinning like a... Well, is there a Yorkshire equivalent of a Cheshire Cat? If we're at Alton, it would be a Cheshire Cat, but...
Let's just say Yorkshire Cat and go with it. If it's wrong, we'll go. I'm not quite sure. Look at Ewan Thomas, though, round the outside of Alan Sparrow, and in fact, Jack Noller, and up to third place he goes. Again, he loves that outside line. Fantastic opportunistic pass. And also, look at that. Levi Aisbert has got past Alan Sparrow and also Neil Chisnell. So, because of all of that sequence in the complex, Alan Sparrow hung out to dry and loses 1, 2, maybe 3 spots as a result of that, and down to, what, 7th place, battling wheel to wheel with Neil Chisnell.
You were talking about Mazda Racing being, going with Patrick Watts, back to the 1990s, and this is why it's still popular. It's terrific racing wherever we go, whatever level. Obviously, Brscc have got the SuperCup, we've got the main Mark 1, the Gas-Shocks Championship, the Clubmans, the one-day eventers who were here with us yesterday for their 2 races, and whichever class or championship you go into, you're guaranteed some great racing, and this is superb stuff, even for the podium. Pullen is away. Remember, Luke Pullen came into the meeting 4th in the standings, and he's had a stellar weekend so far. 2nd in race 1, getting away with this one at the moment. This is only going to climb him up the order, ahead of the likes of Tom Langford, who's absent. I think he said he's engineering somewhere this weekend, probably.
He think he's possible with Extreme E, because he works with Extreme E as his day job, so I think he might have work commitments in that side rather than being able to be here. I'm sure he'd love to be here to try and defend his championship lead. He's have to really work hard for the rest of the season. Pride no working commitments as Levi Aisbert gets out of shape on the white lines. But yeah, Thomas Langford, the obvious omission from the entry list, of course, and hopefully good to see him back, because whenever Thomas is here, he hasn't finished off the podium all season, so he's got quite a few points to drop. He'll get those points back anyway, so but it means then, like we have with others, for the rest of the season from Cadwell onwards, if he is in for the rest of the season, he literally cannot afford, as others can't do, he cannot afford any bad results, because of course it'll mean he pushes him right out of contention for the championship. So every single race, quite literally, will have to count for something.
This is the antithesis of Extreme E, isn't it? Lots of cars all racing together and very few breakdowns.
Yes, that's very true. Very, very true.
And not padded out. This is all solid racing, isn't it, today? We get the odd podium interview as well, but yeah, if you joined us on the stream, thank you for doing that. Solid racing all day long. Luke Pullen, the leader, 5.157 seconds. Ewan Thomas is in 3rd. That could have been, those 2 guys could have been on the podium yesterday. It didn't quite work out that way, but it looks like it might today. Jack Noller will have something to say about it. He's still in 4th. Wee bit distant at the moment then. Adam Sparrow ahead of Neil Chisnell, with Levi Aisbert up ahead of him. The clock is down there on the last lap.
They are indeed, and Luke Pullen is on course now for win number 3 of the season, and he has quite practically sailed away from everyone else, because he's definitely got the bit between his teeth and the pace in these wet conditions to pull away. They do say there is such a thing apparently as an AB Motorsport wet setup, the mythical wet setup when you put it on these cars apparently, and it seems to be working, because he's now got 2 of these cars in the top 3. He's got Luke Pullen leading and Ewan Thomas in 3rd place behind William Chadwick, so certainly that's working out for them. There must be something in the water also for the Go For It racing cars, because both Jack Noller and Levi Aisbert are in the top 5. But this man, it's always an event and an occasion when he wins. He's one of the best characters in the paddock, is Luke, and he's very popular also. And I certainly this will be plenty of cheers, and he's always one for a good interview as well. And certainly he gives his best when it comes to interviews. He's a fantastic character behind the wheel and also in the paddock afterwards. So he'll be celebrating and certainly giving it his all when he comes out. There was delight last year when he took his first victories at Donington Park. Lots of celebrations, very popular winner, very popular person in the paddock. And it will certainly be, I'm sure, the case once again. He certainly had the applause of the paddock in Alton Park too. They're going to battle to the end for 4th between Aisbert and Noller. There's a change there, in fact. So Aisbert gets ahead of Noller then. So the triple Angus race winner will be back down the top 5. Meanwhile, for the checkered flag for the 3rd time this season, as Clive Chisnell goes off the road, just about misses out. But the checkered flag, it will be Luke Pullen who gets the checkered flag and takes victory in race number 2 of the weekend. A first podium for Will Chadwick in 2nd place, and Ewan Thomas with his 2nd of his career and of the weekend in 3rd place. And Levi Aisbert takes the fastest lap of the race on the final lap and beats Jack Noller to the flag also. Noller in P5, Sparrow P6, then it's Chisnell, Storer, Walden, Adam Craig in the top 10. And Martin Tolley also picks up 11th place, but he'll be delighted to see 2 of his drivers up there in the top 5. Just missing off the podium, but still solid points for them too, particularly Jack Noller, and also as well with the likes of Thomas Langford not here either. So the drivers like Pullen, Sparrow, Noller taking big points out of Thomas Langford. Of course, he'll get points back from his 3 worst results up to date, which are some of his non-victories, but certainly he'll keep him in the fight in terms of drop scores. Clive Chisholm, after that little moment, was down in 13th place, so he managed to get going again, but without too much drama. And Graham Rumsey comes across in 14th place. They're still racing to the line. This is now between Tim Storer and Jason Aisbett. Looks like Storer might just win the sprint to the flag. It's going to be side by side to the line, and Tim Storer does take 15th place from Aisbett, with Jonathan Fieldstone just behind. And it should be Simon Privet, followed by Richard Bartlett. In fact, Richard Bartlett did pit before anyway, so he will be classified essentially as 19th, which is a shame, but we will see him later on for race number 3 once all is well. So, as I mentioned, and also almost guaranteed, it's once again very energetic racing in the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship. And I'm sure this is going to be a very popular and story-filled podium, because victory in race number 2 does indeed go to Luke Pullen, his 3rd of the season, and he wins ahead of a first podium for William Chadwick. I can't wait for that interview. He should be absolutely ecstatic. And Ewan Thomas, 3rd place. 3 very young, very fast drivers. Good to see some young talent in the MX-5 Championship coming towards the front. Levi Aisbett 4th, Jack Noller 5th. It's Neil Chisnell 6th place ahead of Harry Storer. Adam Sparrow down in 8th. He'll be disappointed with that, but still might be one of his worst results. He could possibly drop that as one of his worst scores. Ollie Walden 9th, Adam Craig 10th, then Martin Tolley, who wins the Masters category from Chris Thelwell, Clive Chisnell, who had a spin on the last lap, then Graham Rumsey in 14th place. 15th was Tim Storer, just beating Jason Aisbett to the line from Jonathan Fieldstone, Simon Privet, and we had Richard Bartlett in the pit lane, and we lost on the first lap Tim Dorr, Thomas Brown and Keith Dalton. So they make their way into the pit lane. Next race coming up is our second Audi TT Cup racing race of the weekend. They have, I think, just one more, which is this one. Yes, this is their second and only race of today. So we're getting ready to go down to our top 3s down in pit lane. Richard Jock is there to talk to, I'm sure, a very overjoyed and ecstatic podium. Let's have a chat to our top 3 from race 2 in the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship.
So Luke Pullen extricates himself to the car. And Ali Bray very kindly sorts out our backdrop, and Luke will take off the gloves. Super win, and I gather, Luke, we had a nice bit of drifting celebration. It's so slippery, which was great. No, it's great to see, and I think wonderful for the fans to see a driver celebrating a win in that way. First of all, many congratulations, and thank you for the little bit of entertainment as well.
My pleasure. You know, we all spend a lot of money and time to be here. We put a lot in, so the least you can do is enjoy yourself. So, you know, if anyone tries to dob me in, there was no grip down there. It was all accidental. But no, what a fun race. Quick thank you as well, as always. The magical AB Motorsport, absolutely incredible every week. Just, yeah, we're rapid, and Midland Tyre Shaving as well. Thank you to all my sponsors, and yeah. But no, yeah, race was awesome. It was pretty easy. No, I've gone all.
You didn't have to go side by side with anybody. I mean, the rest of them were squabbling. You were quick anyway, but I guess it's helped when there's a big squabble for P2.
Yeah, that's what I meant by easy. I mean, pace-wise, if we all had clean air, I'm sure we all could have given each other a run for our money, but after the safety car restart, they all sort of were battling away, and I sort of got to drive off, which is quite rare in this championship, so I'll take that.
And as ever, we've got new names coming in and joining you on the podium, so I guess for the reverse grid race, you'll be looking to work your way through those.
So in our championship, it's not reverse grid, but
I apologise.
That's all right. To be fair, I'm quite happy. It means I get to start up there again. So, but no, massive congrats to both Will and Ewan. Ewan's had a mega weekend so far, 2 podiums, and to have Will here as well, what a beaut.
Absolutely brilliant, super stuff. But many congratulations. We'll see if we can make it 2 out of 3 with the race 3 later on.
That's the plan. Thank you.
Nice one. Thanks very much, Luke Pullen. Let's have a word with Will Chadwick, who takes 2nd position. First podium in the championship. Many congratulations. Therefore, my first interview with you. And the inevitable stupid question is, how does it feel?
It feels fantastic. A bit of redemption after yesterday, after we were close and we unfortunately missed out. But a huge thank you to the people that support me, that come here. You know, we run as essentially privateers, and I couldn't do it without Frentech Braking and Green Genie Rebuilds. It wouldn't be possible to even be here.
So I think Scott was saying your background sim racing?
Yeah, so I've done a lot of sim racing. Really grateful to everyone that's helped me over on that side, and I even nipped back last night to do a World Championship qualifier. So I went back to my home 2 hours away right after the race to do a World Championship qualifier, and then I'm straight back here in the morning.
What was that in, and what circuit configuration?
So that's the Porsche Esports SuperCup at Hockenheim, and it's essentially Porsche's World Championship on iRacing, and we did all right considering the circumstances, and I'm just really grateful to be racing here and also get to do the virtual stuff as well.
That's brilliant. Welcome to the podium. First of many podium interviews, I hope, that we get. Very many congratulations to Will Chadwick. Ewan Thomas takes third position. Let's grab a quick word with Ewan before the Audis come out on track. Well done. We did a quick chat yesterday. Another of the Ali Bray Motorsport boys. And 2 podiums this weekend. Not bad. Another race to go, so maybe the top step beckons.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to count my chickens, but yeah, I mean, it's looking good at the moment. We were going quite well at the end. Just had a nice big battle. There was about 4 of us in that for a while, so yeah, can't complain. It's good.
Any of the passes or battles in that race stand out for you? And, you know, sometimes you might have a recollection of one or other of the competitors who gave you a particularly hard time, or maybe who was fair?
Oh, well, I was going to say, Adam gave me a hard time, but in a fair way. He was really good at putting it on the white line, so I couldn't get by. But my favourite move is I managed to get 2 of them around the outside into the penultimate corner, which was quite good. But yeah, I just want to thank AB Motorsport, Midland Tyre Shaving, my dad, Compound Racing, and XL Lubricants.
You've just done that. Many congratulations, Ewan. Good to see you on the podium again. Ewan Thomas wraps up Gaz Shock's Mazda Mark 1 Brscc Championship Race 2 podium. We've got another race a little bit later on for them. In the meanwhile, one of the success stories of the Brscc in recent years, like the Mazda Championships, is the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup. As the celebrations continue down here, let's look forward to the Audi TTs.
We do indeed look forward to the Audi TTs. Thank you, Richard. Congratulations to our top 3. Let's rattle through the grid then for race 2 of the weekend, the second and final race, sadly, for the Audi TT Cup Racing Championship, sponsored by Demon Tweaks. It's the grid from yesterday that sets the grid for race 2. So Bradley Burns, for a first-time winner in the championship, takes pole position and starts on the front row alongside Carl Swift. Then double Alton Park winner Matt Luff starts third alongside Paul Luty, with Will Stacey and Andrew Dyer on the third row of the grid. Sam Heading, who's the convert from MX-5 SuperCup, he starts on row 4 alongside Ross Macker, with the top 10 completed by Charles Budd and Jason Pelosi. Sean Smith had a spin yesterday, starts in 11th alongside Steve Foden, Snetterton race winner. Then Daniel Budd and Nick Brady come next on the 7th row of the grid, ahead of Patrick Booth and Sam Meager, and all 4G Racing 8th row, ahead of Paul Savage and Brad Kaler in the number 87. Then Ruby Smith and Tim Gray, David Richardson and Morgan Root, who had problems after he had a spin and clattered into the tyre stack at the S's, and he retired sadly. And Mark Grice also had problems. He pulled off at the little support road between the exit of Tower Bend and the pit straight, so he starts at the back of the grid, hopefully with a car at full strength. He could be one to watch for, the former 3-time Civic Cup vice champion, starting back in 23rd and last. 23 cars on the grid for this second Audi TT Cup Racing Championship race, sponsored by Demon Tweaks. Bradley Burns then looking for the double here at Croft after he took his first victory in the Audi TT. He's taken a couple of podiums, and good to see him back in a regular season in the UK. Last time we probably saw him racing full-time in the UK was back in the Fiesta Junior Championship, back in his junior days, back in around about 2016-2017. He was a race winner and championship contender there, but nice. And after that, his last full-time season I know of after that was some exploits in TCR Germany. So he's been racing in touring cars after that for a couple of years, and he's kind of been on and off with racing the last few seasons. A bit quieter in his racing career, but now back towards the front and back in action once again. So again, for those who were wondering about the Audi TT Cup Racing Championship, as Richard said, it has been quite a success story since it launched towards the end of 2020. Had its 2022 had its first full season as a series last year, and it got some great numbers of grid cars. The maximum 22, highest number of 22 cars we managed at the season finale. And then for the season opener, we had nearly 40 cars registered for the championship. And the first couple of rounds have seen plenty of cars, plenty of top-level drivers joining the championship. And you look at most of the grid, at least half of it, got lots of experience in club racing, championships, race wins, lots of high-level races. So lots of great drivers on this grid. It is a competitive grid. It is a great-looking grid because these cars certainly look the part, sound the part, and they definitely race the part as well. All of them are Mark II 2-litre turbocharged Audi TTs. TFSIs. You can run either a DSG gearbox or a H-pattern manual gearbox. Either way, it is free choice. And these cars are built with a kit. You can buy the kit. It's about roughly £7,000 or £8,000. You can put a car together for around about sort of not much upwards of 10 grand or so. In that sort of area, 10 to 15 grand in many cases. So it's a really cost-effective car to put together, and one which has certainly inspired plenty to take it up and move across, whether they've got experience in front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, club racing, touring cars, the lot. There's lots of really excellent drivers here from a wide spectrum of different championship levels and experience levels to date. So Bradley Burns in blue and red on the left-hand side on pole position. It's the silver, orange, blue and black car of Carl Swift alongside on the front row of the grid. The Alton Park winner, Matt Luff, is in silver, black and yellow on the second row of the grid. And then Paul Luty in the Tcruk caramel wafer-sponsored car, starting on the second row of the grid. I wonder if I mention it more times, he'll deliver some caramel wafers up to the commentary box. It'd be nice if he could, wouldn't it, Richard?
He did... Sorry, I'm fighting with the microphone there. Yeah, he did distribute them around the paddock earlier on, so thank you, Paul.
Excellent. He needs to distribute some up to the commentary box, obviously. But there's only one more race there, which is about to get underway, so we might catch him next time. So, race number 2 of the weekend for the Audi TT Cup Racing Championship, sponsored by Demon Tweaks, all set to go then. Bradley Burns looking for his second win of the weekend with Carl Swift alongside him on the front row of the grid. We are racing and underway. Clean start for the first few rows. They're on a staggered start rather than 2x2, and it's much better than it was the past couple of meetings in terms of cleanliness of start. And down towards Clairvaux for the first time. Bradley Burns has the inside line and defends as he turns in through the right-hander. Burns leads it. Swift in second place, Luff in third. Couple of cars running wide in the exit. One of them there is Jason Pelosi in car 22 alongside Sean Smith now around the outside. He goes. Top three trying to get away. Matt Luff is chasing after both Burns and Swift through the first few corners. Onto the back straight for the first time. And already trying to go on his toes. Now running wide over the runoff area is Jason Pelosi, so using all the track a bit more. The Audi TTs through the spray, down the back straight towards Tower Bend for the first time. Under brakes for the right-hander. And it's Burns who leads from Swift and Luff. They're pulling away, whilst the move possibly on for fourth there as Dyer looks at the inside of Paul Luty. So all action start, but clean and tidy, just what we want to see in Audi TTs.
Yeah, great start here at Croft. And as I said yesterday, wonderful to see Paul Luty up with the sharp end. A couple of the 4G cars going side by side. And to add to the mix of drivers that you mentioned, Carl Swift had a big sideways moment on there, collecting it up. A lot of the team saying how hard these cars are to engineer and get right at the different tracks.
Oh, and that was Boundary Dyer with a huge moment. And again, how did he catch that?
I don't know.
Into Barclay was fully sideways, went one way then the other, a huge tank snapper, and keeps it on the straight and narrow. Andrew Dyer, how on earth did you save that? That was unbelievable car control to keep it on the straight and narrow. He only lost one spot. He was chasing Paul Luty. I was about to say he hadn't lost any places. He has lost the position now to Will Stacey, but I think if he wasn't awake for that second race, he certainly is alert and awake now.
Yeah, I made a big thing about Paul being up in fourth place. He is a quality driver, Paul Luty. Raced many things over the years. The highlight for me seeing him racing MG Trophy, on his day, unbeatable. Once he gets this car sorted out and learns how to engineer it, he knows how to drive it without a doubt. He will be up battling with the top three. At the moment, he's about to lose P4.
Yeah, Will Stacey also making great wheels. His experience prior to this season was mostly all rear-wheel drive. He's driving it like it's rear-wheel drive. Brilliant sideways moment through Clairvaux, gathers it up, and Andrew Dyer, after his moment through Barcroft, back around the outside of Paul Luty. I'll just take that fifth place back if you don't mind. And Paul Luty's not quite obliging. Now Andrew Dyer skips over the runoff area as he dared to go side by side through the S's. And you don't do that at Croft, particularly with the tyre stacks, as Morgan Root found out yesterday. Although he wasn't going side by side, he just got sideways as he hooked the inside through Hawthorns. That tipped the car sideways and round, and he actually ended up clipping the tyre stack, and he was out of the race. There was a yellow flag I noticed at Hawthorns. So someone's had an issue between Clairvaux and Hawthorns or on the exit, so something's happened further back.
Going slowly down the back straight, which is...
Let's have a look. That is... Dan Budd? Yeah, it is Dan Budd. That's a good spot, that, in the black and pink number 47. So he's had an issue.
Budd Brothers, the musical.
I see what you meant there. Yes, I got that. I got that in terms of Blood Brothers, but yeah, excellent stuff. So it might not be so keen to do that now because he's got more bigger issues rather than trying to get that 47 car around.
That's very true. Now, if I can... doff my cap to Andy McEwen. We got Matt Luff, as he says. Matt Luff with the northern thing, challenging for P2. I can't do a northern accent like Andy.
I probably could, but I daren't do it. Otherwise I'll offend all Northerners, particularly here. We've got Paul Daniel and Paul McCurry and everyone else who are Northern. They would have my head if I went for a Northern accent. Either way. So I'll keep with my, and they would say they're soft Southern accent, shall we say, as they probably would say. I'd argue that, but anyway. Back to more important matters, which is the racing on track here. Now this is Paul Luty now under attack from Sam Heading. This is impressive for him as, that's Paul Savage who's had his car very sadly, savaged on the front left, unfortunately. He looks like he's had an incident. Exiting signing out by the look of it, but I was about to talk about Sam Heading, who, that's Andrew Dyer going sideways again. Andrew, this is Audi TT racing, not rallycross. Stop treating it like it's a rallycross car. You need to turn left rather than right at the rallycross circuit. Andrew Dyer has carried on. What there hasn't, sadly, is Dan Budd, who's parked his car up at the... Where has he parked that car? Possibly Not quite sure where that's parked up. Maybe at the Jim Clark S, I want to say, but I'm not 100%. Paul Savage, meanwhile, I can see out of our window in the commentary box, get my words in, is carrying on, but with damage to their front.
Charlie Budd passing his former Legends Cars alumni, Sean Smith. 3 drivers coming out of Legends Cars National Championship to join this year. And you mentioned the other formula that it attracted drivers from. And that is the mark of something which is catching people's eyes when you've got drivers from so many different classes coming over and joining.
Yeah, that's very true. And apparently there's been a bit of rivalry between the Budds and the Smiths in the Legends, if I'm right in saying. You're more Mr. Legends expert than I am in terms of...
a few years ago, less so at the moment. I see the odd round, but yeah, I don't remember any history between these guys.
Right. I think at least they might have raced each other at least in the same championship. So there's maybe a little bit of friendly rivalry. That's not so friendly, though. That's Sean Smith, who's had his own adventures throughout this weekend so far. That's another one which he's had exiting sunny out, and he carries on trying to hold on.
He's Masters leader again, though, isn't he? He seems to do all these shenanigans this weekend and then come back and still leading the Masters category.
Oh, and just outside, that was big sideways moment out the window. That was Brad Kaler, full opposite lock for the first part of the complex. He's got around him on the outside, that's 38, which is Morgan Root, who had his car after he had that incident yesterday, and also Mark Grice is in there too. Bradley Burns sets the fastest lap of the race, whilst these two battle away for what is currently at the moment 14th, 15th and 16th. But I looked at the render before it came up on my screen, and Brad Kaler again was full on opposite lock, 45 degrees through the first part of the complex. It might well be tricky conditions, but these front-wheel drive cars, they're certainly adherent to the ethos of how you save a car in front-wheel drive in a slide. Boot the throttle and wait for the front end to come back around again.
Am I right in saying this is the first wet Audi TT meeting, certainly this year?
It might be one of the first wet ones. I think you're right. I remember most of last year was pretty dry. And I think look at the last few weekends that we've had. Yeah, it was dry at Brands Hatch, dry at Stetson and dry at Alton Park.
Smith and Budd?
It is. So these two are going to be going side by side. But yeah, I think you're right. This is the first proper fully wet weekend, at least this season, for Audi TTs.
So Sean Smith on the outside run, I think, has got the better of his former Legends Cars run. I wonder what it is that makes you want to switch from the Legends Cars, which are considerably smaller, rear-wheel drive like an overgrown go-kart, into TTs. But 3 of them, 3 drivers from the National Championship have come. It's probably a bit easier on the pocket. Sean's brought his daughter Ruby into race as well.
Yeah.
Of course. So wonderful that not Lad and Dad, but Lass and Dad can come and race Ruby, making the move up from karting.
And I'm certain she's probably the youngest driver of the grid. She's like 16, 17 years old, which is great to see. Great to see a driver as young as that in Audi TTs, which is amazing. And again, in terms of driving style, in the wet conditions, it looks like the phrase is driving it like they stole them, because they are going sideways at most corners, but that's more indication of the conditions rather than how hard they're pushing it. It's more a combination of the two, really. And we haven't seen much of the front runners. That's good reason, because Bradley Burns is out by 3.4 seconds, hence the new fastest lap of the race. And all the action's been here behind them in the top 10, which has been key to look at. Checking quickly whilst we keep on watching this between Paul Luthi and Sam Heading. I'll get to Sam in a minute also, because he's also in his first weekend in TTs from MX-5 SuperCup. So Bradley Burns leads the way by 3.4 seconds, and off the road again goes Andrew Dyer. Back onto the circuit. How is that car still pointing in a straight line? That's the second time he's gone off at Clapham, the third off that he's had. It's a shame he might not be on the podium, because I think if we could pull him in and at least have a chat, at least if he has anyone. Shame there's only one more race today.
Yeah,
I think he might not be on the podium, because I want to hear from Andrew Dyer. How is he still pointing a straight line after 3 offs in about 3 laps? That's incredible.
Entertainer of the day, very possibly, if there was such an award. Dyer there ahead of the 52 car. There is Paul Luthi in the Tcruk Caramel car. He's going to have a go now, and what he's got to be mindful of is the offs that we get, as Sean Smith has another little wild moment as well. Bradley Burns, as you said, still out front, improving his laps lap by lap. Carl Swift second, Matt Luff in third place from Will Stacey, Andrew Dyer. And this championship, as it warms up and continues to mature, is going to be a fantastic one. You know, it's one where already we rub our hands together and think we've got a good run into the end of the year, and what's next year going to look like for this?
Have to wait and see if these two are involved in it. They might be going back and forth like they are here, because Matt Luff has been, I noticed on my timing screen, pretty close, although he was about a second away at the last time they crossed the stripe. But now this time, as they come into the hairpin, are literally nose to tail locked together with each other over second place. And of course, again, the phrase I've used before, harder these two fight each other, easier it is for Bradley Burns to keep on extending that lead, which is now nearly 5 seconds out in front. And this is the kind of lead he had before the safety car yesterday. Of course, then he had that really great restart and picked up the victory. Now behind them, as we watch second and third going on, it's all kicking off for 5th position, because Andrew Dyer and Paul Luthi have swapped places. We're going to keep on watching second place for the moment, but also we need to keep an eye and one eye open for this battle for 5th and 6th going on behind, because that's getting entertaining. There goes Carl Swift now ahead of Matt Luff. There goes Bradley Burns through the shot. Continuing on in dominant fashion with still a third of the race left to go. Second and third for Swift. Here is that battle of fifth, so I'm glad the director's listening. So Luty, Dyer, Heading and Sean Smith, who's been all over arms and elbows practically every lap. And again sideways for the fourth time. Can he save it? Not this time. Off the road goes Andrew Dyer, straight off into the grass, onto the rallycross circuit. Thankfully misses hitting anything. But his luck ran out on that one, I'm afraid.
That was Legends. I saw a Legends car going in. One of the Beatty brothers had a big old hit into that tyre stack, and thankfully Andrew Dyer manages to scrub some speed off of the car. So whilst he's had a wild race and a few dire moments, he has managed to scrub the speed off the car and keep it out of the tyre wall, and he might even get a finish still.
I think he will still finish, but I think in terms of if he was a cat, he'd lost all his 9 lives, I think, because he had 3 or 4 chances when he was sideways, and just that last one was pushing a little bit too hard and lost the back end. And I'm surprised also, the way he's also driving it, Sean Smith hasn't dropped it either. Hopefully he doesn't, of course. We don't hope him to have any spins, but he's driving it like he stole it, and every single time I see him, that car's wiggling around. You can see it here going into the complex. Is he going to be sideways again? The answer is yes, a little bit. There it goes.
Sam Heading will have a
Sam
look
Heading.
up
Meanwhile,
the inside. We were going to talk about Sam when we're coming up from or over from Mazda SuperCup. Sean, who wants to be vying for overall podium. Sam Heading has a look down the inside. That's a lovely textbook move here at Croft, down the inside. And Sean Smith sees him as well. It's good stuff from Sean Smith too. But coming back in the mix as well is Charlie Budd. And here comes Sean Smith back as well.
Charlie Budd also has experience racing minis in front-wheel drives, of course, before in the past. So he's got front-wheel drive experience from his past exploits. Side by side for positioning towards Clairvaux. Over the curve goes Sam Heading and back into position to confirm that move into 6th place he goes. So Smith down to 7th and Charlie Budd into 8th position. We'll talk about Sam Heading. Of course, he's converted mid-season from the MX-5 Super Cup into the Audi TTs. And I have to say, he's doing a fantastic job in his first weekend, being up there, but looking pretty competitive. He was always quite quick when he got towards the pace in the MX-5 Super Cup, but now translating that from rear-wheel drive to front-wheel drive, and that's not always an easy thing to do, going from rear drive to front drive in a completely different car. But Sam Heading showing he's got quite good adaptability and pushing on. As Sean Smith cannot stop twitching that number 21 car around behind him. He's every single time through every single corner. That car is loose in some aspect, so he certainly isn't quite as softly sprung as the other cars, I don't think, particularly in this conditions. And another huge slide for Sean Smith. Stop giving me heart palpitations, Sean. Every time that car's moving, it's always sideways.
It is, yeah, and as I said, he wants the Masters win, which is great, and you know he's way ahead in the Masters race at the moment. I think ahead over Patrick Booth, who has taken Masters wins this year, but he wants to be on the podium pace overall. He is a multi-race winner in Legends, so you know many race-winning drivers joining us in this championship, which is good to see. What it adds in terms of the track is that none of these drivers, if they've raced in different things before, they haven't raced with each other. So they need to learn. You don't have to learn to race with each other, but it is a new experience for all of them.
It is. It's all good having all the great drivers here. As now for second place, they go round the outside, Matt Luff. So we'll get to that in a second, because Matt Luff has just taken second place back again from. No, he has taken it from Carl Swift. So Matt Luff sweeping round the outside with a good move. He must have got a run down the pit straight, and then up into Clairvaux he went. So up to P2 goes Matt Luff, the double Alton Park race winner. Not too far away in 4th also is Will Stacey there. You can see his car through the mist in the navy blue number 48 machine with the fluorescent yellow stripes down the bonnet and down the roof. A little tap in the tail, a little left tap for Carl Swift. Still here. Can I come back past, please? Matt thinks, nope, not on your life. They're going to come around the outside. I think they're both in the area motorsport camp as well. So Rob Baker's going to have heart palpitations watching this, particularly as they go side by side through the Jim Carcasses. And Matt Luff runs a little wide, but holds on to second place. But again, that's not where you want to go side by side, particularly in these conditions. Carl Swift closes back in, and also does Will Stacey. Look, he arrives on the tail of the battle for second place to make it a 3-way fight for the podium places. 3 cars, 2 podium spots. Someone's got to miss out on this one. And at the moment, it's Will Stacey, but there's still a lap to go as Bradley Burns in front goes round the hairpin for the final time, for the second to last time.
Will Stacey, I think the leading you can see the RBR emblazoned on the front of the bonnet, the Rob Boston Racing Team. Rob, I think, running 3 cars this weekend, including the 57 Sam Heading. That was Rob's pole-setting car last time we saw the Audi TT Cup, so Rob knows how to engineer these and inspire the drivers as well. Rob, one of the unsung greats, or frequently unsung greats of the club racing scene, a multi-race winner and champion in his own right. And Stacey's having a go now. Fastest lap, Will Stacey. He's fired up. chasing the battle for second and third. He's going to have a look on the inside. Carl Swift can't quite do it. Into Hawthorne's, very nearly under the rear wing of the third place car. And how he didn't manage to have a little tap there, I don't know, but that was great control just to back out of that by Will Stacey.
Oh.
The blue car with the fastest lap, but all the work is undone as he has a grassy moment.
And I was about to say that Will Stacey is another driver who's adapting from rear-wheel drive, which he's done most of his career, whether it's Lotus Elises or he's racing the MX-5 SuperCup previously, or endurance racing that he's done, particularly mostly in a Lotus by Rob Boston Racing, into a front-wheel drive Audi TT. And again, like Sam Heading, it's an adaptation from front-wheel drive to rear-wheel drive to front-wheel drive. Some drivers struggle with it, others seem to adapt really naturally, as Carl Swift gets sideways through the second part of the Jim Clark S's. He's twitching around also. But back to the story about Will Stacey again. Really good to see that he's got lots of adaptability and he's holding on as Carl Swift runs wide and too deep into the first part of the Sunny and Sunny Out complex. Thankfully, Will Stacey made that mistake, so he wasn't right there to pounce immediately, and I think that's a saving grace for him. He will still come round and take the third place on the step of the podium. Meanwhile, Bradley Burns, what's the phrase? You wait for a victory in Audi TTs, and two of them have come along at once, because out of the final corner will come Bradley Burns up to the pit straight, and the checkered flag awaits for Bradley. Fantastic drive. It's been a long time coming for him after yesterday's victory. Now he makes it 2 from 2 and a perfect sweep in the Audi TT Cup Racing Championship, sponsored by Demon Tweaks here at Croft. Second place will go to Matt Luff. That will help him in his fight for the championship. Third to Carl Swift. Fourth goes to Will Stacey. And now we wait, because the scrap for fifth is way back and they're still going at it. There's still nose to tail between these four. And it will be Paul Luthi coming out of the final hairpin onto the pit straight. And Paul Luthi will pick up another very strong top 5. I think he's in the 4G Racing camp. So fifth for him, sixth in the flash of the headlights for Sam Heading. He'll be delighted with that on his first weekend in TTs. Then Sean Smith, seventh, somehow after his antic, going sideways at every corner. He picks up seventh and the Masters victory. Eighth goes to Charlie Budd, ninth to Jason Pelosi, and 10th is Ross Macker at the moment, followed by Sam Meager and Brady here down the pit straight side by side, and Meager does hold on. Three of them practically together over the line. Meager, Brady and Root for 11th down to 13th. Then it's Brad Kaler in 14th place. Steve Foden a bit off the pace today in the wet conditions. 15th place for him. 16th place for Andrew Dye, who does finish incredibly after his 3 or 4 big moments, and the last one really sent him spinning onto the infield. Sadly, he's not on the podium, because I would have loved to interview Andrew and see what he thought about all of that. But we might still get to hear from Sean Smith and see just how loose that car really was. And the rest of the field come across the line. We'll go through the result in a second, because Bradley Burns takes his second win of the weekend. And as I mentioned, he waits for his first victory all season, and then 2 come along at once in the same weekend. It's second for Matt Luff, third for Carl Swift, fourth for Will Stacey, and Paul Luthi rounds up the top 5 after that race-long battle with Sam Heading in 6th, Sean Smith who wins the Masters in 7th, and Charles Budd in 8th position. Then it's Jason Pelosi and Ross Macker who round out the top 10, and Sam Meager, Nick Brady and Morgan Root had a sprint to the flag at the line. Then Brad Kaler in 14th place, off the pace in 15th in Steve Foden, the Snetterton winner. He'll have work to do for next time out at Silverstone, but it's Andrew Dye who had that massive off exiting the S's onto the grass. He finishes 16th, but he was up in the top 10 for a little time. Then it's Patrick Booth, Tim Gray, Ruby Smith and Paul Savage in the top 20, followed by David Richardson, Mark Grice and Dan Budd, who didn't finish and parked up at the Jim Clark S's to round off the 23 cars in the field. So our next race will be the Biltech Sports Civic Cup. You'll have Henry Bodette and Paul O'Neill back on the mic for that one. So I'll be taking a short break before our next support action after that. And we'll still have action from the Super Cup, from the Fiesta Juniors and the MX-5 Championship, and then the final TCR race of the weekend, which is scheduled to take place at around about 20 past 5, about 5:30 or so. But it looks like we're making good on time today, because we're already half an hour up on time at this point at the moment. Really good efficient work for Brscc to get this race going. I'm not sure if a certain football match later on has anything to do with it, but we'll wait and see. Good work anyway. But a great effort once again from the second Audi TT race, and with the top 3 at our Masters winner in pit lane, once again is Richard John Neal.
Bradley Burns delighted with victory. He's going to go over and shake hands with Matt Luff, who takes P2, and Carl Swift, who's at the moment staying in car. Drizzling again out here, if you're joining us on the live stream. Obviously our wonderful spectators trackside. Oh dear, some damaged cars coming through. So we'll grab a quick word with Brad. He'll take off his crash helmet and his hand device. It's tempting to say a straightforward victory, but Brad was working hard there. I have to repeat that, because didn't it? Brad, congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
Tempted to say spoils of victory. The winners. Tempting to say straightforward race, but you were clearly working hard because the lap times were coming down. It kept saying Bradley Burns fastest lap, next lap, Bradley Burns fastest lap, so you were still working hard.
Yeah, it's good. I got in quite a good start this time. I had a bit of not very good start yesterday. Got a better start this time. Just put it down and just kept putting the laps in. I saw a team kept me say slow down. I was having so much fun. I just carried on going. But yeah, it was a great fun out there. Yeah, it was good conditions. Enjoyed it.
You joined the small and select group of drivers that have taken doubles in the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Championship. Now, how does that feel?
Yeah, it's good. Qualifying went well, and then yesterday's race got in the lead and just head down. And then same today, and got a bit of a gap. And yeah, it's really good easy race.
We leave Croft and head to Silverstone next time out. Has that been a happy hunting ground for you in the past?
Yeah, I haven't been Silverstone for a couple of years now, but yeah, it's not that far from me. I'll probably get a test day in before, and then yeah, hopefully go in with the same sort of powers this weekend.
And what are your thoughts, championship-wise, as we sort of get into the sort of closing stages of the season next time?
Yeah, I don't really know where I am or where I am. I haven't even looked at them and didn't look from last round, just here to have a bit of fun, and at the end of the year is where I am.
Is that literally it? You're just here to enjoy the racing?
Yeah, exactly that. That's it. Just have a bit of fun, and yeah, that's it really.
That's really refreshing to hear. Well done, Bradley. Look forward to seeing you at Silverstone. Safe travels in the meantime. Let's see if we can let's have a word with our second place man. And second position goes to Matt Luff. Talk about that move as you got into P2.
I'm told it wasn't shown on telly, so apparently no one saw it, which is annoying.
That's what I'm asking you.
It was quite a good move, yeah. I forced 50 to defend, went to the outside, so all the grip is in the wet, hang it around the outside and made it stick. So yeah, that was P2, held him off for a couple of corners and broke a little gap, and that was sort of my race over from there. So yeah, pretty happy.
Once you get that gap, it kind of takes the pressure off a little bit. Brad was down the road. Is there anything you can do about him at the moment?
In terms of championship or in terms of that race?
Either.
I think at the minute, he's a little way behind in terms of championship. But then again, we've just reached the halfway point in terms of races. So it's only a minor gap anyway, and he's still got plenty of time to make it up. Brad is still definitely a threat, as is Carl. At the minute, I think it's us three are the clear sort of title contenders. Obviously, Will Stacey's in the mix as well. I think it's going to be a really exciting championship bid this year. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the next race.
Brad says he's relaxed about not worried about championship points. I bet he is, though, don't you?
I think he is. Secretly, he will be. Everyone is.
Nice one, Matt. Congratulations. Great weekend. Good to see you. Carl Swift takes third position. We'll have another quick word with Carl. Congratulations, another podium. You three guys have locked the podium out this weekend.
Yeah, that's the right result compared to last weekend. Two good results. I think it should be still championship lead on drop points. Normally quicker than that around here, though. I'm a bit disappointed. Well, a little bit disappointed. I don't know what's happened, but again, I think Brad just clicked with it this circuit. Struggled with rear-ending that one, and then Matt got on the back of me, and then I'm too busy racing him in mirrors rather than going forward. So same old, same old.
Nice one. Congratulations. Look forward to seeing you at Silverstone in a few weeks' time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Carl Swift takes third position. And Sean Smith wins the Masters class. Sean, we'll grab you over for a quick chat. Wakey. Hello, mate. Good to see you.
Thank you.
A little less eventful than yesterday. More, I guess, more side-by-side racing, and one of your old Legends colleagues, Charlie Budd, you were getting involved with.
We had a really good race with Charlie, so we were behind him for a couple of laps and managed to get a run up the inside down the back straight. That was good, and then he sort of sat behind me really, didn't put me under too much pressure. I think he was happy for us to move forward together. Yeah, and I was behind, I don't know who was in the grey car, I was behind them, and just trying to push them up a bit further forward really, rather than battling too much and leave it till the end, but didn't really have a lot more, to be honest.
I think it might have been Sam Heading that you were dicing with, one of the newcomers over from Mazda SuperCup.
Yeah, it was. I think it's one of Rob's cars, isn't he? So yeah, he drove really well. So I did get past him at one point, and then he come back, but I think it was Luty. He was just getting away from us battling, so I thought I'd stay there for a little while and see what we can do, but not a lot more.
Another Masters win, but not bad overall position.
No, it was good. Yeah, Masters win, I think 7th, maybe. So that's good, coming from 11th. So again, moving forward.
And Silverstone, I guess, hasn't really featured that prominently in Legends racing, your background as far as circuits are concerned. So is that relatively new territory for you?
Yeah, I think first ever race in a Legend was there, and that's the only one I ever done. Yeah, wow. First ever one in a Legend. Started at the back, finished at the back, and because that was all new as well. So, and I've not been there really since. So it's quite a long time ago now.
Will you get a test day in beforehand, do you think?
Probably not. I'll try and get Ruby out more than me. I've not really done any test days at all. It's too expensive to pay for 2 cars. So.
Does Ruby do sim prep as well?
Yeah, she does a bit on the sim. Probably not as much as what she should, but her exams are finished now. So she can now start concentrating a bit more on this for a little while over the summer, I think.
Do you get to go on the sim as well? Does she coach you, or do you coach her?
I don't go on it. The only good thing about the sim, I've got the seat in my Legend, from my Legend crash on my sim. Cool. The NEC one. So, yeah, that's it. So we use that, but I don't get on it that often.
Well, nice to chat to you about the prep for Silverstone. Good luck between now and then. We'll see you at Silverstone, our Masters winner, Sean Smith.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much.
That wraps up our podium. Oh, sorry, Sean. Thank you very much. And we, of course, are now looking forward to Miltech Civic Cup. They're next on track.
Well, thank you very much to Scott Woodwis and Richard John Neal. You'll be hearing them back for the remainder of the races after this race, the Miltech Sport Civic Cup Round 10. Paul O'Neill joins me in the commentary box. You can see the cars down in the holding area, and the umbrellas are still up. Now, yesterday we opened the coverage of the racing yesterday with a very touching moment of reflection for Bill Kirkpatrick, of course the father of Sam Kirkpatrick, who sadly passed away at Alton Park. Paul, I know that you knew him very well.
Yeah, I knew him not very well, but I did know him because he'd helped a lot of people out in the paddock in different series, and I know that Josh Files speaks very, very fondly of him as well. Just helping out people, and obviously had a rich history as well. And it's such a shame that we've lost one of the good guys from the paddock. But it was great to see everybody here, and I watched the stream. Richard John Neal doing a fantastic job getting his legend across to the viewers. So yeah, I know that the family would have loved that, and it's great to see that Sam's actually racing in this particular race, because he did well yesterday. He was in the top 6, wasn't he?
Yes, he did, but I say not wanting to dwell on the past. Bill would want us to be doing what we're doing now, and that is going racing. Here is the starting lineup for round 10 of the Miltech Sport Civic Cup. Pole position off the reverse grid, Jamie Petters, and alongside Jamie on the front row, Alistair Camp. The number 66 car of Dave Marshall will be joined by Will Redford on row number 2, with Sam Kirkpatrick and Lewis Kent, early race leader yesterday, starting on the outside of row number 3. New team and improved fortunes for Harvey Caton on row 4, alongside Liam McGill. Then it's Josh Wiles and yesterday's winner Max Edmondson going from the outside of row number 5. The number 73 car of Daniel McDonnell is joined on row 6 by Spencer Stevenson, Wesley Swain, and then the number 19 of Jack Ruddle are next. Then it is the 37 of Josh Bromley, and from the number 51 car from the Kinetic Motorsport team, Dave Bookie. Rounding out the 9th row of the grid, we have Owen Hillman and a very apt name for today, Harry England. Row number 10, it is Trevor McConnell, yesterday's Goodyear Diamond Award trophy. Then it is the number 98 cart of Jordan Brennan. Aidan Hassan in his debut Civic Cup season starts at the inside of row number 11 alongside Mark Hughes, with the number 76 car of Simon Welsh joined at the back of the field by Jackson White. Now behind them there are several drivers that didn't make it out of yesterday's race, and what an achievement for the entire Pro Alloys racing team to get Alex Kite's car fixed and ready to go today. He'll be joined on row number 13 by the 74 car of Anthony Gannon, with Wales's number 25 William Butt joined the back of the field by Nick Charlier. Interesting fact, which I know you all want to know, William Butt from Cwmbran in South Wales. Cwmbran is the town with the most car parking spaces for retail use in the country per capita population. I'm here to help.
Wow. Could they not do something else with that space?
True story. The Goldie Looking Chain even wrote a song about it. So
Nosy.
Yeah, yes, indeed.
What happened to the GLC? You must know them.
They're still out there, and I do know them. and they're still out there.
They love their cars then. But yeah, just to add to your point, actually, the Pro Alloys boys and girls there, that is a fantastic effort, and Alex Kite will be well happy, because they're running a lot of cars. But I've got to say, they're always the best looking cars on the grid,
They
and
are.
that team of people are super stunning people. So I'm well happy they got Alex out, because he's a good kid as well.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, you know, this Darlington and Stockton-on-Tees is where Lewis Carroll spent most of his childhood. So it really is. Alex is in Wonderland today. Thank you very much.
We'll see about that, eh? Who are you reckoning for this, mate?
Well, I mean, Max Edmondson's got the bit between his teeth, but it is going to be very difficult because, you know, the strength in depth is key. I think we're looking at, you know, the third or fourth row for a potential victory, but we're taking our time getting lined up. And of course, there's an awful lot of Miltech Sport Civic Cup cars to line up. Now, refresh my memory. Will we be going out on a run more rolling lap? They've had their out lap, or are we going to be we start this time? So
yeah, I would say that we'll definitely start this time. The
Yes.
thing I was just going to say to you is it's actually quite cool to see the marshals and some of the race staff are actually making sure that all the Civics are lined up properly. And they've actually told a few of them to move back. I know 92 Swain, they've just moved back a couple of foot. And that's a great thing, not just leaving them there and getting a 5-second penalty, actually
being proactive
exactly.
and not reactive, which is always good to see. The Marshals team here at Croft, as we've seen with some of the other support races that Scott and Richard have been commentating on, have been hard at work today. But we hope that 15 minutes of actions, the Marshals just get to enjoy the action like we're about to. Green flag at the back of the grid. The 5-second board goes out. I'm not sure if that says 5 seconds on the other side. But the red lights come on. Lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a great start from the inside of row 2. That is Dave Marshall. And now we have to hold our breath. Good start from Alistair Camp from the outside of row number 1. Upholstered Jamie Peters has gone backwards a little bit. Here we go. Lewis Kent on the inside, trying to make it 3 wide into Clairvaux. The front runners all through cleanly. And now they behave themselves single file through Hawthorne. Lewis Kent trying to make a good start. And I think he is up into a 3rd or 4th position. Once again, the area motorsport cars. I know there's lots of them. Camp runs wide going through the chicane, and down towards Tower, it's Camp with Marshall in 2nd.
Wow, I think Campy's cut the chicane there. I don't know what's happened. Maybe someone was alongside, as you can see. Is that Caton? Who's that down the inside?
It's the 42 car of Will Redford. And backwards. Oh,
big hit.
Ooh, that is the 73 car of Daniel McDonald, the Ben Sharp racing car. And you see the problem, there's somebody else on the grass coming out of Tower, and that was upholstered there. It could have been Jamie Peters, who has gone backwards a little bit. But again, visibility, it's all well and good talking about a 12-car TCR grid, a 28-car Civic Sport grid. The visibility in the middle of the pack is going to be next to nothing. Even Edmondson getting sideways.
Yeah, big sideways, but a lot of standing water. You've got to remember, these aren't wet tyres. These are a one race tyre for everything. So area guys getting involved, and that is Files trying to go around the outside of McGill, I think. And that, if that happens, that is a great effort, because he's been chunked up there, isn't he? And he could make 2 plates. So Marshall's going to struggle. He's going to get pushed on the grass. But anyway, it's done and dusted. Civic Cup is definitely at Croft, and that is a nasty sight to see.
Yeah, Daniel McDonald sort of tenderly getting out of his car. Side by side with still green flags on the start-finish line. Josh Files side by side with Dave Marshall. This is the battle for 5th position. Just in front of them, Sam Kirkpatrick running in 4th. And it's going to go yellow flag, I believe. And yes, you can see everyone sort of backing out of it, trying to get into single file. McDonald's car is at the end of the straight down towards Tower, and you saw what happened. The safety car has been called, but with the understeering going off there, that's obviously in a very dangerous position.
Yeah, he's had a big lock-up, I think, over the crest as you approach Tower. So, yeah, real bad stuff there for Daniel McDonald. There's a big hit down there. There's no way for you to go, so that'll be some quite heavy frontal damage, I think.
Yeah, and of course with the spray, we couldn't clearly see what happened, but I would imagine that somebody braked early in the middle of the track, just in front of Daniel, and of course he sort of jinked left to avoid a collision, got onto the grass, and, you know, from then on you are just a passenger. But you can see the front end damage here. The Ben Sharp team. I know Ben Sharp has been helping out Mark Smith in the TCR grid, but there's going to be a little bit of work to do before the next couple of rounds of the championship. So a 15-minute timed race. The clock, as you can see, is still ticking, so we're down to just under 12 minutes. Looking at who does this help and who does this hinder? And imagine it hinders the likes of Liam McGill, Max Edmondson and Josh Files.
Well, exactly. Anybody that's trying to come up through the ranks is going to struggle here. And just so I can get this straight, so Jamie Petters was the car that I thought was Harvey Caton. It actually wasn't. It was actually Jamie Petters. But Harvey Caton did drop back quite a lot. He's down to 12th place now. So he started a little bit further up, and that's hard to shame. But to answer your question, I hope they can get this going pretty soon, because I want to see Max Edmondson and those guys around him, McGill, Files, I want to see them getting right up there. But I also want to see Sam Kirkpatrick get something out of this, because he really does deserve it.
Yeah, absolutely. And notwithstanding, recent events, the family members are here. And again, a name like Sam Kirkpatrick, there goes Jamie Petters. He's got some damage on the front of his 322 car. But, with the likes of Lewis Kent coming into the championship and Josh Files from TCR, and a whole host of youngsters moving up from karting, like the likes of our championship leader Max Edmondson, Aidan Hassan and Wesley Swain. A driver like Sam Kirkpatrick, who's been a regular, he's trying to assert himself and say, hang on, okay, we've got the young guns coming up at one side, we've got the seasoned pros coming out from the other side. As a dyed-in-the-wool stalwart of the championship, I'm still here and can compete.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is. It's. I know what that's like growing up through racing. You become the not the veteran. He's not that old, but I have become the veteran when I've been racing in some series, and it does. You see all these young kids coming in, and
you want to puff your chest out a little bit and just get your elbows out to say, okay, you're not going to have it all your own way.
Which I didn't do. I just basically give up. It's a lot easier to just give up. But you can't really say give up about any of these drivers. Your top six are race winners in my eyes. Any of them can. Well, I'd actually be honest with that. I'd say the top 10 can win races in this championship. Oh, this might be over pretty quick if they get that car out of the way and just pull it out the gravel there.
Yeah, the JCB driver would have got a speeding ticket in Wales. He was doing well over 20 miles an hour down the straight towards the incident.
The Headloo would have well had him and told him to a RAF.
The Headloo would have, had some choice. But hopefully, you can see the safety car, which I was leaving the circuit last night. There was a certain commentator of this Paris driving the safety car, and I didn't think Scott Woodward could drive a greasy stick up a dog's backside. But there he was driving the safety car. He's not driving it now, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, great work from the safety team here. One name I noticed, Alex Kite from 25th on the grid, already up to 19th position in that hastily repaired Pro Alloys car. There is the story of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Raindrops keep falling on our heads. I have to say a big well done to the spectators. There are a good, hardy group of fans out on the banking, and especially the grandstand down towards Clairvaux. Now, we had the signal. There they are indeed. And you've got to love...
That face says it all, doesn't it? We can see you waving. Give us a wave.
And, touring car fans, they're just fantastic. Now, the safety car is not coming in this lap, so we're going to have one more lap behind the safety car.
The reason for that is the JCB is waiting to cross at the back of your shot.
Ah, yes.
Because that is the apparatus that took away McDonald's card out the back. One thing I was going to say was there's going to be some twitchy people in the start of this race, because that rain, like you were pointing out, is worse than ever. These tyres are fantastic, but they're big race wet. They're not a proper race wet.
They're not a bespoke wet tyre.
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder, because obviously there's only one class now. You've got the EP3s. There
Purple
is,
sectors for the JCB.
Yep, Digger McDiggerface. There he goes across the line. He even gives us a wave. obviously you've got more FP3 models like Max Edmondson's, then you have the FN2s, and of course Alistair Camp, our race leader in the FN2s. It's interesting to see how these conditions are sort of levelling out the disparity between the two, because there is a slight difference in how they perform, isn't there?
Yeah, but slight difference. One of the main differences is the FN2s have actually got a solid rear beam for manufacturing purposes back in the day, whereas the EP3s, the older cars, they're actually independent suspension, which for me as a race car is a lot better to have that type of suspension. But I've got to say, speaking to Campy and a few other people that run FN2s, they tell me that obviously there's a few positives that the EP3s don't have. So it swings in roundabouts. And then that safety car has got to get its lights out pretty soon, because it's got to do it within a certain percentage of the racetrack finishing. Otherwise, we're going to have hardly any race laps here. He's getting a move on. He
is now getting his foot down. So the race order: Alistair Camp leads Will Redford and Lewis Kent. That's your top three. Sam Kirkpatrick runs fourth.
Lights out.
Lights are out, yes. Josh Files fifth. Dave Marshall, Liam McGill, Max Edmondson, Jamie Petters with damage on his car, and Jack Ruddle round out your top 10. Swain, Caton, Buki, Bromley, Hillman, England, Brennan, Hughes, Kite and McConnell, the remainder of the top 20. Right, hold your breath time. He has got a shuffle on, hasn't he?
Watch this from Campy. This will be a master stroke now. I'll tell you when he's going to go. He's probably going to go now. Yeah, he's gone for it. He's gapped, actually. This is difficult, this, because of the hairpin. You can really get closed up. This will be really difficult for him now. He's gone a bit too late, I think.
Yes, you can see Will Redford tucked up on his rear bumper as they come out of the hairpin. Alistair Camp puts the power down, tries to pull away, and it was a masterstroke, Paul. You were quite right. And in fact, it's Will Redford in second, who's the one under pressure from Lewis Kent. I think that Redford is safe through Clairvaux on this occasion. Ooh, Camp runs a little bit wide going through turn number 1, holds it together, and behind them in the ball of spray, who emerges all facing the right way, will look like all the leaders safely and cleanly through Hawthorns, now the chicane and down towards Tower. Oh, and that's at the back. I think that may have been Kirkpatrick or Kent running a little bit wide.
Dave Marshall, I think it was.
Yes, it was Dave Marshall, maybe even Josh Files. And here we go. Camp has been passed round the outside from Will Redford. Great move. Oh, no! Oh, Sam Kirkpatrick.
Big hit.
Oh, exactly the same spot. Now we have to look everyone else. The yellow light is flashing straight away to warn the other drivers, who of course can't see through the spray. And I feel
Redford's off. Big hit. That's going to be a big hit. That's going to be a big hit for Redford. Wowzers, it's too wet now. This is the thing, you're getting this aquaplane and they'll red flag this. They must red flag this.
Well, and of course, you know, as the drivers, 4 minutes go, okay, number 1, Sam Kirkpatrick out of the car, hopping over the barriers. He's okay. Oh, and that's Jack Ruddle as well in the podium. Oh, and there's the...
Is that Edmondson?
Is that Edmondson? Edmondson out as well, championship leader. There's another of the Pro Alloys car. Something has happened behind the... Will Redford had a huge tank slapper and got into the barriers, and there's 3 cars at least down at Sunny that are all off now. 3.5 minutes to go. The bar on our screen says green at the moment, so we won't sort of preempt what the race director is going to do. Leading across the line is Lewis Kent, followed by Alistair Camp. Liam McGill runs third. Dave Marshall is fourth. Josh Files up to fifth. Then it's Harvey Caton rounding out the top 6. And Lewis Kent is sideways. It's dicey. That's, you know, it's very dicey, very, very treacherous. That's great news. Will Redford out. And now, 3 minutes to go, the red flags are out.
Why so long?
I'm not sure if... It's always awkward to say, but maybe they have now a racing lap in the books that they could declare an official result.
If they were trying to wait for a racing lap to be completed to get over the line, then we all need to just go home, because somebody one day will get so hurt. That's a red flag every day of the week. There's 2 cars off, barriers are damaged. I don't understand. I'm seeing the same pictures. It's just a joke. It really annoys me.
Yeah, well, yes. I mean, luckily... and I say the word luckily because it is just luck. We have seen both Will Redford and Sam Kirkpatrick get out of the cars and walk away. However, I don't believe there is a single driver on this grid that would complain about not getting a full race lap in if on safety grounds.
So from my point of view, as a driver, because I'm here to tell the story from a driver's point of view, if you've got some of the best drivers in the country driving the most difficult cars in one of the best one makes, going off in a near enough straight line, what does that tell the person watching this race? It means it's dangerous, and if another car hits someone trying to get out, it just really offends me. I'm not going to labour the point now, I've said my bit, but just why has this happened time and time again?
No, and again, Paul, you have been in this many in the situation, many occasions. You know better than all of us what is going through a driver's mind. Now there's an awful lot to pick the bones out of in that 1.5 laps of racing we have. The checkered flag is being unfurled, so this will be declared a race result. I wouldn't want to say if it was half championship points or full championship points or anything like that. They're going to be brought straight into the pit lane. What I can say that on our timing screens, and I will simply go, we had 5 laps completed on our timing screens. Lewis Kent takes a very truncated victory. Alistair Camp, the leading FN2 car home in second position. Then making it 2 podiums in 2 races, Liam McGill finishing in 3rd position. And as you're looking at the empty start finish straight, I can just tell you that from my commentary position, looking at the cars coming directly below me, there'll be a lot of drivers breathing a sigh of relief simply that they have got the car out of this race in one piece. The track is utterly drenched out, certainly at Barcroft and Sunny, and you saw the incident where the back end of Will Redford's car just stepped out. He tried to correct it, and it then bit and into the tyre barriers, which thankfully did their job. They have been dislodged, so there will be, already circuit track staff and safety staff here at Croft at the scene of both accidents. We didn't catch what happened with Max Edmondson, although I would surmise that, of course, Redford going off whilst running 2nd or 3rd, everybody else sort of backs off very quickly because they don't know if the car's going to come back across the track just as they're braking for Sunny in. And there may have been a chain reaction crash there. But first things first, we have to say that all drivers involved in the plethora of incidents are out of their car and okay. We'll be back after this short break where we will try and unpick round 10 of the Miltech Sports Civic Cup.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumbnetworks.co.uk.
Let it go. Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, and have to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Let it go.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Very nice. Lewis Kent, Miltech Sports Civic Cup. You just gave me a big hug. Meant a lot, that, didn't it?
Yeah, it's about time. It's been about 2 years since I've stood on the top step. Well, last round of TCR in 2022. So, yeah, it's nice to finally be back up here. For a minute, when the red flag came out, I did think, oh, great, another win nicked by a red flag. Yeah, pretty much. But no, we're really happy. You know, the car felt really, really good. Personally, myself, I don't think it's stoppable weather. I think you can do it. But it's like I was fighting the car the whole time. I was having a wrestle in the cockpit. You just got to take it back a bit. It's like I sort of drove around after the safety car, feeling the weather, thinking, yeah, we can do this. But you've got to be very, very clever about it. So yeah, just try to use my head as much as I could. Broke a little bit earlier than everyone else, watched them all slide in, and then just try to get runs on them. Just a bit like I did on Ali, which was unlucky for him. I think he just locked a wheel going into tower, which gave me the undercut. But yeah, really, really happy with the car. Can't thank the boys at Area enough for setting it up how it was. It feels perfect now in the wet. Just got to get it down to the line in the dry, and then hopefully we'll continue to challenge for wins all year.
Jobs are good, mate. The experience come through, didn't it? But there was a lot of quick drivers went off, mate. Max Edmondson went off in a big way. Didn't crash the car, but big spin. So just shows you how difficult it really was.
Yeah, exactly. As we came through the S's, I watched Will. I went in there quite hot into the first part, into the left. And I thought to myself, oh God, here we go, I'm off. Held on, and then I watched Will go into the right a lot faster than me, which gave him that little slide and a slapper. I had a bit of a slide going in, but sort of managed to keep it straight enough. And yeah, it just got onto the top of him. But yeah, as you say, a couple of quick boys. You know, two of my teammates unfortunately had non-finishes there. Don't get me wrong, it helps me in the championship, but I don't want to be seeing that. I want to see my teammates be on the podium with me. A bit like Ali and Liamar. So hopefully the car's all right for the next round, and we can come back to the top 7 in area motorsport again.
Top dollar. Well done, mate. You must be happy with that. Get yourself back down south, fella. The Northerners do like you, but yeah, take your time going south, mate.
Thank you very much.
Top man. Right, let's bring in our second placed man, Ali Camp. I think he's been enjoying the football more than he's been enjoying the racing. But, mate, I thought you were going to win that. What happened through the chicane? Did something happen? Because you just disappeared.
Yeah, on the restart, come down here, I went into turn 1, the steering was so stiff. It lost power steering. It's got electric screen in it, and I think it's drained the battery. So as I'd gone through the chicane, obviously it lost all the revs, and I felt the steering was tight, so I knew I've had it in another car previously, so I flicked the demist and all the power come back. But obviously Lewis was coming fast, and I just thought, just finish the race with these conditions, anything can happen. Obviously then what happened with Redford in front, so yeah, I felt like once I'd got it, but yeah, my restart was a bit of a shambles because I went to go at the back and I was in the wrong gear and it just went boom. I was like, oh no, so I thought, right, hairpin it is, and we got gone. But yeah, when I went into that and I had no steering, I thought, no way, that's just my luck, that is.
I was saying how well your restart was going to be, because you'd let the safety car go and then all of a sudden I was like, oh, he might have gone a little bit too early, and then you had such a great run out the hairpin. Yeah, what was going on there? You had traction control on?
Yeah, I just squared up and I thought just stay off that outside line because I knew how greasy it was, and I thought just get that car squared and go, because they'll obviously, you know, it's like when you chase someone, you want to go as fast as you can. I thought as soon as you see me bolt, they're going to just floor it and just spin it up on the greasy line. So I just went perfect time really, but yeah, and the start, I was pulled off in second and hope for the best. First ever second gear start I've done. 8,000 revs, open for the best, and it went. So yeah. No, happy with it, mate. We've had a difficult weekend with the car this week. I think it's just because the circuit's so bumpy. But we're hoping for the last 3 rounds now, power tracks. Power's what we've got under that car now. So we 10 horsepower extra on the FN2. Let's see if it pays off.
Well, good luck, mate. Well done. Spot on. Who's going to win the footy?
I'm not saying that because England.
Right, OK. We'll leave it at that then. Liam, come on, son. Mr. McGill. Good effort, mate. Good to see you. How are you? You must be happy with that.
No, I'm kind of gutted, to be honest with you, because we had a decent amount of pace, I think, there. I'm not sure how it would have panned out as the race went on, but started to find a kind of different line in the wet conditions. Initially coming here, I just thought it would just be a dry line round Croft because it's quite a fast-flowing track, but when it's that wet, you've got to start experimenting because there's nothing there.
Mate, there were some puddles out there. I really felt for you. I really wouldn't want to be out there, to be fair. But yeah, it was. We were lucky we didn't have some bigger accidents. It was really aquaplane city, wasn't it?
Yeah, to be honest with you, it was probably the right call to put the red flag out in the end. I mean, going down the home straight, these are on semi-slicks basically, and we're going down the home straight and you're going through puddles and the car's just completely out of control. It's not sitting on the tarmac at all, so it's probably fair enough. There's a good few crashes there, so yeah.
Well, everyone seems to be okay. Hopefully they all got out the cars okay. But yeah, you looking forward to the next round, mate?
I don't know. I don't know if I'll be there. Mrs is pregnant, so she's due on the same date. So hopefully the baby's here early. I can get down there.
Bring her along.
Yeah.
Do like a home birth at the track.
Oh, I don't know about that. Like,
oh, she's not watching. Sorry.
Yeah, we want the kid to be born in Scotland, you see. So
yeah, I'd be the same. Is it for a tax reason?
No, nothing to do with that.
Listen, have a good one, mate. It's good to see you again. Spot on. Excellent stuff. Right, let's speak to my man, Marky Hughes. Marky, come over, Captain. Goodyear Diamond Trophy winner. Sounds good, doesn't it? You like winning trophies?
Yeah, I didn't think I'd win one this weekend, actually.
Why?
Not been feeling great, a bit under the weather. Did a wrong setup yesterday. Mine came second, but yeah, and then that was absolutely lethal out there. I've never seen anything like that. It was like a whiteout.
It looked hard work, and I've just been. I don't want to labour the point, but I did actually go a bit explosive on commentary and say that red flag was a lap too late. Like literally, there's cars everywhere off.
I was just saying to Campy, I said I was praying they were going to red flag it because we were aquaplaning up the straight up to Tower, and then as we were coming round, there was another car off, and then we got further round through Jim Clark S's, another car off, and then down into Sunny Inn, and 2 cars off. We were like, this has got to be called. Yeah.
Unfortunate, mate, but listen, I'll let you go. Next round, looking forward to that?
Yeah, I'll be back racing again.
Give it the big one, Captain. I'll see you soon.
Thank you very much.
Very nice. Right, last one. Let's speak to my new fave, actually, old Jamie Pez. How are you, mate? You're right. You're like the happiest person I've ever seen. Paul Winfield Trophy winner. It's cool, isn't it, to have so many different classes that you can actually have a go at and win, but the start wasn't so good for you, mate, was it?
No, it really wasn't ideal. Just got loads of wheel spin and dropped 4 or 5 places, and then with a bit of contact into turn 2, I was already in 9th after about 3 or 4 corners, so really messed up the start of the race, so not ideal.
Good fun though. Looked like you had a good old crack in the race. I know you didn't really do much because there wasn't much time to do anything, but good fun though. These cars are just exceptional, aren't they?
Yeah, they are great to drive, and they're definitely a bit tense in the rain, which made it interesting, so it was great.
Top man, are we going to see you for the next round?
We will indeed.
Yes, boy. See you there. Well done, fella. Excellent stuff. Well, there you go. That is everybody who's won something in the Miltech Sport Civic Cup. Bit of a shame it wasn't the longest race in the world, but I do enjoy my Civics. It was awesome. Anyway, right, it's back to you. I don't know what's going to happen next, but let's see what goes on.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analogue switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Welcome back to Croft for more racing action here on this TCR UK race weekend in rather adverse weather conditions, but we are soldiering on after the premature end to that second Miltech Sport Civic Cup race just now. Hopefully all the drivers are all okay as they should be. This is the grid then for our third and final Clapham North Mazda MX-5 SuperCup race. It's a slightly partially reverse grid, which puts Tom Griffiths on pole position for the final race of the weekend. He's alongside James Cousins on the front row. Could he possibly steal a victory on his best weekend of the championship so far? Then it's Aidan Hills and Jack Brewer come next on the second row of the grid. In the top 6 reversal is Jack Harding and race 2 race winner Patrick Fletcher on row 3. Next comes Joe Wiggins starting from 7th place ahead of club class pole sitter and club class race 2 winner Wilbur Tiley from 8th on the grid. Then Jack Sycamore and Alex Stott round out the top 10. Jim Barrett starting 11th on row 6 alongside Alistair Dendy, followed by Alex Jones after his first club class podium. He starts alongside Steve Kite on row 7. Row 8 is the club class point leader coming into the weekend, Ollie Hall. He starts in 15th alongside Kamal Kelsey, who survived the spin earlier on at the end of the race 2 starts 16th, then Chris Gill and Clive Powles, and then Bruce Robertson and Amy Watts, who's hoping for much better fortunes after the race of hell, really, in race number 2. She spun out and hit the barriers, exiting Sunny in. Then she kind of lost the ground a little bit and fell back towards the back of the field. And to top it all off, she went off at Tower Bend and managed to recover what was rather a miserable race for Amy, but still managed to come through, pick up some points, but it'll certainly be one of her worst results of the season. And therefore, she'll want to try and put that in the back of her mind and push through. She made a really good start in race number 2 from the back of the grid, and she has always had pretty good race pace, so watch out for Amy from the rear of the field. Took a hat-trick of victories at Snetterton in the club class, so she is definitely quite quick, and for quite a while up until the end of the previous meeting at Anglesey, she was the club class championship leader, so watch for her from the back. So it's been quite an entertaining weekend for SuperCup, as usual. Now, Tom Griffiths could be in a good position to take his second SuperCup win, took his first in a rather emotional victory at Snetterton, and his family around him, and certainly that was one to watch for. James Cousins, meanwhile, has, as I mentioned throughout the weekend, hasn't had the same sort of form that he had last year, and he's struggled in this new car that he's had. I'm certain it's the ex-Richard Amos car, because he still has it in the same white, black and orange livery that Richard ran last season. And he now has James, he starts on the front row of the grid. Aidan Hills and Jack Brewer. Now, Aidan Hills has had some really good races coming through from 12th on the grid. Won race 1, finished 4th in race 2, now starting higher up for the 3rd race, starting on the 2nd row. Watch for him from row 2. He will certainly, if he can, shoot the gap between Tom Griffiths and James Cousins and go for the lead in the first couple of laps, almost certainly. But also, you can't deny Jack Brewer or Jack Harding or either Patrick Fletcher. Either Jack Brewer too, of course, his first MX-5 SuperCup podium in race number 2. He was delighted with that after all the work they've done to get that car ready after his rather awful accident at Brands Hatch at the beginning of last season. And he now has some work to try and go out. I think it's a little bit more clear up going on from the cars that we had off in the Civic Cup race just now, so the racing will get underway very, very shortly. Yeah, just a little more clear up in a couple of the cars that were off the road. Still 1 or 2 of the recovery vehicles on track. It's going to be a few minutes until we're there. We have been quite high up in terms of time, so we are running relatively ahead of schedule. If I look at the actual timetable of where we were up to this point, this race should have started at, well, it should be starting in the next 15 minutes. So we've got quite a bit of time to play within the timetable in that sense of things, but we've got some time to play with. Of course, I know that Brscc are being quite key to get themselves up there and going once again. Well, we said just now that in the club class it was a first podium for Alex Jones, who finished 3rd in race number 2, and Richard caught up with him after qualifying yesterday to see how he's finding the championship and his fortunes and his thoughts going into the weekend. Let's take you that interview. Richard caught up with Alex yesterday in the paddock.
I wasn't going to talk about qualifying, but it's been a theme with the shake-up that we've seen here at Croft in all the various formulae that inevitably we do. Alex Jones has had a great qualifying. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was just more about the lines of trying to know where the grip was. So I spent the first 4 laps trying to identify where that was, and then after that, adjusting the brake bias and everything else just started clicking. So, yeah.
Paul, the team boss, Paul Shedd, was sort of bigging you up and saying how well you've done. How much of a mentor is he to you? Because I've known him for years. Fantastic driver, a great all-round bloke.
Yeah, he's amazing. His attention to detail with the cars, amazing. And it's like, even if I don't know all the setup changes and that, he's very good to help teach me what's the best and that, so yeah.
And your route in SuperCup, again, was saying to Paul, I was looking back at some old stats which we're kind of putting together just to get more perspective on drivers coming through and how it's worked over the years. You started off in the clubman category, and as I worked through from the earlier days, the results are getting higher and higher as we go along. That's what it's about, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely want to be further up, and I definitely want to be on that class podium later and tomorrow.
Possibility?
Well, I mean, it depends what the weather does. If it's these type of conditions, massive hope for it, yeah.
Anything that you might change from qualifying, or are you 100% happy getting the best that you've had out of the car?
I'm 100% happy. It's, as I say, like, we suffered with brake issues yesterday, and if I can sort the bias out throughout the races, I'm golden.
We wish you well for that, and all being well, we'll see you on the podium.
Yeah. Thank you, Richard.
Thanks, Alex.
Wonderful chat there from Richard with Alex Jones, and of course he managed to keep up with that premise because he managed to get a podium, and he was quite delighted with that, wasn't he, Richard?
Yeah, you know, usually when I go and talk to drivers in the paddock, they go, "Oh, here we go. This is the kiss of death. Richard's coming for the interview. I'll load up now and go home." But it actually worked the other way with Alex getting that podium, which we were pretty pleased about. And yeah, I had a nice chat with Paul Sheard, the team boss as well, who you heard me talking about stats there. I've been looking back at the early days of the MX-5 SuperCup, which I think started in 2013, if memory serves correctly. And
correct.
Sheardy was one of the drivers that was, and he was quite magnanimous yesterday and fairly humble about, you know, it wasn't as quick then. But make no mistake, Paul Sheard is one heck of a driver, and a great engineer as well, and a great team boss. He won a shed load of races in these, as did Paul O'Neill actually won. Every time I keep coming up with first Paul O'Neill, fastest lap, Paul O'Neill, and again, another very humble guy. Don't tell him that I said that.
Yeah.
But, you know, the opening couple of years were fascinating in this championship, and we come right up to date now as the cars come towards us, ready for the third race of the weekend.
Yeah, I think it's one thing that's clear. It's the MX-5 SuperCup championship. He's sometimes imitated, but never bettered, because it's certainly a championship that has been one of the stalwarts of club racing now in its 12th season. You're absolutely right. He started back in 2013 with I think 6 or 7 cars back at Castle Coombe, and now it's developed into a championship where it's made some great champions, particularly drivers like Abby Eaton, who's come through the ranks as well. On top of that, you know, Luke Herbert's, of course, has won 3 championships on the bounce. Will Blackwell Chambers has been a champion too. Adrian Hills, of course, took the title after years of trying to pick it up. There's been some great drivers that have come through the championship. Alan Henderson was back in 2015. He's also one to watch for in that sense through his ranks. You think he still does an occasional bit of club-level endurance racing. But some really nice drivers that have come through the field. And it's a championship where even Paul O'Neill mentioned before when he was talking about looking at some of the drivers coming through the ranks of Ginettas and side. And I remember seeing in an interview saying he talked to some people who are looking through to go into the GT and Ginetta ranks. And he said on an interview, he said, for those who are trying to look to that route, I always recommend them go and look at the SuperCup or a championship like MX-5 SuperCup, because it's close, one-make, competitive, exciting racing. And even you could be a fast driver in other championships, you can come into this one, and it can be a bit of a shock to the system, because I think one great example was Richard Styrett, if he doesn't mind me saying so. He was a champion in Porsches for a couple of years.
He was the guy, wasn't he?
Came into the MX-5 SuperCup, and he couldn't get used to the fact that it was the car did or didn't have it. I think these cars don't have ABS when the Porsches did. So he couldn't really get to grips with that because it's a completely different car to him. And so fast drivers can come into this and think, okay, I might do well. And then they might get a bit of a shock to the system thinking, wow, actually I'm in the top 10 somewhere or down mid-pack, when we know how good they are, they know how good they are.
Yeah,
but
lovely guy, Richard.
But it's the drivers who do this weekend in, weekend out, who know exactly what they need to do in order to get the trick in the setup of how these cars work. So it's as simple as that. Some drivers simply adapt to these cars quicker than others. And I always think for new drivers coming in, it takes them about a season to get to grips with the car to make it click.
Yeah.
Case in point was Nick Reindrad. Came in 2022. Only got to take his first victory in the championship right into the last race of the season, and he was up there in the first part.
And that was his last win as well.
That was
Sorry, Nick,
one only win, but it was a win taken good nonetheless. And other drivers that have come through, again, others like Tom Griffiths, Jack Brewer. It takes them a season to get used to these cars.
Yeah.
Once you get there,
it does. Yeah.
Will Blackwell was another one. Took him a season to get used to it. Once he was in there,
on Nick, he was at the sharp end a lot. So
he was.
There. But it's competitive, and he took loads of Masters wins. The worst thing is for me, Nick Reindrad was. I went to his 18th birthday party, and now he's in the Masters.
Oh, really?
It's like making you feel old, you know. He's going classic racing now.
Oh, is he really? What's he racing?
Yeah, I think they've got a Mark 1 Escort.
Oh, excellent. Can't be a Mark 1 Escort. Can't be a SuperCup car either.
I think that's what he's doing. If I've blown your cover, Nick, I apologise. But I was just talking to a couple of people that I know real well from another series, which I won't talk about in case it offends the person that runs the series at the moment. They're looking at Mazdas this weekend. They're looking at Audi TT and looking to make a switch, and trying to think about what they can do going forward. So it's interesting that you come to a meeting like this and people are here to spectate, enjoy the racing, but also have a look at what else is available for racing.
And I'll get a good example of what MX-5 SuperCup is all about, hopefully, within the next 15 minutes, as the third race of the season is about to get underway. And we're up and racing at Croft for the final time in the MX-5 SuperCup. And from the front row, it's Even Stevens in the drag race to turn 1. It's Griffiths on the left, Cousins on the right. They're touching wing mirrors down towards Clairvaux for the first time. Cousins gets his nose in front initially. Who's last of the late breakers? Well, Griffiths stays to the inside line, but Cousins stays to his outside. And in through Hawthorns, the better lines around the outside, so Cousins will have a little bit more grip. They are still wheel to wheel. Now, next point's the S's. Someone's got to go through in single file. And it's Cousins who goes round the outside and takes the lead, I think, for the first time all season, I think, in the MX-5 SuperCup. So he now hits the front. It's Griffiths in second place. Behind him now, side by side for third, is Brewer and Patrick Fletcher. It's Brewer just in front. And also in there too, through the spray, is Jack Harding. The amount of standing water on the track is much more than it was earlier on. And of course, we saw in the Civic Cup race just now, you get your line wrong, just get the wrong part of the circuit at the wrong time, and it can go a little bit wrong. But hopefully it doesn't. Now that is Ollie Hall, who is ahead, who's behind now, Amy Watts. So I said watch for her from the start. Started back 12, and as I say that, she's run wide on the exit of the Tower Bend, so that's a bit of a commentator's curse. She's still ahead of Ollie Hall, just as they're coming towards Jim Clark S's, but she made a couple of places, 4 or 5 spots before she lost out in there. So unfortunate kind of fortunes for her halfway around that first lap after a rotten second race, where she had everything that could go wrong did go wrong, but she's now made a good start. That's come slightly undone at Tower Bend, but she's going to push on. At the front, though, it is James Cousins, who is a race winner before, hasn't done it this season, but now in a good vein of form this weekend, is hoping to get a victory to round out what's been a very healthy weekend after a tough start to the season.
I thought Tom Griffiths and James Cousins were 100% fair with each other through those first 2 corners. Lesser drivers would have had each other off or one of the cars off. They didn't. They raced superbly. And Griffiths is under pressure now. Patrick Fletcher through on the inside of Jack Brewer. He goes up onto a podium. He's flying this weekend, isn't he, Fletcher? Is this the one that defines a potential championship title for Patrick Fletcher in the 29? He was delighted and relaxed after race number 2 on the podium, and he's up into P3. You've got to say the win is going to be in his sights.
One driver that hasn't made as much progress as I thought he would do, Aidan Hill, still in 7th position. He started, remember, in 3rd, so he had a rotten start, actually, not the one he wanted. A bit surprising for Maiden. He wasn't quite as fast as he could have, but he's actually coming under pressure shortly, maybe from the club class leader, Will Batali, who's just behind him in 8th, and by far and away the best driver in that class. He leads that class currently from Jim Barrett and Steve Kite. The leaders then out of the S's down towards Tower Bend for the second time through the gloom and through the spray here at Croft in these very wet conditions. It's one of the wettest SuperCup races I've seen for a long, long time. Outside line for Griffiths, hold station there as Patrick Fletcher tries to nip up the inside if he can. Just holds that position for the moment. And they come over the crest and back towards Jim Clark S's again. And again, James Cousins taking full effect here. So I guess if one Hills Motorsport car can't take victory in the shape of Aidan Hills, another could certainly take victory this time. Jack Harding stationing 4th. Now it's Brewer, Wiggin and Hills down towards Sunny in and Sunny out. There's Joe Wiggin, double Alton Park winner, just bouncing around on the apex, trying to keep the car on the straight and narrow. And Aidan Hills still in 7th place, and again still coming under a relative threat from Will Batali. A little drift there from Aidan Hills. There's a shot of Tower Bend for some reason, but we continue on. It's the complex, and again Patrick Fletcher putting Griffiths under pressure. Lock up there, he snatched a break there for Tom Griffiths in the wet, but he carries on the outside line. They splash their way through the complex, and here comes Fletcher up the inside. He did this to Jack Brewer a lap ago. Now he's diving up for 2nd place, past Tom Griffiths. A nice clean pass for the man bidding for the championship. Griffiths will come back at him, will try and out-sprint him down towards Clairvaux. All this, meanwhile, is James Cousins about to look at his mirrors here. He's got one side Griffiths, the other side Fletcher battling for 2nd place. But again, if these two keep on battling, he can start to get away. Up towards Clairvaux, it's Cousins who still leads. Fletcher definitively gets 2nd place. Now, next target certainly was to get his 2nd win of the weekend and that victory and the lead off of James Cousins already going through Hawthorns.
Yeah, he's looking likely to challenge here. Tease it up through on the inside line. Ooh. He is through as Patrick Fletcher goes through, and there was no doubt in his determination to get through into the lead. Patrick Fletcher, superb stuff, and that is from 6th position on this partial reverse grid. He's got the lead. Who, Scott Widwis, can stop him?
Well, Patrick Fletcher, I've seen before when he gets into the wet conditions, pretty tight. Here comes Jack Brewer out braking himself. That's not where you want to be. The comfort will possibly be that the gravel and dirt is quite hard packed, which means he can squeeze his way through, keeps himself out of the field and gets himself back on the track. But that's his fortunes taking a nosedive when he was in 5th position, but he's now tumbling down the order, and that will be a not so great conclusion in terms of a result to his weekend as they make their way through Barcroft and back towards the Sunny in, Sunny out complex. This is now the fight for 2nd now between Cousins, Griffiths and Harding. It's still now Joe Wiggin who's moved up to 5th position. Aidan Hills is up to 6th now, which is 3 places back from where he started. As Griffiths gets a good drive off of Sunny out, pulls level on the approach towards the outside line for the complex. Now the outside line, of course, remember, is the faster line. And he gets itself up the inside for the 2nd part. Nice smart driver from Griffiths, but again the outside line with for Cousins this time by. And sweeps across and keeps the place. Now look at Harding on the outside of Griffiths. He might sweep around the outside, but that inside run for the hairpin does work quite well. We saw it work for Fletcher twice. First pass getting past Brewer, and then past past Tom Griffiths. So that was up into the position there. Joe Wiggin, meanwhile, with a bit of clear air, has the fastest lap of the race. He's in the mix now in this four-car scrap for second place. Out through Clervaux, back to Hawthorne, nose to tail now. And what a welcome back for Jack Brewer, back into third place. It could be on course for 3 podiums in a row on his return to Croft. Defending from Griffiths and Wiggin through the S's. Onto the back straight now. Always be careful not to run too wide onto the grass, otherwise it could be game over.
Fascinating racing, isn't it? Just looking through the club class as well. And as you said, Wilbur Tiley well ahead, but it's Jim Barrett running in second position in club class, and Ollie Hall in third, trying to get back on terms and up into the top echelons of club class as well. So plenty to look at in SuperCup here. Fletcher now 1.754 seconds clear as we look at this, continue to look at the battle for second position. Cossin's still there at the moment, very slightly different line. Coming out of the spray goes Jack Harding with Tom Griffiths in behind. Clever use of that TJ logo on the side of the car. TJ Motorsport, been around for a long while, but Cossin's here really having to defend. And this is great for Patrick Fletcher, who continue to try and get away, but they go side by side as second position becomes an issue. But Cossins has got the inside run here. If he can hold on the outside, and he will do, this is Jack Harding up into P2. Again, clean, fair racing, but we'll look at Cossins back on the inside as they splash through the puddles on the way into the hairpin, side by side still. Again, clean, fair racing from the pair of them. Who's going to get the run? It is the man who did all of the hard work. Fair stuff. And Jack Harding from fourth up into second position.
And look at now Tom Griffiths and Joe Wiggin. Good exit off the hairpin puts them in contention. He's up the inside now for third position. So James Cousins, who was leading at one stage, lost out to Fletcher. Now he's lost out to Harding. Trying to brave it round the outside to hold on to third place and squeezing Tom Griffiths. He gets sideways almost into Joe Wiggin, who now pops up the inside of both of them. Gets past Griffiths. Now shows his wheel to James Cousins, who cuts the nose off the 41 car. That's not happening. Through the S's they go. I think this is the wettest I've seen it since that really awful weather weekend at Snetterton last year. That was really horrendous conditions that you were at, of course, there last year, and that was really treacherous weather conditions that we had in 2 of those 3 SuperCup races. That's just as wet as that, I think, as they come into the complex at Tower once more through the right-hander, all stacking up. And this is also bringing Aidan Hills into play here. You can see the blue, orange and black car number 1, the defending Pro Class champion. I have to say also a really good run so far for Wilbur Tiley, who's keeping these guys in check round the outside of the first part of Jim Clark S's. Goes Joe Wiggin, but he keeps it pointing in a straight line. Next in the second part, Griffiths looks to the outside line through Barcroft. That's a brave one. Cousins puts 2 wheels onto the grass over the curb on the inside. Now the outside line for Sonny in. Round he goes. He's going to make that stick. The answer, yes, he does. Great move from Tom Griffiths on the outside line of Sonny in to go up into what is now third position. And no, this will be fourth position in fact, and it could be fifth in a second because Aidan Hills is going to push him back another position into, it could even be sixth if I can get my maths right. So this is now, yeah, Cousins is down to fifth position. Aidan down in sixth place. He looks up the inside. After a promising start in the wet conditions, it's starting to unravel a little bit with 6 minutes to go.
It is. It's just gone far too quickly. Somebody hide the checker, as you always say. Aidan Hills dives to the inside, makes the move through and passes his teammate, but he's going to come through on the outside run. Who's going to have the most of this better run down in towards Clervaux? It's Hills that's got the inside run, but Cossins has a better run on the outside, gets the position back. So, well, they may be teammates, but they're certainly having a good, clean, fair race of it as Cossins goes a little bit crossed up as he heads out of Clervaux and down into Hawthorns once again. And my attention is drawn, as Scott said, to Wilbur Tiley, who is right behind these guys. The leading clubman's runner is up with and chasing the reigning champion here.
And of course, it won't change how many points he gets if he passes these guys. It'll be just individual points per class. So he'll still get the 100 points. And certainly if he's got the fastest lap of the race, the extra bonus point for that as well. And that's James Cousins running too deep into Tower Bend. That was an easy move for his team boss, Aidan Hills, to make. A little wide there also for Tom Griffiths by the looks of it as he carries on. And now Cousins is coming under threat from Wilbur Tiley, who's going in the mix. And looking at quickly checking in with the rest of the club class order, it's second place for the number 5 for Jim Barrett. It says I just saw James Cousins getting very sideways on the exit of the Jim Clark S's. But yeah, in the club classes, Will Battaglia leads at a canter, and straight on and off the road goes Tom Griffiths. Outbreaks himself and runs wide at Sunny Inn. That now lets Aidan Hills through, and James Cousins, and Will Battaglia. He ambles his way back on. Jack Sycamore goes through as well. That's going to put him down to 8th, maybe 9th, because there goes Alex Stott. So what could have been an excellent podium from pole position goes all the way down to basically the base of the top 10. He might even lose out to Jim Barrett, who I was going to mention is in the 2nd place in club class at the moment. Then it's Ollie Hall, and then Amy Watts. And Amy Watts, after her mistake at Tower Bend on the first lap, is only less than 3 seconds away from Ollie Hall in front of her. And Ollie, of course, came into the weekend a point ahead of her in the club class title race, both in total and drop scores. And that could be a changeover if Amy can start the lap a little bit quicker. Her lap time last time by was about a 1/10.5 quicker, so she's running a bit quicker than Brewer in these wet conditions. But her best lap time so far is 6/10 better than Ollie Hall's at the moment. So she's looking pretty quick in terms of pace in these wet conditions. And she's chasing after him as she goes past the commentary box, currently looking for a podium spot to round off her club class weekend.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether Amy can do that, but it's Will Battaglia, Jim Barrett second, Ollie Hall third at the moment in the Clubman's, and Patrick Fletcher well clear, 2.6 seconds, in turn 5 seconds clear of Joe Wiggin. Beg your pardon, it's Harding in second position, Wiggin in third place. So that's our potential podium at the moment, unless Aidan Hills can close down and get the whiff of another podium. He's had one podium so far this weekend, Aidan Hills. Very, very strange weekend Hills-wise.
It has been, but he's tried to battle his way through and do the best job he can. So he's now going to try and just at least salvage something with a podium finish. If you can go after Joe Wiggin. There is Aidan Hills going through the shot. Still got, in 4th position now that Tom Griffiths has cleared the way. And there goes Jack Sycamore. He's had a bit of an interesting time out on track as well. Again, lots of crossed up and lots of steering wheel movement as they try to keep grip. But as for Patrick Fletcher, fairly relaxed behind the wheel, not too much movement. Looks like that Luke Herbert Racing run car is looking pretty well suited for these wet conditions. We talk about the AB Motorsport setup. I think Patrick Fletcher seems to be quite adept to the wet. Looks like Patch is a bit of a rainmaster by the look of it, because he's certainly making the light work of the conditions, obviously. And speaking of which, case in point, he takes the fastest lap of the race, 1:46.270, which is matched by Jack Harding. So they've done exactly the same lap time to the thousandth of a second, but Patrick gets the fastest lap denoted to him because he set it first momentarily before Jack did.
Yep, so a little bit more work required for the second place man to bag the fastest lap points. There's confirmation on screen.
Actually, he's been taken again. It was Tom Griffiths. Yeah, he's Tom Griffiths, in fact. He's gone into the 1:45s. So he's trying to recover from what is now showing as 9th position, 1:45.962 with the fastest second sector of the race.
I'm just thinking about Luke Herbert racing. Is Luke based on the South Coast? Is he a Chichester-based driver, if I remember correctly? Or is that, am I getting confused with another Mazda man?
I can't say I know geographically where Luke Herbert's from, if I'm honest. But
yeah, something rings bells that it's Chichester. I was thinking there's something about that South Coast run, because Hills Motorsport are down in Worthing.
Yeah.
So,
and of course, using all his expertise now to run MX-5s rather than being continuing racing, because he's a former 3-time champion in the MX-5 Super Cup, and using all that expertise now to teach other drivers, as James Cousins again runs wide, chasing after his team boss. Big sideways moment through the Jim Clark S's. This is now for 4th and 5th between the two teammates. And again, Will Battaglia, I commend him for his job in 6th position.
He's got 5 Pro Class cars between himself and the second place man in the Clubman's.
Yeah, he definitely has. So excellent job from him so far. In fact, I think that's Alistair Dendy who is, the second. It's 6th in fact, because the next car is Ollie Hall. So where's Jim Barrett got to? He's dropped down into 4th place.
Yeah, Ollie Hall.
So it's Ollie Hall into 2nd, Amy Watts up into 3rd. So after her very rough second race, where she was off the road into the barriers, she's at least back into a podium place behind Ollie Hall. Through the hairpin goes the fight for 4th, 5th and 6th. They're going to go on to the last lap of the race with Patrick Fletcher 2.8 seconds to the good now ahead of Jack Harding. Jack was about a 10th slower last time by as they start the final lap of the race in what are still very treacherous conditions out there, but they're certainly doing a grand job to keep these cars on the straight and narrow. Through Clairvaux goes the fight for 4th, 5th and 6th. And as I mentioned, much better fortunes for James Cousins this weekend. Certainly after he struggled with this car in the first half of the season, something just seems to have clicked here at Donington Park, at Croft, wrong circuit, at Croft, that's worked out well for him this weekend. As for this man, Patrick Fletcher, every time I've seen him in the wet conditions, he always seems to be at the front and doing well. So I think we can almost call Patch a bit of a wet specialist, because he is certainly doing the business in these adverse conditions. And Jack Harding, I think, is certainly proving, one, that he's driven like he's never been away, and two, if he comes back for full time, at least for the rest of the season, if not for next year, he will be someone in contention at the front of the field quite constantly, because he hasn't been off the podium all weekend, and he won't be if he stays here for the next half a lap or so.
I was denigrating Aidan Hills, but he did a splendid win yesterday, didn't he? So we forget that. That was yesterday's news, unfortunately. But Patrick Fletcher has been the star of today, looking like he's good for the second win of the day and 3 podia out of 3.
And that will certainly be some key points in the championship as the rain continues to fall quite steadily. And that's Alex Stott off the road with a spin up at Sunny Inn. I saw the camera was trying to twitch a bit before it cut back to Patrick Fletcher, but that was Alex Stott going through. But as he comes out the final corner, Patch has weathered the storm and weathered the rain and will head up to the checkered flag for the second time today. One step close to possible championship contention. Patrick Fletcher takes victory in race 3 of the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. Jack Harding picks up second place, and Joe Wiggin, after his drama yesterday, rounds off the weekend with a podium in 3rd place. Hills 4th. James Cousins with a much improved weekend in 5th. It's 6th for Will Batali, who wins the club class. Then Jack Sycamore and Tom Griffiths in 7th and 8th. And then Alex Stott and Jack Brewer after his off at Tower Bend. He'll round off the weekend with a top 10. He'll be pleased with his podium finish, as he was in race 2. But race number 3 for him could have been more after a front row start, but he will hold on for a top 10 anyway. It's Alistair Dendy 11th, and Ollie Hall 12th, and Amy Watts 13th. So that's 2nd and 3rd in club class for Hall and Watts. And Barrett, after he ran as high as 2nd in class, but dropped behind Hall and Watts in that end, he slips to 14th behind Alex Jones. And then Kamal Kelsey, Christopher Ginn, Bruce Robinson and Clive Powles round out the finishes. The only car that we lost was number 72, Steve Kite, who has yet to come through. He stopped out on circuit somewhere. So the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup wrapped up for the weekend, and it is once again success for Patrick Fletcher, and again takes him one step closer to potentially going for the Pro Class title. Results of race 3 sees Patrick Fletcher take victory by almost 2 seconds from Jack Harding, with Joe Wiggin rounding off the top podium in 3rd place. Aidan Hills, defending Pro Class champion, settles for 4th, ahead of James Cousins in 5th place. 6th, and the club class victory for Wilbur Tiley. Really brilliant performance on the wet for Wilbur. He picks up the position ahead of Jack Sycamore. Tom Griffiths after he went off at Sunny Inn. Jack Brewer after he went off at Tower Bend. And Alex Stott recovering after he spun at Sunny Inn as well to take the top 10 position. Alistair Dendy is 11th place ahead of Ollie Hall and Amy Watts, who are 2nd and 3rd in club class. And Jim Barrett in 4th in class, 14th overall. And Alex Jones and Mark Kelsey from Bruce Robinson, Chris Ginn, Clive Powell, and any car that we lost was Steve Kite in 20th. We're not classified because he is off the road and 8 laps down. So 3 more races left on the timetable today. Next up is the 3rd and final race of the weekend for the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship, followed by the Gaz Shocks Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 Championship, and then our 3rd and final TCR UK race of the day, where you'll have Henry Burdett and Paul O'Neill on the microphone for that one. And the top 3s in both Pro and Club will be down there to have a chat with Richard very shortly and see how they found those adverse conditions. Not pleasant out there by the look of it, but at least it's brightening up slightly. At least it's one way on setup. Now, yesterday it was very intermediate conditions for most drivers, and trying to find a routine setup for that was very difficult, and race drivers either wanted to be fully wet or fully dry. Well, in the fully wet conditions, it was Patrick Fletcher who mastered them, and he's down there with the top 3s in Pro and Club, with Richard John Neal in pit lane.
Patrick Fletcher out of the car, and some harder work in that one from 6th position on the reverse grid. Through very carefully, picked his moments. We had some great racing, I say, from all the drivers in that one, and Patrick just getting his crash helmet off, and very nearly a perfect weekend. I think in these conditions it probably was a perfect weekend. Let's get Patrick's thoughts on that. Congratulations, Patrick. Jack's coming over and saying well done too. Great camaraderie as ever. Given the weather, it's got to be a perfect weekend.
Yeah, Sunday was a perfect day. Qualifying was really good. Just race 1, but it's been amazing, really. 2 wins and a 5th. Can't complain about that one.
It's never easy to do in any championship, but in this one, wow.
The first few laps, that race was a lot wetter. I don't know whether you could see it on the cameras, but when you was following the cars in front, particularly off the line, you're just trying to get into some clear air out of the spray so you know where to brake and get your braking references. and luckily the doors sort of opened up and had a couple of nice moves into the hairpin, which sorted me out as well. So, and James went slightly wide at turn 2, which allowed me to get the race lead.
At what point do you start thinking about the win? Because you started 6th on the grid and you've got to pick everybody off. So when does the win come into your thoughts, or is it just focus on the next car in front?
Just focus on the next car in front, and then I managed to hit the pack, hit the front of the pack, and I got a bit of a gap. And I thought, oh, here we go, Jackson P2. It's going to be a rerun of the second race where he started to catch me. But I managed just to get enough of a gap to keep it to the end.
Brilliant stuff. Great weekend. Look forward to seeing you next time. Patrick Fletcher, well done.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the spoils of victory. Enjoy your evening and the unwinding. Let's have a word with Jack Harding in P2, a third podium interview of the weekend. Jack, welcome back. It's been great to have you here. Decent firm handshake as well. None of the wet lettuce nonsense that we get from some drivers. Sum up the race for that one.
Yeah, it was just trying to get through the traffic, to be honest. Patrick's just got more confidence than me. Like I said, he's been in it the last couple of years, so he's just got that experience, and he's just got through the traffic loads quicker than I did. So by the time I got through, he'd just got that gap, and then I think we were sitting like the same lap times. The gap was just not really changing. I was just like, I knew inevitably that he was going to win, but he's been solid. I can't fault him. Like I said, he put it on pole in the wet, and he's done a solid job.
Enjoyed it?
Mega, yeah. If you'd have said to me coming into this weekend, I was going to get 3 seconds, I'd have bit your hand off with the issues we've been having. But like I said, we've got the wet pace, we know that. A few things to work on. Sort this engine out, and then in the dry, hopefully, we'll be where we need to be.
A few miles up the road from here, they say haste you back. We look forward to seeing you back in the championship real soon.
Thank you very much, mate. Cheers.
Thanks, Jack. Very well done. And third position. First time I've been able to say this weekend. Bosh! Joe Wiggin, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we salvaged something from the weekend. A weekend of what could have been, should have had probably 3 podiums, ended up with 1. Taken out of the race, first race. Wrong tyre decision in race 2. But listen, we ended the weekend on a high. Thanks to Luke Herbert Racing, SFR Motorsport, CN Science, Demon Twigs, Simon who's come to support me, my mum and my partner, and yeah, it's nice to go in with 1 trophy at least.
It's nice to have family around you, isn't it, to enjoy it? How difficult is it when you get the put on the back foot with misdemeanours, maybe other people getting involved, to pick yourself up from that in front of people and get back on with the job as you have done?
Yeah, to be honest, I wanted to just go home yesterday. I was so gutted. We had a solid third and got wiped out of the race completely, and then I thought today we'd make amends, and didn't quite happen in race 2, and I thought this is just not my weekend. But Keith and Luke worked really hard on the car. They kept faith, and they made the right call, and thanks to them we're on the podium.
Thanks for staying, Joe, and for entertaining us in that race. Well done.
No, thank you very much. Thanks to everyone.
Good to see you. Well done, Joe Wiggin. Glad he stayed there. Let's go back to a driver who wasn't that far behind this lead group, and another win in the club class. Let's grab a word with Wilbur Tiley. Wilbur. Let's have another. Again, we've had 2 smiles and one unhappy one, but that was mega, and 5 cars between you and second place in class.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's great. I mean, it felt really good. Honestly, I just love the way. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Yeah, I don't know. It's like the experience of being out of control. I don't know if it's the same with anybody else. It's just fun. It keeps me on.
And you were up there challenging the likes of defending champion Aidan Hills. I mean, how good is it, being in the club and class and then getting that opportunity?
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, he's such a great driver, as we all know. So to be even near him is, fantastic. So, yeah, there's not much more I can say. I'm just really pleased.
And preparation for a next event. So I can't remember, is it Cadwell next?
Yeah, and I hope it's raining.
Yeah, I hope it's raining at Cadwell. That's a handful for anybody, isn't it, around there? Have you raced there before?
I have, last year. Can't remember what happened. I remember I started in the pit lane a few times, but no, yeah, it's a good circuit. I love that circuit, the undulations and everything. Mountain, hill or something. Yeah, it's a great circuit. So
we look forward to more great performances from you, and you'll be up with the pros soon, mate. Well done. Wilbur, super stuff. Wilbur Tiley takes the class win. Second position goes to Ollie Hall. You can see we've got a little bit of damage on the car. Ollie, what happened there? First of all, well done on P2 in class. What happened?
Yeah, in the first corner we had I think there were 3 or 4 of us trying to go for 1 gap. It was very tight. I managed to avoid all the collision together, and then going round I just caught a collecting car that was backed out of it. So a bit of damage and a lot of scraping going round, so there was a bit of nerves thinking the tyre might pop going round, and this was on the first lap. But yeah, positive, we got P2 in class, so it's good points for the championship. Yeah, just massive thank you to all our sponsors for getting us here and keep repairing the damage. Obviously we got a new front bumper on this morning after yesterday's bit of damage, but no, it was a great weekend. Bit of damage, but no, we'll go again next week.
Hey, that's going to happen, isn't it, when you're in the battles for championships for this? What goes through your mind when on the first lap you get this kind of contact and damage happens? How quickly are you thinking, yeah, I need to assess what's going on in the car to see if I can move on and claim a good podium position? Yeah, definitely. The feeling in the car, I do a lot of the prep work myself alongside my dad and the team that helps us, but yeah, you're threatening for punctures and all this sort of going on, and is the tracking gone out, and how the car's going to handle for the remaining 15 minutes of the session. But yeah, we brought it home, and yeah, P2 in class. I'm happy with that after the start we had. Nice one. Well done. See it, Cadwell. Thank you very much. Ollie Hall, thanks very much indeed. And Amy Watts just having a quick bit. Hi, Amy. Let's have a quick chat. Back on the podium. Good comeback.
Oh, I know. It's been like a 1 step forward, 2 steps back, and then maybe a couple of steps forward this race. It's been a lot. Had a really good start, and then I'm not sure what happened. Maybe a little knock into a little love tap into tower, which just knocked me out, and then lost all the places. But it was a really good fun race. Oh my God, the visibility it's so hairy. It's a bit like shutting your eyes and jumping off a bridge. It's just, oh, and then you suddenly see a break, like, oh God, he's 5 feet away from me, and it's a really good fun race. It's a great track. It's been a battle this weekend, but it has been fun. It's great, isn't it? It's always nice interviewing people on the podium because, hey, it means you've got a little bit of a trophy and enjoying it. Scott said second season. I've not done my stats on your second season in Mazdas. Yeah, this is. So first season, I mean, I've come from front wheel drive. I actually started really late. So we started like just in COVID and everything got shut down. So got released to front wheel drive, had first season last year, which was shocking, the first sort of half at least. And yeah, this is the first kind of proper season, I would say. But it's really good fun. But I started from the back of the grid today, which was tough. I had a big moment in the last race. So yeah, all the way at the back. So it was quite fun cutting through, a little bit hairy. But you know, they say do something that scares you every day. So I've done at least like 4 things that scare me today. So it's been a good race. You're looking forward to being scared at Cadwell? Oh, absolutely. I love Cadwell. Yeah, really good fun, especially without power steering. That's really good fun. No, absolutely. And it's a great grid to race against. You're racing against friends. So it's, I mean, not on the track, you're not friends, but it's good to come out and have a laugh afterwards. Yeah, I saw you chatting with Ollie there. It seems to be good camaraderie. Oh, totally. I don't think you can. It takes the fun out of it if you're not like that, you know. It's you've got to, things happen on track, but we're trying really hard. But as long as no one's being intentionally nasty, which no one ever is, you know, we're all fighting as hard as we can. People make mistakes every now and then, but we all get on really well. And that's, you can have a bad race but a good weekend still because of the grid. Nice finish. Well done. Thank you for the chat, Amy. Look forward to seeing you at Cadwell. Thank you. Well done. Third place, Amy Watts in the Clapham section of the Clapham North MOT Mazda SuperCup. We are now going to go junior racing. It's the Brscc Fiesta Juniors. I'm going to whiz back up into the comms box and join Scott for this one.
While Richard makes his way back up to the commentary box, the young contenders of the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship are already out on track for their third race. The grid set by the result from race number 2, and there are 1 or 2 amendments which we'll go through in a second. So race 2 winner Tommy Harfield starts on pole position for the final race of the weekend. Alongside him, Finn Leslie on the front row of the grid. Jensen O'Neill going. Race 1 winner starts on the second row in third, alongside Archie Davis. He's back up to 4th. After he started on pole in race 1 yesterday. Then Ben Doherty and Jensen Mason. Now he started at the back in race 1, 13th in race 2. What can he do from 6th on the grid in row 3? Callie Clifford up with one of her best starting spots, 7th on the grid in the Mark 6 car ahead of Henry Foote on the 4th row. Then Jack Burgess and Mackie Webster. Billy Blockley and Josh Watts then come next on the 6th row of the grid, and they're followed on row 7 by Jack Sands and Aaron Beattie. George Foxlow will hopefully start from the grid this time after he was in the pit lane for race 2. He starts on the 8th row alongside Daniela Sutton, steadily making her way back up through the order. Had a spin in race 2 and off in race 1, but she's had a bit of a character building weekend for the 2024 scholarship winner. Then next comes Hayden Gray and Thomas Merritt. He had a spin up exiting the Sunny Out in race number 2. Harry Lindley and Jacob Hodgkiss, who hopefully should be at the back of the grid, fingers crossed, after he had contact with Alfie Garford. And then Bobby Holmes at the back of the grid because he had a 3-place grid penalty for causing a collision. And Alfie Garford starts at the back of the grid after it was deemed that the contact he had with Jacob Hodgkiss pushed him towards the back of the grid. Therefore, as a result, he was sadly disqualified from race 2. So he will start from the rear of the field, a la his teammate in race number 1. Now, thankfully, I can also see the blue and white car you saw through the shot there in the complex, Jacob Hodgkiss, is on the grid. That's the key thing. So Jacob will have to pick his way through in the wet from 20th on the grid. course, these are possibly the most trickier conditions that we've had for the juniors all weekend, but given the fact they have put on some pretty good racing throughout the weekend and throughout the season, in fact, for Fiesta juniors, they should be able to handle them with aplomb, hopefully, all being well. So another great chance here then for Tommy Harfield to possibly take his second Fiesta Junior race in a row. Finn Leslie, of course, has been a race winner. 3 race winners in the top 3 positions on the grid. The next best is Archie Davies, of course, in 4th, who started on pole. Now, what can he do? If he can get a better start this time than the second row, he could be in the mix from the word go in this final race. Benjamin Doherty having a better starting spot. He's been a former podium finisher and even Mark 7 class winner at one point in this last season. Jensen Mason's going to be a key one to watch for, though. Remember, started at the back of the grid in race 1, picked his way through to 13th. Then he started playing around about sort of 13th or so in race number 2. And after the penalties and disqualifications afterwards, he's now starting 6th on row 3. And I think possibly he could be a possible dark horse of victory, given how quick he can and has been. So watch for car 85, which is the leading of the 2 Wearer Tools Alliance Academy cars in the field, with his teammate Alfie Garford starting at the back of the grid, as he did in race 1. So we've got the safety car at the front of the field for this. I wonder if this is possibly going to be to give them an extra lap behind the safety car. And I think it's a safety car starting that because of the adverse conditions. I think what they've elected to do is to start this race behind the safety car rather than a green flag grid start because of how wet it is out there, which is on safety grounds, and that's understandable given that these are young junior drivers, and given how wet it's been and the amount of spray that we've had kicked up, the safest thing to do to minimise, if not eradicate, any problems into turn 1 is going to be to start them behind the safety car. So the timer has already started. It's a 15-minute race, so it'll be 1 lap behind the safety car to get them going, and then essentially it'll be a 1-lap safety car to get them underway, and then Tommy Harfield effectively is guaranteed up to the line to be the leader across the line. So Richard John Neal back with me in the commentary box, and I was just saying just there for the 3rd row of the grid, I think my dark horse for victory, if he can pick his way through given how quick he's been, I think Jensen Mason from the 3rd row of the grid. We saw how quick he was in that first race through the order, got himself deep into the top 10 in race 2. Now starting in 6th position, knowing how fast he is, definitely a favourite for at least a podium in this race.
He's been the stalking horse, hasn't he, through the meeting?
He has,
working his way through, as you said, and now, yeah, I just had a quick first chance I had to look at the amended result from the previous race, so that's changed things around just a little bit as well, and he could make it from row 3. Had that first win, the judicial given win at Snetterton. And I know we'd dearly love to get to the checkered flag first. A win, judicial or otherwise, is a win, and never let anybody take that away from the youngster for sure. But it's Harfield on pole. Finn Leslie is going to be hungry to try and get a win as well. And he looked fairly relaxed actually on the podium after race 2. He's in the red car, and then we've got Jensen O'Neill going in 3rd position, who I think took what happened in race 2 fairly calmly. Still managed to get that P4. But with the judicial amendment goes up to 3rd position on the grid, and then alongside him Archie Davies. Potentially Archie Davies here up for a best result, I think, as well. Best coming into this meeting was a brace of 6th positions, so you see that it's lovely, heartwarming to see the progression of the juniors through the course of their careers, isn't it?
It is, certainly, given the fact that they have got this stepping stone from Fiesta Juniors into other championships on the Brscc roster. They've gone through to British Touring Cars, they've gone to TCR UK, they've gone to British GT in some cases, they've even started racing further afield, even of course at single seats. We've seen a few of them. We've seen not just Joseph Lowe, of course we talk about him, but also others like Dylan Hodgins gone through, Sid Smith had a season in GB4, Lexi Belk had a season in GB4, well she moved across into Radicals, who's been racing in the Haggerty Radical Cup UK this season on top of that. And just others have gone to British GT this year, the likes of including particularly Will Orta, of course, who was a race winner in 2020, was in contention as well in 2021 also. And Will, of course, has now been quite a good front runner. I believe he's part of the Brscc Motorsport squad, I think, one of their 2 new Aston Martins. So he's taken a nice step forward. And others like James Wallace has been quite formidable in GTs also. He was a runner-up in the championship in 2021. And he's been steadily making progress as a young AM driver going forwards. I think he's also done some stuff with Porsche. I think he's become a Porsche junior on top of that as well. Okay. So it's nice to see other drivers from Fiesta Juniors picking their way through up the order. One also recent driver has had some good success, former champion 2017 Jack Davidson. He won in the Whelen NASCAR Euro Series basically on home soil at the UK round at Brands Hatch, and that was an amazing. I think it was the first time that a British driver had won a British circuit in the winning Euro NASCAR series. That was a really special moment for him too.
And he got, I tell you what, there was a lot of new fans that day coming to watch the American Speed Fest, because that event gets all sorts of, we're going to have a look at whatever the American thing is going on at Brands, and he won a lot of fans that day.
Yeah, and the best thing, of course, where they all start in circuit racing? Fiesta Juniors. That's exactly where he started. So you can go as far as NASCAR, even on the F1 package with Joseph Lope now into FIA Formula 3. You can go, literally the sky's the limit starting in this championship, and of course lots of drivers coming in the mix, and it certainly is a championship that, again, as we talked about, from where it came from in the last 4 or 5 years, it's certainly grown and developed to a point where it's a championship which many people, they were proud of it already, but it's now really hit some great heights, and the grid hasn't fallen below 20 cars all season, which is magnificent for the achievement we've had in the last few races. So safety car lights are off, 2 safety car laps to give the drivers plenty of adaptation to the conditions. So now as the runyourfleet.com Jaguar safety car heads off towards the pit lane, it's now down to Tommy Harfield to do technically his first safety car restart, or safety car start, so to speak, given that the timer started, but the actual proper racing hasn't gone underway yet. So he's stacking the pack going into the complex.
He's holding them back, isn't he? He's yeah, I'm in charge of this one, fellas.
Of course, the longer he does this, the less time he's got, and so whether he's trying to hold on to the victory remains to be seen, but he certainly is taking his time. Just a reminder of the order: it's Tommy Harfield from Finn Leslie, Jenson O'Neill going, Archie Davis, Benjamin Doherty, Jenson Mason, Callie Clifford, Henry Foote, Jack Burgess and Maggie Webster. I think him holding it up right to the hairpin, he's possibly catching 1 or 2 drivers out, because he's taking his time getting this race restarted right at the hairpin here. And now he's gone. He's starting to put his foot to the floor. And race 3 of the Fiesta Junior Championship this weekend at Croft now finally gets underway proper as the green flag flies, and we're underway racing in the wet here at Croft. So Harfield leads the field across. Finn Leslie was on his toes, on his tail. Jenson O'Neill goes with him in 3rd place. Archie Davies 4th. Then Doherty, Mason, Clifford, Foote, Burgess and Webster. That's the top 10. And huge slide for Tommy Harfield. Gathers it up through Clairvaux. Brilliant save. Holds on to the lead through Clairvaux with a huge tank slapper. It's 2nd place still for Leslie. O'Neill goes with them in 3rd place. The 2 cars I want to watch for towards the back are Jacob Hodgkiss in 20th and Alfie Garford in 22nd. They're towards the back after their mishaps in race 2. Down the back straight for the first time at racing speeds. And Finn Leslie trying to go with Harfield here, down towards Tower Bend. But how fortunate was Tommy Harfield to save that one, then Clairvaux.
Yeah, fortunate, and a fair bit of skill thrown in as well, Scott, for sure. He held on to it, and I'll tell you what, Finn Leslie will see that maybe as not a potential weakness, but an opportunity to know that the leader is fallible. And I tell you what, in terms of that safety car start, it was a great restart by Finn Leslie in P2. Rarely have I seen a better P2 safety car restart, and it's paying dividends for him because he's right in the wheel tracks, right in the spray of the race leader Tommy Harfield as they head into Sunny. A little bit of a gap back to Jenson O'Neill going. Archie Davies giving him a workout. Ben Doughty next up from Jenson Mason in 6th still, and Callie Clifford up in 7th.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Callie. She's holding off Henry Foote, Jack Burgess and Maggie Webster also up in 10th also. Let's give her a shout out too in the top 10. I have to say that Finn Leslie has certainly got the eyes on. He's got the headlights ablaze, staring at the rear end of Tommy Harfield's car. Also quite impressed, as you pointed out rightly, Archie Davis is also giving Jenson O'Neill going a hurry up in 3rd place. Through the hairpin at racing speeds they go, watching Ben Doherty ahead of Jenson Mason. Jenson battling over 5th position there, again much higher than he was at the start of the weekend. Across the line they go at racing speeds, the first proper flying lap. And it is Harfield who leads them across with the fastest lap of the race, but that might will change by the time we get to the timing line next time by. And how does Harfield take Clairvaux this time? Much tidier, little twitch, but he's okay. Up the inside looks Jenson Mason for 5th. He's on the inside line. Doherty might capitulate, but he goes round the outside to hold the line and the position as a result of that. And the better drive on the outside line for Doherty keeps him in place in P5.
Yeah, nice little race between the two. Jenson Mason, maybe. We've got 7 minutes on the clock left, so perhaps running out of time to get another win, but he can still aim himself up towards the podium as the race leaders head up towards Tower once again. Finn Leslie comes out. Is that a look just to see if there's a gap on the inside, or maybe to have a little bit of respite from the spray out front, as Archie Davies, who got pole position for the meeting outright, looks to the outside of Jenson O'Neill going, stays on the grass a little bit too long. Jenson will be therefore keeping that 3rd position for a few corners more.
And also Ben Doherty was wide on the exit of Tower Bend, and he's also lost 5th position to Jenson Mason as a result. The top 2 nose to tail through Barcroft, you can see Finn Leslie's got the high beams on. He wants this race victory, but so does Tommy Harfield. You spoke to him earlier on at the end of race number 2. He was so fired up. He said, look, I just want to win now, and I got my first one. I want to keep on winning and get first place. That fire's burning now in Billy Tommy Harfield. He wants that second victory, but he knows Finn Leslie. He's been so formidable since he joined the championship back at Silverstone last year when he won on his second ever race in the championship, second ever car race. He's been one of the favourites of the championship all season since the start, and he certainly wanted to go for victory once again. He's going to push Tommy as hard as he can until he spots an opportunity, but he's only got 6 minutes to do it. He's running out of time and options.
I think it was a smart move, wasn't it, from Finn Leslie to come into the championship last year, just do a couple of rounds at the end of the year. There was no pressure on him in those events, technically. So he came in and he won. And whether it was because of the pressure or otherwise, I don't know. Now,
that's Archie Davies falling back. What's happened here? He did run wide in the except town, but he's lost 2 or 3 spots here. He's lost to Jensen Mason, and also through all of that, as Mason went through the tracking through the gravel exiting Clairvaux. Has he held it through Hawthorns? The answer is yes. He's held on for the time being. He's got bright green headlights ablaze on his car as he turns out through the left right of the S's, and now onto the back straight they go once again. This is now lap 5. So Tommy Harfield still leads them by 0.6 of a second from Finn Leslie. Still Jensen O'Neill going in 3rd place. 4th is Jensen Mason now. 5th is Archie Davies. 6th now is Henry Foote. What a drive he's putting in the wet conditions. He's flying out there at the moment. Really good stuff for him. Davies and Doty going wheel to wheel. This is over 6th position. And Doty for the second time in as many laps finds himself on the grass and remains in 6th position, but he's now got Callie Clifford, who's having a fantastic run in the Mark 6 in there, in car 169. She's having a look at position. Also, Maggie Webster just arrives on the tail of Jack Burgess. This is really good nose-to-tail stuff. Again, even in the top 10, it's great to see lots of great competition, lots of great battling, lots of really good action in the mid-pack here, in the bottom of the top 10, between several cars fighting for position.
Yeah, really good racing on. Jack Burgess trying to fend off Callie Clifford at the moment. Callie in 8th place. And Doughty up ahead of them. Henry Foote, as you said, having a good run as well. Jacob Hodgkiss is up into 18th place. George Foxlow recovering well from early meeting demeanours as well. Nice to see George making progress in the white, red and blue striped car. Running well. There is Callie. Jack Burgess in behind. Maggie Webster not too far away as well. Maggie makes a move in the Jellyfish car just at the right time because there was a spinner right in front. Callie Clifford has the spin. So Maggie Webster's got 2nd position. And Callie recovers, waits for the safe moment to rejoin. Well done, Callie. Good rejoin.
Side by side now between Maggie Webster on the left and Jack Burgess on the right. Now, I wasn't sure if it was a spin on her own or if she was helped around. It was difficult to see at that angle, but again, rather than speculate, it's what's happened. So Jack Burgess then loses that another spot. So that now puts Maggie Webster into 8th place now. Comfortably 2nd of the Mark 6s now. And also up the inside looking to get past is Billy Blockley. He raced the Mark 6 last year, transferred to the Mark 7s for 2024. Come out of the S's now and onto the back straight again. And Henry Foote now might come under threat from... No, has Henry Foote passed Jensen Mason? I think he has. Jensen Mason has... No, it's Archie Davies, forgive me. I thought it was Jensen Mason. So Archie Davies still in 6th position, holding on. This is now the fight for 8th position. Jack Sant goes up the inside of Billy Blockley. That will be for 10th position, so a spot into the top 10. Also checking with the progress of our scholarship winner, which is Daniela Sutton. She's up to 14th. Good effort from her so far. She's up there in the mix. Now, there are 3 minutes to go. This battle's not settling, is it? It's Harfield versus Leslie for the victory. This is Race Car Consultants versus 2010. These two very evenly matched in pace, but we said that Leslie would keep on hounding him, looking for that position. Finn Leslie wants a victory. Tommy Harfield wants his 2nd of the weekend and of the day. Of course, he picked up a podium, I think, yesterday, but in terms of victories, scored his 1st one today. And it was a really bold move up the inside he took on the restart from Jensen O'Neill going. Fired it up the inside just at the right time into Tower Bend and took the lead. So Finn Leslie's really pushing him all the way. But Harfield, I have to say, he's been challenging and threatening throughout the first half of the season. Now coming good. It's almost as if he's got the first victory. He's unlocked something because he's got the bit between his teeth. He's driving well.
We knew we had sorry, put my teeth in, we'll start again. We knew he had it in him. But when he delivered it, and now he's got that confidence to carry forward to the future rounds, so no question at all. But what we're seeing now is the boot on the other foot because, of course, he's having to defend. He's leading a race. He's learnt how to get the lead. He did that from Jensen O'Neill going in the first one, but now he's learning how to defend. I say he's defending well. He's actually now developing a little bit of a gap over the red car of Finn Leslie going down the back straight now here. Finn Leslie in 2nd, gap back to 3rd. Jensen O'Neill going still there in 3rd place. Then it's Jensen Mason. Henry Foote now in 5th position, and fastest lap for Henry Foote in the wet. Henry running well. Time-wise, we've got 1:39 on the clock.
1:39 on the clock, which means you probably will go, I think, maybe one more lap after this time by. So this is the penultimate lap of the race by the looks of it. Battle we're looking at here is still with faked position. These cars stacking up behind. In that spray somewhere is Jacob Hodgkiss. He's made up 2 spots since we last checked in on him. He's now on the tail of Daniela Sutton, and just behind him also is Alfie Garford. So he started at the back of the field. He's up to 17. So maybe not the progress he wanted to make. The safety car start will have possibly hampered that progress, but either way, take the safer option rather than off the line and possibly making things a little bit more treacherous out there. This group here in the mid-pack. Oh, Daniela Sutton got very close to the back of Thomas Merritt under brakes and thankfully gets it stopped in time so she didn't go straight on. Still has both Hodgkiss and Garford on her heels as they come out of Sunny out and towards the complex. The leaders then, meanwhile, come out of the hairpin. Actually, if anything, Tommy Harfield's pulled away from Finn Leslie, whilst Jensen Mason has caught Jensen O'Neill going on the final lap here. So it looks as though potentially that Tommy Harfield could be possibly safe here. He's 7 tenths ahead, and almost a second in front now onto the start of the last lap of the race, whilst O'Neill going could be on course to possibly lose third if Jensen Mason gets close enough and challenges for the final podium spot on this final lap.
Yeah, great racing here. Harfield will be pleased with the job that he's done so far, although for my money it does look now as if Finn Leslie is beginning to try and close in. Might be a little too late. There's enough twists and turns here around Croft Circuit for him maybe to close up and have a nibble. That all-important hairpin, the last turn, might see a lunge from him. His lights are bright in the rear-view mirrors of the race leader, Tommy Harfield, as they go down the back straight in towards Tower. The nerves will be jangling for Tommy Harfield. Finn Leslie will feel the adrenaline rushing as he rounds Tower for the last time and commences the chase. The gap has come down for sure. Jensen O'Neill going still in third. Jensen Mason 4th position. Archie Davies now in 5th place from Henry Foote. Here comes the battle for the lead in towards the closing stages.
Half a lap in it then, Harfield versus Leslie for the victory. Down towards the right-hander at Sunny in, and Leslie closes on the inside line. He's practically touching the rear bumper of Harfield's car. They're through nose to tail at Sunny out. Harfield's only got a handful of corners left to go to take his second Fiesta Junior win of the weekend. On the sprint towards the complex, it'll be left and right, then the left-hander of the hairpin through 180 degrees and back to the pit straight. That's all that's left for Tommy Harfield, but it's easier said than done. Into the complex for the final time. Tommy Harfield turns left, then right. Still ahead of Leslie as they come back towards the hairpin. One more corner to go. One last chance to try and attack. Leslie looks to the outside. He might look for the undercut onto the pit straight. It could be a drag race, but I think he's about got it. Callie Clifford's off the road at Exton Sunny out. She's off into the barriers. But up to the checkered flag. Tommy Harfield has done it. He ups the checkered flag and takes his second victory of the day. Tommy Harfield wins race 3 of the weekend in the Fiesta Junior Championship. Finn Leslie 2nd, Jensen O'Neill going takes 3rd, Jensen Mason 4th, Archie Davies 5th, and Henry Foote with the fastest lap of the race takes P6. Benjamin Doty picks up 7th place ahead of Jack Burgess in 8th. Maggie Webster should be happy with a top 10 in 9th place. Jack Sant rounds out the top 10. But it's Billy Blocky, Thomas Merritt, and Alfie Garford. Aaron Beattie 14th. Now, Josh Watson, George Foxlow have dropped down the order. Josh Watson, in fact, is down in 18th position, so that's a shame for him. He dropped down several spots. Thomas Merritt was 12th. Alfie Garford was 13th, and ahead of Jacob Hodgkiss, who finished 15th, with Aaron Beattie in 14th place in between them. Then it's Daniela Sutton 16th, George Foxlow 17th, and Watts, Gray and Holmes. We lost Callie Clifford, sadly. You saw her glancing off the barrier, sadly, and the Exting Sunny out. So hopefully she's okay after that little excursion into the barriers, and then Harry Lindley's the final car to make it across the line in 21st. I have to say, in those wet conditions, really well driven from every single junior out there. Well done. They should be pleased with that. And if you're around the circuit, please give the juniors a clap and a round of applause, because again, they deserve it. They're the future stars. Give them your support, show them your appreciation, because they do approve it if you're watching around the circuit as well. So Tommy Harfield, again, you wait for one victory, 2 come along at once. Tommy Harfield wins and resists the pressure for Finn Leslie. He takes his second victory of the weekend. Leslie 2nd, Jensen O'Neill going in 3rd, Jensen Mason 4th. That's a high note to end his weekend after it started so poorly. And Archie Davies 5th. A really good drive for Henry Foote. Fast snap of the race and P6. That should certainly hopefully get some potential for some sponsors for him to carry on for the rest of the year. Then Benjamin Doty 7th, Jack Burgess 8th. Maggie Webster should be delighted with 9th and 2nd in the Mark 6 class. And then Jack Sant rounds out the top 10 for Billy Blockley, Thomas Merritt, Alfie Garford from the back of the grid to 13th on a safety car restart. That's a good drive. Well done to them. 14th place goes to Aaron Beattie and Jacob Hodgkiss. It's some damage control. 15th place for him. Daniela Sutton 16th. Then it's George Foxlow, Josh Watts, Hayden Gray, Bobby Holmes and Harry Lindley. The only guy who didn't see the flag, sadly, was Callie Clifford after she went off on the final lap at the Sunny Complex. So next time we'll see the Fiesta Juniors will be their next TCR round. That will be next month in August, middle of August, in a few weeks' time at Silverstone on the national circuit. Their second of 3 visits to Silverstone, part of their Champion of Silverstone contest. Because of course they've also had the rounds, the non-championship, the non-point scoring rounds at Silverstone GP, and then they've got the final round, of course, at Silverstone International Circuit, along with the races in August. But after a very entertaining last race that started on the safety car, resisting all that pressure, Tommy Harfield takes his second win of the day, and he's down. Let's talk about it along with the top 3, down with Richard John Neal in pit lane. What a weekend for the juniors.
Tommy Harfield takes his helmet off. Before he gets out of the car, it's interesting to see the different rituals of the drivers. Some get out, take the helmet off, and then we'll see him. I wonder if he'll be a little bit more chatty this time. He had the first win, which was absolutely superb, and now, like the proverbial buses, win number 2. Tommy, he's going to congratulate the team first. The race car consultants, boys. Quite right, too. There we go. Good stuff. Well done, Tommy. Handshakes all around. Sid Smith there as well. Come on, mate. Well done. Congratulations. Handshakes all around. So, we get one, and then you get another one. And that was a hard-earned win. So in the first race, I said that the role that you played was going for the lead. In that one, you had to defend off the start. How much different experience was it for you?
Yeah, it was very different. Yeah, just looking behind other than front, I tried to pull a gap, but yeah, Finn was quick. Just had to defend when he was close, and yeah, it was a tough race to manage.
How much difference does it make knowing that you had that first win under your belt?
Yeah, it gave me loads of confidence, and yeah, put less pressure on this one, but yeah, so happy.
And it sets you up, obviously, wet conditions. A lot of people say the wet really sort out the people that can drive, so that, well, all credit to you for 2 wins out of 3.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm going to let you go. We'll see you at Silverstone next time out. Superb stuff, well done indeed. Our race winner, Tommy Harfield. Finn Leslie takes second position. Let's grab a quick word with Finn. Finn trying to cool down and get his overalls down. Finn closed up big time, didn't you, on Tommy in the closing stages? Looked like you'd lost a wee bit of ground on the penultimate lap, but you pulled it back just a little bit too late.
Yeah, I mean, I made a mistake, and on the coming out of Sunny Out, I just dropped a wheel on the grass, but, you know, it just happens, you know, my mistake. And yeah, I mean, we caught back up loads, and the pace was definitely there, just, you know, just needed that little bit more time. But, you know, I've outscored my championship rival, so that's all.
It's all about those points, isn't it? You go, how important was it? We were talking in the comms box about you had a couple of races in the championship last year. How much did that help you in preparation for this year, a full season?
I mean, after karting for so long, you know, it's a big difference. So we thought, you know, give me them 2 rounds just to build myself up into cars and into the championship, and, you know, the racing side of it has definitely helped, yeah.
And you won one of those as well.
Yeah, 2 of them actually.
2, of course, yeah, well done, good correction. Look forward to seeing you at Silverstone, well done.
Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. There is our second position man, Finn Leslie. We've got a TCR in the mix. Let's get Jensen Mason here. Jensen 3rd in the Mark 7s. I don't think we're going to have a Mark 6 podium, which is a pity, but Jensen, well done.
Thank you.
Last time I saw you was online. We did an online chat following your win at Snetterton, so all downhill from there. Pleased with 3rd?
Yeah, I'm really pleased considering we were started last in the first race and was working our way up and up through the grid. But I was surprised that we ended up coming 3rd in class in this race. But yeah, overall it was a really good race.
Yeah, Scott Woodward was tipping you from the win for that one from the P6, was it, on the grid, which would have been a big ask. But the story of your weekend is that you've been resilient. You've come through from those issues right at the back.
Yeah, it was hard work coming through, especially when we didn't know whether it was going to be wet or dry for the races, and we hadn't driven the track in the wet yet. But yeah, it was a really good race.
First wet meeting. How many wet meetings you had? We've had a dreadful year weather-wise. I can't remember how many wet ones we've had.
Yeah, we had Silverstone was wet, but this first actual short point scoring round that was wet.
Yeah, how are you finding car racing anyway? Is it a good experience, bad experience?
I really like car racing. Well, in karting you get a lot wet when it's wet on the track, but yeah, I really enjoy car racing and glad I'm here and stuff.
Final thoughts, maybe for the crowd that we've got here as well. What's your thoughts on Croft Circuit?
I really like the track. Yeah, I really like the track.
People are friendly too, aren't they? Jensen Mason, well done. Good to see P3 in the Mark 7s. We'll see you again real soon. Oh, hang on, we've got something else?
Yeah, can I say a big thank you to my sponsors, Weira, World Rubber, Toolmaniac, Green Group and Alliance Academy.
Good lad, job done. Superb stuff. Can't go racing without them, and we'll see you next time. We have a Mark 6 podium, which is a shame. Is Jensen, we're not going to be able to do that. Jensen took the winning that one from Maggie Webster in P2. Ironic, we got the time to do it this time, but the guys are not here, but hopefully we'll catch up with them next time. We've got one more support race in terms of the TCR to come, and that is the Gaz Shocks Mazda MX-5, the Mark 1 Championship. So let's look forward to that one.
It is indeed our last support race outside of TCR UK. Yeah, of course, yeah, because it's the last race TCR UK. Let me rewind and start again. It is our last support race before TCR UK to round off the day. Indeed, Richard, thank you very much. Good to hear from my juniors. Again, you'll see them again at the next rounds at Silverstone in August. Right, time for our final Gaz Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship race. There was a grid set by the results of race 2. That means that man right there, Luke Pullen, starts from pole position. He starts for the second time from pole. He starts alongside William Chadwick after his first podium in race 2. And Ewan Thomas having a fantastic weekend, second podium of the weekend. He starts for third alongside Levi Aisbert. Then it's Jack Noller and Neil Chisnell on the third row of the grid from Harry Storer and Adam Sparrow after his win in race 1 yesterday. He'll have to battle his way through from the fourth row in these very tricky wet conditions. Then it's Ollie Walden and Adam Craig in the top 10, followed by Martin Tolley and Chris Delwell on row 6. Row 7 is Clive Chisnell, and he'll start alongside Graham Rumsey. Followed by row 8, where we see Tim Storer and Jason Aisbert. And it's Jonathan Fieldsen and Simon Trivet on the 9th row of the grid. Tim Dorr and some of the cars hit strife at the start of the race earlier on, which was Tim Dorr, Thomas Brand and Keith Dalton. They all went off at turn 1 on the start of race 2. Richard Bartlett starts at the back of the grid after he was given a 3-place grid penalty for causing a collision, so he will start from the rear in 22nd place. Luke Pullen going for his second win of the weekend. Second time starting from pole position. So we'll be hoping to try and convert that into victory as quick as possible. I don't think he's been off the front row all weekend, but he's drifting his way through the final corner, I noticed. So you get a little bit of extra heat into those rear tyres. He's a bit of a showman, is Luke Pullen, and certainly doing as much as he can. I remember, ironically, you won't thank me for this, but I remember Brian Chandler, who is here running his cars this weekend, runs Adam Sparrow amongst others. He was here at Croft back in 2015, and not once but twice was showboating at the final corner and spun at the final corner while leading. Still won both races, but he had a bit of a spin. I remember his defining line when he was asked about that was simply just going, "Oops." So he's always a showman and a character, as Brian Chandler, as is many of the Mazda people around the paddock, and certainly Luke Pullen channeling a bit of his inner sort of showman in there with that little slide exit in the final corner. He always likes to put on a show for the spectators, as does anyone in this championship, and I'm certain it's going to be quite a fun way to round off the weekend. Of course, confidence will be up for Will Chadwick after his first podium in race 2. Ewan Thomas has been on a brilliant run so far this weekend. He's going to aim for 3 podiums out of 3 if he can. And Levi Aisbert starting 4th ahead of Jack Noller. He finished in P4. This is by far his best weekend of a championship. There's something about Croft that brings out the best in some drivers compared to other circuits. And likes Jack Noller and Adam Sparrow certainly won't stay from where they are in 5th and 8th position. Also watch for the Pucker sponsored car, which is the Pucker Pies machine of Harry Storer. He might have some better fortunes starting from 7th. So racing about to get underway very shortly. Green flag flies at the back. And our final support race before TCR UK rounds off our weekend is all set to go then. Race 3 of the weekend for the Gaz Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship has lights on. Any second now it's lights out. And away we go for race number 3. It's a clean and even start from the front row of the grid. It might be a slightly better run down to turn 1 for Will Chadwick. He pulls level on the sprint towards turn 1. Great start for Jack Noller. He hasn't stayed where he was in 5th position. He's passed Neil Chisnell, who's also made a great start. As too has Adam Sparrow. Round the outside into the lead goes William Chadwick. So after his first podium, could be possibly looking in 15 minutes' time at a first victory for Will Chadwick. We've got a long way to go. But Chadwick then takes the lead on the outside line through Cravo, round through Hawthorns, and up to the front he goes then in car number 88. Pulling in 2nd place, then 3rd place, but under pressure now comes Jack Noller. He's now looking to take 2nd place, charging down the back straight. He's much faster in the straight line. And Sparrow also looking up to the inside of Neil Chisnell. So the the regular front runners in that leading group charge to the front, and Jack Noller again goes round the outside. He takes 2 cars the price of 1 in one section of the circuit. You go flying past Adam Sparrow. Now he's gone flying past Jack Noller, and immediately he's on the tail of Will Chadwick. So this is going to be quite a drive from Jack Noller if he can push his way through to the front. This is now leaving Luke Pullen to come under threat now from Adam Sparrow for 3rd position. Aisbett 5th, Chisnell 6th. In 7th place is Ewan Thomas from Harry Storer, and then Adam Craig rounds out the top 9 as they splash their way through Croft and through Sunny in and out for the first time. Pullen just hovering on the rear bumper again and looking back up the inside through Sunny out. Just shows him a wheel on the exit of the right-hander. Now the short straight towards the complex for the first time. And with Chadwick now trying to break away, he's got about half a car length or so from Noller & Co. Sparrow just clipped the inside line and brought up the water through the puddle. Looks to the outside line. Pulling just all arms and elbows as he twitches his way out of the second part of the complex. And there goes Sparrow up the inside to take 3rd and a possible podium place. A neat move there at the end of lap number 1. But Will Chadwick will lead the way at the end of the first lap of this 3rd race of the weekend for the MX-5 Championship. It's 2nd for Noller after a great start from 5th on the grid. And it'll be Sparrow 3rd, Pullen 4th, Aisbett 5th, Chisnell 6th. Followed by Thomas in 7th, Storer in 8th, Craig in 9th, and Martin Tolley rounds out the top 10. A little slide there, exiting Clairvaux as he hit the bump for Chadwick. Noller tries to go with him. Sparrow tried to put his foot down almost, and he's got great traction through the right-hander at Hallford. You can't go side by side through the S's, and looks as though that one had to give out of it. I think it looks like Noller's possibly ever so slightly clipped the tyre stack. He's ripped some of the belt, I think, or the cover on the exit of that. That's the cost him momentum, and it might well cost him 2nd place. Down towards Tower Bend to the outside line, which is faster, and under brakes with much more confidence. Sparrow forces Noller to capitulate, and through into 2nd place goes the race 1 winner. There you see it on our screens if you're watching on stream. We've got Martin Tolley ahead of Ollie Walden for 10th and 11th place. That's ahead of Graham Rumsey in 12th. Martin Tolley also leading the Masters category. Down through Croft and back into that sunny in, sunny out complex. Still with the lead under his control is Will Chadwick. Fine start to get him round, take the lead from Luke Pullen round the outside at Clairvaux. Certainly helped him out, but now he's a different animal than Adam Sparrow, and he's just really clipping the inside. It's twice he's done that now, just really hugging the inside line of the first part, that long left-hander going into the complex, just kicking up the dirt as he just hooked the inside of the track. A little edge between the track and the grass. Up the inside there for what will be 6th position goes Neil Chisnell. There goes Ewan Thomas on Neil Chisnell. And Sparrow now is pushing on. I think they do talk about wet setups in these ones, and I'm pretty sure that Brian Chandler's wet setup is as formidable as the fabled Ali Bray setup. Because Luke Pullen's in 4th place and keeping Jack Noller fairly honest. This is the battle going on for 10th now, as Ollie Walden has taken the spot from Martin Tolley. So Walden into the top 10. 11th for Tolley, 12th still for Graham Rumsey. Nice to see Tim Dorr has made his way up from the back of the grid. He started way back in 19th place, made up 6 spots in 2 laps. That's pretty handy for the Australian. Here comes Sparrow to the inside line to try and depose Chadwick the lead. Into town corner they go. They're side by side on the apex, but Chadwick might have better grip on the outside, which he does. There's a little hip and shoulder on the exit. It was lucky not to be worse than that, Richard John Neal, but they survive it, but only just.
They did. A quick aside from the Fiesta race, Jensen O'Neill Going had a problem with the car from the contact in the previous race, and also was not feeling too well, which is why we didn't get him on the podium. So the medics are looking after him, and so thanks to the medics for that. Jensen, wish you well.
Yeah, fingers crossed he's all okay, and hopefully we'll see him back out for the next one at Silverstone, all being well. The MX-5 leaders, it's now still nose to tail for 3rd place. Noller and Pullen, 2 race winners this season. In fact, 2nd, 3rd and 4th for all 1 races this year. It's been part of that permanent leading quartet throughout the season. The only driver missing, of course, is Thomas Langford, who's working for Extreme E this weekend. Hence he's missing Croft, but it means he's 3 key level rivals in the championship as Clive Chisnell goes for a spin. That's up at Sunny in and Sunny out. He rejoins, but he's now well down the order. He was 15th, but he's now quite down the packers. Little love tap there from Luke Pullen. Come on, get on with it. Get your foot down out the hairpin. I want to get
those leaders, yeah.
I want to get off the top 2, and he's giving a bit of a hurry up. Well, Chadwick in the lead sets the fastest lap of the race. Still now 8/10 per second ahead. and that was with the fastest final sector, but it's the fastest first sector for Adam Sparrow, so he's much more comfortable in this part of the track for Clairvaux and Hawthorne. And one part of the circuit I must mention through Clairvaux, there's a really nasty, almost invisible bump on the apex right at Clairvaux. Many drivers talk about it. You don't really see it because it's almost a little bit concealed in the tarmac, which might seem a bit odd, but it's almost a hidden bump on the apex. You catch it at the wrong time. If you watch particularly the cars, you watch them in qualifying when they're pushing. And when they hit that bump, it really helps throw the car sideways. You've got to be careful not to do that too much, otherwise you can find yourself sliding off into the gravel or spinning off into the infield if you're not careful the way you make a move. Making a move, though, is Luke Pullen up the inside for third on Noller. But again, that outside line, the karting line, the wet line they call it, working in Noller's favour, holds on to the final podium place.
He does. So, Jack's had a frustrating weekend. And, what we've seen from the other races, we get in towards the end of our race day, always happy. Drivers that have had problems during the course of the weekend, always happy to go away with a podium, leave on a positive as Simon Privet visits the grass. Tempted to say Privet hedge on the outside, but I don't think there was. Sorry, Simon, I do apologise. He's back on track and ready to race, doing a much finer job than I would ever do of racing one of these cars, to be honest.
So Luke Pullen is literally saying, will you get on with it, Jack Noller? He's pushing you up the straight. If you don't go any quicker, we're going to lose out possibly to his teammate, ironically, because Levi Aisbert's been doing quite a grand job this weekend. I'm not sure where the pace has come from, in a positive way, because he's been a little bit further back, and Pullen finally makes a gap through the second part of the complex. He might find Noller to his inside as they're turning through the hairpin, which he does. But again, ironically for this circuit, in these conditions, the hairpins tends to be on the tighter line, tends to work for some people if you go over the curb. But on this occasion, he works for Pullen. Now, either he'll say, come on, work with me, don't fight me, let's go after the top two, or he might just start playing fisticuffs possibly with Noller down towards Clairvaux. Looks like it's possibly a bit of a latter, but if he can start to work together, he can start to pull away from these two battling behind him, which is Aisbert and Thomas, and try and get after the top two as Thomas slips up the inside and goes into the top five at Aisbert's expense. But again, shout out to Levi Aisbert. Solid weekend so far up in the top five. He's certainly earning his chops this weekend. Good job.
Is, absolutely, and battling with a podium finisher a double podium finisher from the previous races here. So he'll take that. Also, that move with Luke Pullen and Jack Noller. Jack gave him great respect and allowed him the room on the outside. Again, lesser drivers would have been fired off onto the exit, onto the grass. But they didn't do that. They raced, they gave each other room, and it was a good, clean move. Lovely racing from the pair of them.
Particularly the conditions that we've got here at the moment. It's still pretty tricky out there. It's the trickiest conditions I think they've faced all day, given some of the rain they've had. But certainly running on. Here's our top two. Still Chadwick and Sparrow as it was. And again, Will Chadwick was so excited, but almost a bit nervous getting that first podium. What nerve must he be feeling now with Adam Sparrow, vice champion from last year, breathing down his neck, potentially staring down the barrel of his first race victory with 6 and a bit minutes to go?
Yeah, that's something, isn't it? And, Will, 3/10 clear. Adam Sparrow will chase him down, looking for a second win of the weekend. Ewan Thomas loses out there to Levi Aisbert. So, Aisbert clear at the moment. Pullen now starting to move clear of Jack Noller. Noller's got Aisbert all over him, but as you can see, Ewan Thomas getting stuck in as well. Great to see Carter's Ewan Thomas making the move up into Mazda Racing. And it's a connection that should be made more, I think, really, from the karting ranks.
It's good to see some young drivers coming through. It's not just some of the older drivers coming in, but some of them using it as a viable route to move up into different steps. I know Ted Bradbury, who was in the championship last year,
exactly,
he's now looking to go more towards the GT endurance racing route. He's now become a sensation in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, which is out next weekend at Snetterton. So, and he's been blazing a trail in that championship with some of the younger drivers also coming into that. So he started, of course, last season. It was in similar conditions to these, of course, if you remember. His first weekend in the championship, he'd only learnt to drive, I think it was either 2 weeks or 2 months, he'd actually learnt to drive a manual gearbox. First qualifying session in the wet, sticks it on pole position and got a podium in his first race, and was third place in the championship as a result of it. The man ahead of him in the championship was this man, Adam Sparrow, looking for the lead on William Chadwick, though. And the vice champion from last year, not quite making it, but they were side by side, and he looked like possibly Sparrow had the inside going into Tower Bend, but the better grip on the outside allowed Chadwick to hold the position.
What a fascinating 3 races we've had with different drivers on the podium, different stories unfolding. Adam Sparrow wasn't on the podium in race 2, took a great win in race number 1, and here he is fighting for the race lead with a new star name, can we say that, Will Chadwick, joining the stars like Adam Sparrow and Luke Pullen, and Tom Langford as well, of course. Not here, but wouldn't be right not to mention him. Had a great battle for the lead, and
super development of this championship again as he has a look. The Brian Chandler car's machine has a look up the inside, converts the outside for the next corner, still exploring the outside, which will be inside for the final part, but Will Chadwick, very defensive, comes across to get some sort of wider line into the hairpin to get a wide run out and get a good run down the straight. And Adam Sparrow being given a good workout here in P2.
He is, and certainly giving Will Chadwick a good workout too. Because of course, that was really nice, strong defensive work from Chadwick to hold on there. One detail I've noticed, presume because it's based on the car he's got off, but for those who know MX-5s, there's technically 3 names for these Mark 1s. It's either an MX-4, and we'll get to that in a second, because that's Adam Sparrow potentially pushing himself out of contention for victory, because he's, well, not completely, but he's lost a few car legs by sliding wide at the first corner of Clapham over the gravel. Thankfully, with the rain we've had, that gravel's fairly hard packed, so he can pretty much skip his way through without too much drama. Go for it, racing cars going into combat, though. This is Jack Noller and Levi Aisbert. And across the line, Aisbert was ahead of Noller by 2/10, but now it's switched around again with Noller ahead. But despite they're in the same team, Aisbert's not interested in playing team tactics here. He's going for 4th place down the outside line again. And if Martin Tolley could see this, he might be having heart palpitations. But down the outside goes Aisbert, and he holds on, runs a little wide on the exit, and Noller takes the line and the position as a result. So he's now going to continue on unscathed. What I was going to mention is that there are 3, technically for these Mark 1 MX-5s, there are 3 different names. There's the MX-5, I think, more the European market. In the US, it's known as a Miata. But in Japan, they were known as a Unis Roadster. If you look carefully on Will Chadwick's car on the side, it's got a letter or 2 missing, but it says the decal Unos. So I think possibly it's a Japanese origin Mazda MX-5. It would be right-hand drive, but I imagine that would start that as being called a Unos Roadster. So interesting little fact there for whatever it's worth. But yeah, there's 3 different names for an MX-5 in these cars, and for those of you who may be watching in the US, you'll know these cars as Miatas, hence the name Spec Miata they have over in the US, which is very similar regs to these cars. But I think the Spec Miata cars are one way or the other. The Spec Miata cars are based on this spec or inspired by that, or it's the other way around. Those cars inspired these when they were first originally kept getting around in a non-factory sense. Up the inside there for Thomas goes the number 9 car, past Neil Chisnell, and that's him holding on to the place from Chisnell, in fact. There's a board going out. It looked like it was a board for a 5-second penalty, or some kind of a penalty for somebody. But for who that is, it didn't make it quite clear. And there's nothing on the timing screen which suggests someone's been given, either it's a warning or it's an actual penalty for somebody. I'll look on the race control part of the timing screen. Nothing there. So somebody was given either a warning or some kind of a penalty that's pending on somebody at some point. 1 minute 34 left on the clock. Battle now continues on between Aisbert and Thomas for 5th position. And Luke Puller, meanwhile, he is lapping quicker than Sparrow, but not quicker than Chadwick, because Sparrow lost about 3/10 on the last lap, I think, skipping through this gravel, but he's tried to respond by setting the fastest 5 sector of anybody 4/10 quicker. So he's certainly trying to come after him, but he's running out of time with 1 minute and a quarter to go.
He is, but as we saw from the preceding race in the Fiesta Juniors, as Chadwick gets a little bit sideways, if you're going sideways, you ain't going fully forward. And that could be that Sparrow is closing up. We've still got the battle for the lead. Is this the last lap or penultimate?
It'll be the penultimate lap.
Right.
One more time around after they crossed the line this time by. We've got 52 seconds on the clock left to go. They'll get back around with roughly and gets around about maybe 20 odd seconds or so. So one more time around Croft. Our last MX-5 action of the weekend. And again, Chadwick, you'll notice Sparrow likes to really cut into that inside line through the first part of the complex, where he just throws the dirt and the muddy water up on the inside. That's quite interesting how he takes that line. And again, takes the switchback line, goes wide to the outside line to take the apex, and dives up the inside on the exit. He left the door open to Chadwick just about. Little tap into the door there for Sparrow to remind him he's there. So from what was the gap of 7/10 of a second, it's completely gone now as they start the last lap of the race. The last lap, and he just goes out. It's caught the marshals out on the pit straight. But now down towards Clapham for the final time. And Chadwick now, senses he's under massive pressure, and I suspect potentially, Richard, Sparrow senses blood in the water. He senses a victory here for his 2nd time of the weekend. He's going to keep on hounding him all the way to the flag. Whether we can get past or not remains to be seen.
Yeah, here we go. The challenge is coming. He was tighter going through Hawthorne's Bend up through the chicane and closes up. Very clearly got the speed, got the momentum. And Chadwick here leading the race. This is going to be a first-time experience for him. And, well, this is, you know, completing his part of his education as a race driver. We've seen him on the podium, but now he's up there leading for the first time, soaking up a lot of pressure from Adam Sparrow. Multiple winner in the championship, first win of the season earlier this weekend. How is it going to play out?
We'll find out in half a lap's time. For the Jim Clark S, a little raggedy over the curves there for Chadwick and continuing to push on. They're both twitched a little wide on the exit. Now towards Barcroft, and Sparrow keeps on applying the pressure. Down towards one out of shape under brakes a little bit there for Chadwick. Can he get it stopped? The answer is yes, just about. And Sparrow's right on his rear bumper, right on the gearbox of the 88 car through sunny out. Chadwick's heart will be in his mouth here. A few more corners to go. Like Tommy Harfield defending for Finn Leslie, this is exactly the same situation. Tyres have run through the first part of the corner, and here comes Sparrow to the second part of the complex. He'll try one more time into the hairpin. He's right there looking around the outside. Chadwick throws the block, forces him to the outside line again. Will he look for the switchback move? Yes, he does. Into the hairpin, final time. Watch for Sparrow slip up the inside line. He gives him a tap in the tail. Tries to tap him round, but he got him round the corner as a help rather than a hindrance. And on the run to the checkered flag is going to be pretty close. Side by side, Chadwick covers him off up to the checkered flag, and their first victory ever for Will Chadwick. He wins race 3 at Croft in the Gas Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship, but only just in the end. No, wait, hold on a second, no. I think Chadwick's been given a 5-second penalty. It didn't show up on the timing screen, but I think Will Chadwick's been given a 5-second penalty. That wasn't present on the screen. Maybe that was who the ball went out for a 5-second penalty. So, I'm sad to say, if the timing screen's correct, I think Chadwick's been given a 5-second penalty, maybe for track limits, and he's denied his first victory. Oh. I'm a bit gutted by that, actually, because that was such a good drive from Will Chadwick, but denied because of, I'm guessing, track limits, but again, it wasn't present on the timing screen from what I could see. Let me just quickly refresh the screen. There's nothing that suggests, no race control messages. Oh, now it comes in. 5-second penalty. Ewan Thomas got a 15-second penalty. So, all the hype for that one, I'm afraid, and Will Chadwick does not get his first victory. In fact, it's a podium, in fact. And Adam Sparrow does indeed take his second win. He won't figure that out until they get around to the top 3 boards. There might be some confusion that Will Chadwick, unfortunately, will go to pull up in board number 1, but sadly, he'll have to pull up in board number 3. He won on the road, in fact. So Adam Sparrow, in fact, gets second win of the weekend. Luke Pullen second, and Will Chadwick in third from Jack Noller and Levi Aisbert. What was a joyous moment for a second, unfortunately, doesn't work out in Will Chadwick's favour, and despite the result on the road, it is in fact Adam Sparrow who picks up his second win of the weekend and second win of the season. He wins by, in the result, 3.9 seconds from Will Chadwick, who was shown 4.8 back, and he only crossed the line by 0.2 of a second in the end. But he will end up lining up in the final spot on the podium. Jack Noller picks up 4th for Levi Aisbert in the top 5 finish. Again, he's had a really strong weekend as Levi. Good job from him, one of the drivers of the weekend. Neil Chisnell 6th, Harry Storer 7th, Adam Craig in 8th, Ewan Thomas 9th, Ollie Walden rounding out the top 10. And Thomas Brown got a 15 seconds worth of penalties, I think also for track limits. So he's down in 11th place. That was Ewan Thomas, sorry, not Thomas Brown. Ewan Thomas, and then it's Tim Dorn, 12th, who also wins the Masters category. He drives through well to beat Martin Tolley and Graham Rumsey. And then in 15th place downwards, we have Chris Thelwell, Keith Dalton, Tim Storer, and Jonathan Fields. And Clive Chisnell had a spin earlier on. Simon Privet, who was off the road too. And Jason Aisbert had a tough race, and he finishes at the back in 21st. So, the MX-5 paddock will be back out in action again in a few weeks' time, around the beginning of August at Cadwell Park. All 3 championships, the Mazda MX-5 Championship, the Clubman Championship that raced yesterday with a double win for Johnny Greensmith, and the MX-5 SuperCup all back in action. So cars make their way into pit lane, and Parker for the top 3 boards. He'll be chatting to Richard John Neal very shortly. From what was momentary elation for William Chadwick, I'm afraid he'll find out that it wasn't quite to be. He wins on the road, but the time penalty he gets, my guess will be for track limits, pushes him down to 3rd. And let's find out the reaction from our top 3 from Chadwick, Pullen and Sparrow from Richard John Neal for the last time today here in pit lane at Croft.
Yeah, lots of emotion going on down here. Will Chadwick thought he'd got the win, as you heard Scott say, penalty popped up on the timing screen. But do you know what? Everybody down here has applauded the drive that Will Chadwick did. Even before Will got here, Brian Chandler, who runs the car that inherited the win, said Will deserved that win. How sporting is that? Absolutely mega job from the Brscc Mazdas. Will looks a little bit, you can see everybody having a word with him. Adam Sparrow will, not the way you want to win, but you take a win, and the applause there for Will, it was for all of you.
Oh yeah, Will drove that spectacularly. I mean, I pressured him as hard as I absolutely could, and I guess that could have been what caused him to get the penalty, but he drove a stunning race in those conditions, and I mean, I made a mistake, I put it on the gravel, so it is hard work, and especially through those S's where it's so easy to get that wheel off. Yeah.
Yeah, we saw cars all over the place at various points at different times, and your main challenge, you know, through the gravel, you got it through. That's the main thing.
Yeah, exactly. I just snatched a brake, and then I was like, right, I just got to straighten it up in the gravel track, because if I've got any lock on, I'm just going to get stuck. But I noticed from we had an issue, or we didn't have an issue. We changed a set of tyres for race 2, and they did not work at all. Right. So we went back to what worked in race 1 with a few tweaks, but yeah, hard work.
Well done, 2 wins. You'll take that, I know. We'll look forward to seeing you next time out. Adam, been a pleasure this weekend. Lovely to see you. Thanks. Will Chadwick, can we have a few words? I know this is going to be disappointing for you, and I'll come to Luke in a minute, but the applause that you got there was for your drive. Everybody, even the people that not your team, said well done on that drive. You took the checker though. Yeah. First time in your career. Many congratulations on a fine drive. Is there anything you can say?
I mean, thank you to Frentech Braking, Green Genie Rebuilds, Hymo Setups, all my sponsors, and I really feel like I didn't go over track limits there, but I guess we'll have to review the video and see if there's anything we can do. But yeah, it sucks, but at least I got on the podium. But when you cross the line in first, having not seen even a penalty, it's... Yeah. Oh,
it's hard for brilliant drive though. Well done, and please take the applause of the people there and the emotion that was handed back to you. Well done on great driving this weekend.
Thank you very much.
Will Chadwick there. Let's have a quick word with Luke Pullen. Emotional race that, Luke. What a weekend for you though.
Yeah, hard work. We've got new trophies for this weekend, so I wanted one of each. So if I wanted to win it, I could have won it. No, you know what? Absolute massive shout out to Will. He drove an amazing race. You know, he found the wet line before anyone else. He was unreal. I had a bit of fun that time, sort of in and amongst it, which was good. Of course, I'd have liked Adam's spot, but no, it's just been a mega weekend all round, and it's just been proper good racing.
The camaraderie from you guys and the teams, the honesty about that drive as well. Absolutely superb.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, I've said before, we spend a lot of money to be here. You got to enjoy it. You got to enjoy when your mates are doing well as well. You know, we're all really close, and it's good to see when they do well as well. So yeah, but before I go, massive thank you to AB Motorsport, Midland Tyre Shaving, and all my sponsors, my dad as well. It's been unreal.
Great weekend, Luke. Thanks for your help this weekend. There we go. Apologies for overrunning slightly. Loads of emotion. We had to bring you that and show you what happens in the MX-5 podium. We've got, I think, an ad break and then TCR. Stay with us.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the final race of the day here at Croft, it's TCR round number 11, joined once again by Paul O'Neill in the commentary box, and of course, in fine English style, just as we're all set to go home, the sky starts to lighten and the track begins to slowly dry out. It's certainly not as wet as it was for some of the for round 10 earlier on and some of the earlier races today.
Yeah, this is where you'll see probably people who may not use that newer tyre, unless they have to, just to make sure that they've got the right setup and the right pressures and the right tread depth for these greasy conditions. So yeah, it's a good thing to see actually, because there's nothing worse honestly than driving through puddles and hoping that there's no wheel spin and aquaplaning. So yeah, so this is the grid formed on the second fastest lap time, so
yes,
this will be a cool one.
Second fastest lap times from qualifying, and of course we saw Callum Newsham take pole position by over a second. His second fastest lap was also good enough for pole position, but this is the first time, well, it's like race one rejoined, because you've got Callum Newsham, our race one winner, there on pole position, and of course Brad Hutchison and Carl Boardley. Carl Boardley said after struggling in the start of race one and coming good towards the end, they went completely the other way for race two, where he started strong and he knew he had to hang on at the end, which he did. What his team have done for this race is going to be very interesting indeed. There's Brad Hutchison, the most well-supported driver here in the paddock. He's got half of Huddersfield here watching him, and they're all big rugby players. We didn't get to the stage. I thought they were going to take out and show you how to rugby tackle on the grass, Paul. No, you didn't get that memo?
No, I didn't get that memo, but I'm from Widnes, so to be fair, we had a really good world beating team back in the day. So I spoke to Earl from the Huddersfield
You're probably
team.
intimidated.
I told
by,
him I was going to knock him out. So
that's fair. That's fair play. Now there's a quick driver there, Sam Laidlaw. His dad Steve had a problem in race two, but I saw him up the back of the paddock, and Sam had driven really, really well in that rep race, and all Steve would care about, he was on the phone FaceTiming someone saying, "Do you see how good he was? Do you see how great he did?" Which is what you just love, which is what you love to see. We're heading down the order. Will Beach had a good second race. Rick Kerry started the second race well, then faded a little bit. Brad Thurston, in many ways, was a star of the early stage.
Very much so.
And of course, now, what do we say about Adam Shepherd?
We say that Adam Shepherd's leading the championship after an appeal.
Yes, by just 8 points over Carl Boardley, and Callum Newsham and Brad Hutchison are there in the mix as well. Adam Shepherd went out in the second race. The bung pipe came loose. They brought the car in, thought they'd fixed it, hadn't quite, but came in again. The second time they really fixed it, and he went round and set the fastest lap of the race in race number 2. What can he do from the back of the TCR UK grid? We are about to find out. On to the green flag lap we go. Here is your starting lineup. From pole position, Callum Newsham in the number 16 JH Racing Hyundai, starting alongside Brad Hutchison in the Bondit with MPH Racing Cupra Leon. On the inside of row 2, defending champion Carl Bordley in the CBM with Hart GT Coupe Leon. And on the outside of row number 2, Darren Lewis in the number 285 DLR with JH Racing Hyundai. Sam Laidlaw, making his debut, starts the Capture Motorsport Hyundai from row number 3 alongside his dad Steve Laidlaw, who runs a Coupe Leon for Area Motorsport. The second half of the grid is led by championship promoter and the returning Stuart Lines, who runs the Maximum Motorsport with Jam Sport Racing Hyundai. And then it is the number 77 car of Mark Smith, who took his first ever Gen 1 Cup win earlier on. He drives the Richmond Fire Motorsport Cupra. Then it is Will Beach in the number 27 Capture Motorsport Volkswagen Golf alongside Rick Kerry in the number 22 EDF Motorsport Cupra. On the sixth and final row of the grid, we have Bradley Thurston in the Go Fix Honda by Sport 77 Honda Civic Type R, and then championship leader Adam Shepherd in the Area Motorsport Cupra Leon association with Shepherd Motors on a damp and greasy, but I hate to say this is going to be the curse of the commentator, on a damp, greasy, but drying track.
This will be, this will be so interesting because it is a lot drier than we've seen all day. So it's not the coldest of afternoons now, so it won't get any drier, I don't think, but it's going to become greasy as these Goodyear tyres really put themselves into the tarmac. But I am honestly really looking forward to this. I think that the thing to look for is how hard people are going to work these tyres. Looks like they've got a new set of tyres on Carl Bordley's car again, or they've just been really looked after. But it is going to be about how you get these tyres to last to the end of the race.
Yes, and you see at the back side of the circuit, going to Croft, sunny in, sunny out, there's some standing water offline. It'll be interesting to see if you see drivers starting to move over to get onto the extra water. That means that they're cooking their Goodyear Eagle wet tyres. 20 minutes, it's a long time for these Goodyear Eagles to disperse the water, but like you said, Paul, we're going to go from wet to greasy. I think that's for sure. Will we have time to go from greasy to a semi-dry line?
I would say probably not, if I'm honest. I mean, there's not enough sets of tyres that are going to be causing this tarmac any grief. So yeah, I think the clever people will stay on the wettest part of the circuit midway in, and then the rest of them, I think they'll just and that's Sam Laidlaw pulling off out of the comms box.
Yeah, just coming in out of the complex into the final corner. The 101 car, Sam Laidlaw, he's just pulled up to the side of the circuit. You can see the windscreen wipers still going. Now, Marshall is there. The window net, I think, is coming down. Obviously, we don't know what has broken, but obviously something that Sam needs. And that is... sadly, I think now the car is being pushed back into what would be a recovery position and behind the gates, the back of the paddock. Will we see a delay to the start? We'll also see very quickly maybe some of the drivers that are more cautious at the start will come on stronger in the race, or the drivers that go off all guns blazing might cook their bones, as it says, and they will be scrambling as the race progresses. So, for the final time today, red lights are on. Newsham, Hutchison and Bordley lead. Lights are out, we're off and racing, and most of the front runners get well. Stuart Lines getting a bit of wheel spin off at the start. Bordley already at the inside of Hutchison as we head down to Clairvaux, but it's Newsham, Bordley, Hutchison and Newsham running wide. There's Steve Laidlaw also on the grass. Callum Newsham, sharp intake of breath here in the commentary box as Callum Newsham, he now knows how hard not to push things through turn number 1. Everybody safely through the chicane and heading down the straight towards Tab End, but Callum Newsham, he needs to get back into the zone very, very quickly, because that could have been disastrous.
Yeah, definitely. That'll be a wake-up call, that, but it was just because it was so greasy. Rick Kerry round the outside of Mark Smith for the maybe the Gen 1 Cup lead, I would have thought that is.
Yes.
But Callum Newsham flat out. Oh, there's going to be some moments coming through here now. The top three pinned. And if nobody goes wide there, I will be very surprised that it's very greasy.
It is indeed. And I mean, Steve Laidlaw, equally a spectacular save. He'll be sort of, again, sort of gathering himself back together. And look at the number 117 car. Adam Shepherd, it always worries me in the wet conditions when the camera suddenly pans back. Adam Shepherd has gone off like a cat with a rocket up its backside. He is flying up into P5. Nope, make that P4, end of lap 1. Well, it's been a three-way dice at the front of the field between Boardley, Hutchison, and Hutchison coming back at Carl Boardley now. But these two drivers, they're going to have company very, very shortly in the form of Adam Shepherd. So, Boardley on the grass, in the gravel, just about saves it.
That's how slippy it is, and you could see down the straight as they come across the strike for the first time that Callum Newsham was warming his tyres up. Oh, that's a big hit off at turn 1. Brad Thurston.
Yeah, Thurston has gone into the tyres, and you can see the tyres have been dislodged. I have to say, I was going to say Callum Newsham wants to be making hay while the sun shines, figuratively, not literally. But yellow flags, and the safety car is out. Brad Thurston is parked backwards in the gravel at Clairvaux, obviously with a bit of damage to the Honda. Not a great start for Brad, and I have to say, I saw Brad earlier on. He was speaking to his teams. He went, guys, I'm just going to stay out of the way for this one. Sadly, he's out of the way and out of the race. So, safety car intervention. We're down to 10 runners. This is great news for Adam Shepherd.
Yeah, Adam Shepherd's, he looked like he had a full set of new tyres on as well, so he's basically made hay while the sun's shining. So Shepherd up to 4th, and this safety car has helped bring it all back together. So yeah, the two adversaries, Carl Boardley and Adam Shepherd, are going to be going at it. But this might take a while, because if that car has hit that barrier to turn it round, then that to me says that it's got big damage, that barrier.
Yes, I mean, once again, great work from the fastest digger driver in Yorkshire, who was there on scene. Now, the question is not how quickly they can remove Brad Thurston's car, and there is Sam Laidlaw's car, which now begins to move under its own power. Does he make it down to the pit lane, or down to past the pit lane, or will he go straight into his garage? No, he's going straight back out.
He's past his garage, yeah. He's going to go back out.
Now, I mean, obviously we're not privy to what has gone wrong. And I do wonder, it's his first weekend in a TCR Cup. Maybe knocked a switch that killed something, and then didn't really know how to restart it, or who knows. But the good news is he's in the race. He'll be a lap down, but at this stage, it's experience. Every lap is a learning process for Sam, who, of course, you're doing a lot of work with to help him get up to speed. And despite that, ladies and gentlemen, Sam's doing very well indeed.
Yeah, no, I think there's not many switches in those cars, to be honest. But to be fair, it's not a bad shout. You know, there could be anything going on. The one thing that did concern me is I know he's had a lot of problems with the clutch. So it looked like he got a bump start just then. And he didn't have to stop at the bottom of the pit lane, so maybe it's that. But hey, let's see. He's back out there anyway.
He's back out there, and he continues his learning experience. And a driver in his first weekend already knocking on the door of the top 5. Now, the car is out of the way. The marshalling team, I can't see them down working on the barrier. The lights are still on the safety car. We'll do a quick recap of the running order. Callum Newsham leads from Brad Hutchison, Carl Boardley and Adam Shepherd. That's your top 4. Stephen Laidlaw runs 5th. Then it's Darren Lewis from William Beach, and William Beach is just ahead of his Gen 1 Cup rival, Rick Kerry. Then it's Stuart Lyons, Mark Smith. Safety car lights are out with just under 15 minutes remaining, and now the gamesmanship begins. When do we go? Callum Newsham. Now, earlier on, we saw a restart in the Civic Cup race that Alistair Camp left it very late. Callum Newsham looks like he is not waiting. He has gunned it right from the off, but Brad Hutchison is going with him. green flag resumes, and already Adam Shepherd is attacking Carl Bordley for third position. Adam Shepherd on the outside, on the run down to Clairvaux. They're all going to be a little bit tentative. This is the danger zone where it's very greasy. Oh, and Laidlaw in the background through the gravel. Does he keep it out of the tyres? Yes, just about. And holds on to fifth position. I think Darren Lewis was probably thinking, you carry on, Steve. You just carry on. I'll wait until you are back facing roughly the right way before I make a move.
That was Bordley again wide. This Bordley-Adam Shepherd fight is something we need to watch, because this is what the championship is about. There's other people involved in it, but for me, Shepherd and Bordley, this is either going to be a pass from Shepherd, or one of these two is going to make a big mistake, because it really does look greasy offline on this circuit.
Yeah, and of course, now we're into the second half of the season. Drop scores coming into effect. Neither driver will want to yield at all. Bordley riding high after a win in race number 2. Shepherd just wants to thank his team. I know he's out there for himself, but he's out there. I think he said his team have slept for 8 hours in 3 days. Van breaking down, car not working, then not going out yesterday, problems this morning. So he is a man on a mission, that is for sure. But up the front, Newsham's lead over Hutchison was 0.6 of a second, as we look at Darren Lewis, who has been very impressive. He is now trying to pick up what is, well, he's been running fourth all weekend, but now with Shepherd back in contention, the battle for fifth is on, but Newsham continues to stretch his advantage.
Yeah, Newsham definitely doing a good job. That's a decent lap time early on, and again, Laidlaw, watching on our screens, he takes so much speed into that first corner, and Darren Lewis having to brake so he doesn't hit the back of Laidlaw. He did give him a little tap of the hairpin. He got caught out on the brakes. I think he didn't mean that, but great battle. These two just seem to be battling every time we watch.
Yeah, and behind them you can see William Beach, Rick Kerry and Stuart Lyons. They've got grandstand seats, so they're driving around, but they got their popcorn out watching to see how this unfolds. Stuart Lyons actually looked like he was about to try and make a move on Rick Kerry, but no, Kerry maintaining that position. Mark Smith continuing to run 10th. Sam Laidlaw, 2 laps down, is still running as well. And Steve Laidlaw, I mean, talk about track limits, that's testing the limits of just about everything. And Darren Lewis is probably thinking, I need to make a move, because Laidlaw is teetering on the edge of adhesion.
Yeah, you can see Darren's had a massive moment there. I just seen the opposite lock he put on. He tried to take Sonny out with a little lift, and that has give Laidlaw a real big bit of breathing space there. Oh, he's back with him now, though.
And of course, yeah, with both these two drivers having moments on this so far, not on this particular lap for Steve Laidlaw, but it's allowing Beach, Kerry and Lyons to stay within striking distance. And now we hold our breath. This is the Steve Laidlaw highlight reel going into Clairvaux. So has he learned his lesson? But it's not about learning a lesson. He's still trying to maximise every inch. That's a lot more tidier for Steve Laidlaw. And there is Rick Kerry holding off Stuart Lyons. And again, Lyons, he there's to the inside. Is he going to have him? No.
Lifted out of that one, didn't he, Stuart Lyons? Didn't want to clip the back of Rick Kerry, but Rick Kerry is in a great fight, isn't he, for a second time with Will Beach. It just seems to be always Will Beach versus Rick Kerry.
Yes, now here's battle rejoined for third position. At the moment, Carl Bordley is doing enough to keep Adam Shepherd at arm's length. Therefore, Bordley doesn't need to start driving defensive. He can hold his line, and it's now on Adam Shepherd's shoulders to not force Bordley into mistake, but get himself just a couple of car lengths closer so he can start looking for an opening and trying to unlock Bordley's defences. But he's a crafty old campaigner. It's Bordley who runs a little bit wide going into the complex, but maybe by design, as he sets the car up for the second point of that hairpin. But Shepherd's on his way.
He is, and he's going to have a lunge. No, he makes him cover off. He's tried to make Bordley run in deep so he can get a better exit. This is a great scrap, this. And this will come down to, I honestly believe, the two championship protagonists. This will be who we're watching at the end of the year trying to battle out this championship. But Callum Newsham is gone.
I'm looking at the lap times, Bordy running wide again, and everyone up at the front has dropped about 5 or 6 tenths off their best lap of the race. So track conditions are changing, and it sounds ironic that with the less moisture on the track, the slower the lap time goes. We're now into a very, very greasy phase of the race. Darren Lewis has... Darren Lewis now... he's... The laundrette that looks after a lot of these drivers' race suits are going to be busy on Monday morning, that's for sure.
That's a big moment through the chicane. Darren Lewis doesn't know any other way to drive but flat out. Talking of flat out, looks now like either Adam Shepherd's made a mistake, has dropped back a bit, or Boardley is just faster in that sector. But yeah, I think you're going to see a switch in how these tyres are working on both of these cars. Even though they're the same car, I do think that both of them go different ways with setup.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And of course, Adam Shepherd, he's sort of nothing to lose apart from the championship lead, which he didn't think he had at the end of race number 2, but he has now, as Bourdie again using an awful lot of tarmac there through the middle part of the complex. Now Shepherd's going to try the run. He goes in deep. He's going to try and undercut. It's going to put him on the outside line, however, for the run down to Clervaux. There goes Hutchison across the line. This lap, Brad Hutchison has actually closed in by 2 tenths. And Adam Shepherd, he's setting up Bourdie. I was going to say that's a long way back if he was going to make a move there, but he is gaining ground. Now he's going to start to forcing Carl Bourdie to drive defensively.
This is it. This is it. Through the chicane, Shepherd didn't want to... Has he gone... I thought he went wide of the chicane then. Oh, Bourdley's made a big mistake. He's going to have to defend now as they go down to Tower. This is it. This is where we're going to see side by side, probably going through the Jim Clark S's. Look at this. Look at the mud on the front of Shepherd's 117.
And that's been kicked up from the back of Bourdie's car. So we hope that Shepherd's windscreen wipers are working because his windscreen will be covered in good old Yorkshire mud, which I'm told is the best mud, but other counties' muds are available. Now, here we go. Bourdley and Shepherd into Sunny in. And Carl Bourdie taking the inside line. Looks as though Shepherd, through the very fast stuff, Bourdley has just got the edge on Shepherd, but then through the heavy braking areas and the tight and twisty sections, Shepherd seems to come back at Bourdley's car.
Yeah, definitely. It's now Bourdley has realised that wider line does not help him through the first part of the complex. So look, he's just pulled that gap now. But this is where Shepherd is strong. A really early entry for Bourdley, but then you can see Shepherd gets the car straightened off and gets the power down fuller and with a straighter steering wheel than Bourdley. But this is the best run that Bourdley's had. Let's remember, we're looking as well for a carless driver of the weekend. So, yeah, we've got a couple of people to think about here, and these two are doing their best to try and get that award, and Shepherd, in my eyes, is doing a brilliant job if he can just get past.
Yeah, he is. They are falling away, however, from the race leaders. Newsham maintains a 1.8 second advantage over Hutchison, and then this Bourdley-Shepherd battle is now 5 seconds behind. So even if Adam Shepherd makes a move on Carl Bourdley now, I think that Shepherd's car is probably quicker in clean air, but Bourdley has been able to keep his title rival, his main title rival, behind him. However, the way that these two are running, Newsham and Hutchison, we could be shaping up for a nice 4-way title fight as the season progresses. And there's a potential mistake from Bourdley, but Shepherd thought about it. But I think the dive was, if he'd have made a move there, the last time I would have seen a dive that deep, they ended up finding the wreck of the Titanic. So he backed out of it quite wisely going into the complex, but certainly Adam Shepherd, he's looking a little bit more aggressive now.
Yeah, he's getting close. Oh, he's got to cover that off Bourdley. Bourdley covering up the hairpin, but he runs wide. Shepherd now gets the power down. This is going to be, is it an overlap? No, but who is now getting that black and white track limit, Simon? It's not these two. Someone has not been keeping to the track, but this is looking like it's hotting up now.
Yes, indeed. It's probably the only thing in Croft that's been hot this weekend, as Bourdley once again through Hawthorne. 4.5 minutes to go. Shepherd in his wheel tracks. Now, this is where Baldley ran a little bit wide, and of course, both drivers just keeping their right-hand wheels off that exit curb, and of course, say that the curb painted, a little bit more slippery, and that's what drags them off onto the dirt. And once again, Baldley slightly wider into Tower. Shepherd gets the power down early, but Baldley, to be fair, even though he took that wider line in, looks like he's got a good exit speed, and he's able to sort of keep momentum through this fast-flowing section. And this is where, I say that is where the drivers really earn their crust, as it were. Here's a good battle. This is, there's a good battle between Sam Laidlaw, who's 2 laps down, battling with Stuart Lyons and Mark Smith. Sam, I know you're quick, but you do have to learn a little bit there. Maybe just hang back and watch the bigger boys play, because you're the new kid in class.
Well, this is starting to get really interesting now, isn't it? The one thing that Baldley will be desperate of is just not to make a mistake and let Shepherd through, because that will be mentally damaging to someone who's trying to keep hold of that championship. But again, Shepherd is looking super fast. I don't think you can do anything down at turn 1, but yeah, Stuart Lyons there, just trying to get the car all straightened up and gone.
Yeah, he's sitting behind Rick Kerry there, so it's Kerry in 8th, Stuart Lyons is 9th. Sam Laidlaw is running in 11th, 2 laps down. Mark Smith is a little bit further back. Leading the Gen 1 Cup standings at the moment would be the Golf of William Beach, but just over a second, there's Beach, there's Kerry, so that's the battle. Once Stuart Lyons getting a little bit sideways, showing that he's, the old dog hasn't lost a couple of car control tricks here, but once again, with under 3 minutes remaining, is this now Adam Shepherd sort of backing out a little bit, letting his tyres cool before he builds up for one final assault on 3rd place, Carl Baldley, and a potential podium? His team was saying, we're looking forward to a good drive. But, I mean, after the first lap and a half where he made so much progress, he has come across, there isn't a more tricky, crafty campaigner in TCR than Carl Baldley. And this is where Shepherd has had a couple of glances. Are we going to look to the inside? He's looking now, the crossover again. Watch for the extra speed for Shepherd coming out of the final corner. But Baldley's got that car set up very well.
Yeah, and Baldley is now getting wise to the fact that that's the only place he really seems to attack. So, yeah, I think he's got this covered off, but you can easily make a mistake. Runs in fast to the first corner here. Shepherd, this is where Shepherd's strong. He seems to have a lot of grunt, and he seems to have a lot of traction, but it does seem to just wane away as they head towards the chicane. But if he can get close, he can have a lunge at Tower. But Callum Newsham, for me, is someone we need to look at for the Carless Driver of the Weekend award.
Not only for his performance in qualifying, but for the way he drove. Is that Shepherd getting sideways into Tower? Maybe it was the camera angle, but certainly for his qualifying performance, for his race 1 performance, and now here, I mean, he's not getting a lot of coverage, but that is because he is cleared off. He's now 2.3 seconds in front of Brad Hutchison. But here is where the action is. With 50 seconds to go on the clock, Newsham is going to cross the line before the clock strikes 0, so I would make this the penultimate lap, Paul. Adam Shepherd is going to maybe start thinking outside the box if he's going to try something on the last lap.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, but I think going back to Callum Newsham, if he wins this and Baldley's 3rd and Shepherd's 4th, this will really spring Callum Newsham back into the championship fight in an older car. Let's remember that.
And of course, he said at the start of the season, no, the championship is my goal. That's his sole focus this year. And again, it's taken half the season, but now he is a contender for the title. Baldley into Clairvaux for the final time. The race clock strikes 0. Newsham leading Hutchison by 3 seconds, but we still don't know who will stand on the final step of the podium. A little bit further back, William Beach leading Rick Kerry by just over a second in the Gen 1 Cup standing. Lights ablaze, flashing away for Adam Shepherd to try and put Baldley off his game. Through Tower, time is running out for Adam Shepherd. But this man, the time is now for Callum Newsham, a faultless performance, Paul.
Absolutely brilliant. Look at the speed he takes into sunny in and sunny out. But like you say, he's going to take another win this weekend. For me, if it's okay with you,
absolutely,
that is definitely our carless driver of the weekend right there, Callum Newsham. Well done to you, mate.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't have picked a better driver myself, and it's the Carlos Fuels, who's playing left back for Spain tonight against England. Carlos Fuels, but it's Callum Newsham into the hairpin. 3 races, 2 wins, another podium. You're looking at one of the title contenders for the 2024 TCR UK crown. Callum Newsham takes the win. Here are our 2 main championship protagonists. Shepherd tries on the line, but has to give best to Carl Boardley. Brad Hutchison finishes second, and here we go. This is Sam Laidlaw trying to unlap himself. William Beach looks like he's going to take the Gen 1 Cup victory. Sam Laidlaw showing that he's got speed. Beach finishes 7th ahead of Kerry, and Sam Laidlaw, it wasn't his race today, but I'm sure we're going to be hearing and seeing an awful lot from this young man as the season, not just this season, but the seasons beyond, progresses. Outside the top 4, Darren Lewis completes a very promising weekend in 5th position. Steve Laidlaw, who I believe had his track limits, was given the warning flag for track limits. He finishes in 6th position after a spectacular, a few highlight reel moments for Steve Laidlaw. Then it is Beach, Kerry, Lines, Smith and Sam Laidlaw. Brad Thurston, we've seen him walk away. We hope the car is going to be better and fixed for the next round. Here is a full list of classifications there, all 12 drivers. Looking at the Goodyear Diamond Trophy, I believe that has gone to Darren Lewis. Yes, it has. So Lewis takes that prize in 5th position, just beating Steve Laidlaw for that. But Callum Newsham 3.6 seconds ahead of Brad Hutchison, and even with the might of the Huddersfield Giants, who I'm sure are intimidated by the mere presence of Widnes Rugby League fan Paul O'Neill, couldn't quite spur Hutchison onto a victory, but it's been an exceptionally solid weekend for Brad Hutchison. 3 races, 3 podiums. He is just outside the 3 leading contenders in the championship, but don't count Brad and his car, the lovely Lola, out of this series just yet. And I have to say that after a somewhat bruising day here at Croft, it's good to see all bar one of our TCR cars home without any sort of damage. We do have to say, all the drivers that were involved in the earlier Civic Cup race, they are all fine as well, but there's quite a bit of elbow grease to be worked on some of those cars after a very challenging weekend. It's the middle of the English summer. Of course it's going to be cold and wet, but that's why we love TCR. And of course, TCR's biggest fan, Paul O'Neill, is down in pit lane waiting to greet our winners.
Absolutely brilliant stuff from Callum Newsham. The team surrounding the car, getting the blowers in there. Callum just taking his time to get his thoughts together. 2 race weekends, 2 race wins this weekend. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Stuck it on pole by a second. Absolutely brilliant. Everybody is so happy. Dave, his dad, gets in there. He really has done amazing stuff for the team. Absolutely brilliant to do what he's done in this weather and not make any big mistakes and do the business. I will let him get his lid off, but it is an amazing victory. Just looking at his tyres, they look like they've seen better days, them things, but he can tell me all about it when he takes his helmet off. And yeah, I don't know if I would like to be out there, but Callum Newsham, you've done the business this weekend. And I'm not a mathematician, but you're right back in this championship hunt.
Yeah, no, that was amazing. I was struggling a bit there at the start, but no, the car was mega. I was just keeping my cool because I knew I could win it.
It looked like a walk in the park, to be honest, mate, but I know from the driver's seat it'll be Larry out the back, probably Larry at the first corner, but she did you proud, didn't she?
Yeah, she did me. She did me proud, yeah. But yeah, it wasn't easy though. It was so greasy out there. It's everywhere. I was going and just understeering, so it's just been really, really smooth, and yeah, just coasting it to the end.
Do you think it's helped this weekend that it's been wet? Because we all know about the balance of performance and we know about the strengths and weaknesses of your car in particular, because she ain't the fastest in a straight line, mate, let's not lie.
No, she's not. But I think when it's wet, and this track particularly, I think it makes it more even. But, you know, who's to say that? But I'm going to say that, it makes it more even.
Onwards and upwards to the next round, what are you thinking?
Well, we're going to be carrying maximum ballast, and we struggle with maximum ballast, to be honest. But no, we're just going to give it our best, and yeah, see how it goes.
More rain?
Yeah, hopefully.
Don't tell the crowd. Well done, mate. Enjoy that one, because that was a cracking win, that was. Perfecto. Bradders, you've had a good old day, mate. You cannot complain with that. Is that Huddersfield dude still here, that rugby player? Because I mugged him off on the internet.
No, he's gone home now to watch the football. So yeah, that was probably the best drive so far, because right before we went out, we did a quick ride height check, because obviously we had a little bit of damage on the front end, and we failed obviously the ride height check when we were testing it ourselves. Fortunately, failed it before the race. Went back, changed it, came back up, and it failed again. So he said, I won't say the exact language. He came to me on the grid and said, "I've just raised the front to whatever. I've no idea what it's going to be like, but just do what you can." So I have absolutely no idea how we finished in P2. I was honestly one hand on the last corner trying to get the car turned, because it would not turn whatsoever. So that for me was, we did a good bit of racing. I'm gutted about race 2 because I feel like we should have won it, but I messed up. But yeah, that race was really hard work, and yeah, that was the worst car he's ever given me. I feel like that's some kind of payback, but yeah, we still got P2. It was the least pointsy car we've ever had, but obviously we've had such a good day, and now I can get my race suit wet, so I'm happy. Obviously having Bondit here, having all the giants here, it's been a big amount of fun. So yeah, hopefully I never have to drive a car like that again, but yeah, it's always fun, isn't it, I suppose. But yeah, fun race.
It's nothing worse, is there, than a car without any front end and no rake in it, but you've got it round, and like you say, your dad's just trying to get you through the technical bit, isn't he?
Yeah, he was literally just opened the door and said, "I've absolutely no idea what's going to happen there. Just drive it, see what you can do, because we can't change anything now." Unfortunately, we passed ride height, so I guess that worked, and come away with a podium. So I have no idea how. I was waiting for Carl and for Adam to catch up, and they just seemed to. I don't know whether they had their own battle or what. And yeah, I don't know. I'm really surprised that we've ended up on the podium, but I'm over the moon with that one, to be honest, because yeah, it was horrendous.
What a great debrief. Well, you've got a load of points in the bag, and that is all that matters. So well done to you, mate, and onwards and upwards.
Yes, onwards and upwards. Big smiles on our face. I don't know where the next round is, but we'll be there. We'll be laughing. So
with 1 million people, all famous, obviously. Well done, guys. Right. Look at this fella. Hang on a minute. He's just in debrief with Nick. Sorry, Nick. Carl Boardley, I have got a feeling that you actually really enjoyed that race, because your car looked very good at the very end.
It was all good. Start of the race was good, middle of the race was good, end of the race was good. Had a good battle with Adam. He was probably a little bit quicker than me, especially through this last complex. And that's where we've struggled in the rain with this car all day and yesterday. And we've still not been able to cure that little bit. But other than that, yeah, car's good. Thanks to the boys for changing things overnight and then getting us on the pace again today. So another good haul of points, and yeah, just look forward to Silverstone next time.
Is that where you're looking for your car to be strong around there?
I think the car will be strong there. Yeah, I think it will be strong at Thruxton and the last Silverstone as well. So yeah, really looking forward to getting going and yeah, making sure we keep talking to you and keep lifting them little silver pots.
Very good point, Thruxton. That'll be an interesting one. Let's not look too far ahead, but you're probably one with the most experience of a front-wheel drive car around there.
Yeah, I would say so. Obviously, I'm not really sure what the others have done, but yeah, you know, I've been around there once or twice before, so yeah, I'd like to think that that's going to count for a little bit.
You'll be sound, mate. Well done. Spot on. Absolutely brilliant stuff, Carl Boardley. Right, let's go and quickly talk to our Gen 1 winner. Come over here, Captain. Come on, Will. Your car's getting took away, mate. I hope you know them fellas, because it looks like they're just taking it away. Like, you know, when them fellas come round with the GoPros on and they take all your money away from you and stuff.
Take it away.
Exactly that. Bo Hill, that's his name. I remember watching that. It's really good. How's it all been going, mate? You must be happy with that. You kept him behind. You kind of didn't have to work too hard. You kind of just kept your pace, didn't you?
Yeah, I just kept my pace, but halfway in, I was keeping up with Steve and Darren, and then the tyres just went off. Like, the first stint was mega, do you know what I mean? He gapped him, and then tyres just went off, and well, just like an ice rake out there in the end.
What was it like out the back? It looked blurry. I tell you what, it looked really bad the first corner.
Yeah, the first corner wasn't too bad. Out the S's at the back, I had it sideways coming out the final part of the S's, and I was like, then it went on the white stuff, and I was like, oh shit. Oh, sorry.
I apologise for that.
Yeah. But yeah, we got there in the end. Race 1, we had a throttle position sensor problem. Then race 2, I just couldn't get past Mark, but great win for Mark for his first win. But back on course now.
Exactly. Racing's been good this weekend, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit dubious going out when we had that downpour just before the Civics. It looked absolutely horrendous, but it dried up just in time and just enough. But no, I haven't really done much wet racing, to be fair. That's probably my third wet race, so time to improve over winter for them.
Well, I think you're just about to get an insurance claim because your car just nearly went into the side of Bordley's. Anyway, we'll catch you later on. I'm going to find Darren Lewis. I don't know where Darren is. Is Darren around? Where's Darren? Let's get him over. Oh, is he? Thank you. Martin sorted out Darren for us. Come on, Darren. Here he is. Look, come on, mate. You wander over here. It's a nice little atmosphere down here, actually, except for the rain. Darren, Goodyear Diamond Trophy winner, lad. Well done, mate. God, I was getting a bit close out there, old Steve Laidlaw and you. You look like you joined at the hip, you two.
Yeah, to be fair, we had a bit of a to-do down there, but it is what it is, and when you know what it's like. And then he tried to have a to-do with me after, and he just had a bit of a go at me, but there you go. That's life. Good. I just got held up a bit behind Steve, and these lot sort of just dropped me, and I was in no man's land when I went. But
all good though. Happy enough with the situation?
Yeah, no, I've had a great weekend. It's you know, if I was with the front runners, I was on the pace with them. Do you know what I mean? It was just I'd got old tyres on, and it was a bit greasy out there, but it was still quick. I mean, I pulled away from Steve, and I could see these. And I was gauging, I weren't catching them, but I wasn't dropping off them, but I just couldn't catch them. But no, really good.
Looking forward to next round?
Yeah, Silverstone, I think, innit? Just hope the car's fast enough there. Should be. It's a good car.
I am sure it'll be fine. Well, that was the final race of the day. So there's a lot of people down here, actually, so we need to sign off. And obviously, we know what's going to happen today a bit later on. Don't know if anyone's going to get in trouble for this. It might be a copyright thing, but guess what's coming?
Football.
It's coming home. It's coming home. It's coming.
Spain.
No, you can't say that. Football's coming home, isn't it? Footy's coming home. We will see you next time at Silverstone. Peace out.